This handsome guy who looks like a CEO is our main character, Deculein von Grahen. If you had to describe him, you'd use words like super handsome, icy, ridiculously cool, filthy rich, domineering, someone who looks down on both nobles and commoners. Praised as a magical prodigy in his childhood, and now holding the position of senior professor at the Mage Academy. Ordinary people would surely think he has an incredibly bright future. But no, the path waiting for him in the future is only death, because he's the school's villain, a notorious evil figure and one of the mid-bosses in a game. To save himself, Deculein is forced to change the storyline. If you want the full details of the story, please give me a like and subscribe to the channel and come back to watch more. The story begins with a heavy rainstorm. At that moment, Deculein was leaning against a wall, while a white-haired girl drove her sword deep into his chest. Her eyes were empty, like a cold-blooded assassin with no emotion at all. She slightly twisted the sword in her hand, widening the wound. This made Deculein cough up a mouthful of blood. However, Deculein seemed to feel no pain at all. He stared at his opponent and thought, if she wants to kill me, she's still this beautiful and heartless. As he thought that, he raised his hand and gently touched that emotionless face. Then his hand dropped limply to his side. The last thing he said in his mind was, "Damn you." At the same time, a notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Engagement canceled. Request Deculein's death. Congratulations, you've completed the phase. Looking at Deculein's death on the computer screen, a young man clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, the bug is fixed. This damn bug took dozens of iterations to fix. At last, I fixed the bug that kept happening in the engagement cancel storyline. My name is Kim Woojin. I'm a game programmer, and I'm about to escape this endless overtime. Woojin said as he stretched wearily. To explain this, we have to mention a handheld game developer called REW. In Korea's handheld game junkyard, they suddenly rose to prominence. Since their founding, they've been releasing top-tier games. Because of that, the company became famous worldwide. And the game I'm testing and fixing right now is REW's newest AAA title, a game worth as much as the entire company. In other words, one game will either take us to the top or drop us into the abyss. The main draw of this game is its difficulty and a storyline that changes depending on player decisions. So even though it's a single-player game, it has an extremely complex plot revolving around named characters generated by artificial intelligence. This fresh approach helped us capture the world's attention. Also, there are many professions to choose from. Some professions are rare, like knight, mage, adventurer, demon, ghost hunter, nobility, and even royalty. Players can become whoever they want in the game. Meaning, if the game gets the recognition it deserves, we'll be swimming in money. But big rewards come with risks. If the company fails, it will be the company's downfall. While we're here, let me explain why I've been working overtime for months. It's all because of this bastard, Deculein von Grahen. Profession, senior professor. Energy level, 3,357. He's the focal character in the Deculein death segment, the scene I finally got through without any glitches. Deculein von Grahen, a notorious villain and one of the game's mid-bosses. Because he's a major antagonist connected to so many roles, there's a whole pile of bugs that needed fixing. But today, I finally managed to kill him without any trouble. This time, his death came from being cut down by his fiancée. But now it's all done. Even so, he caused a mountain of problems throughout the segment. Woojin thought as he interlaced his fingers and stretched to loosen his muscles. Then at that moment, a girl's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Woojin, how's the testing going?" Hearing his name, Woojin glanced back and quickly recognized who the young woman was. "This is Yura, my lead programmer and also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, and every moment was full of joy. Actually, she's addicted to work, while I'm lazy. But what pushed her forward was finding work for me, and forcing me to do better, to do more. In the end, we broke up. I couldn't change despite Ara's best efforts. It's been 6 months since we split. I heard she already has someone new by her side." Unaware of these thoughts in Woojin's mind, Ara spoke up. "Congratulations, I heard you were struggling with a bug, glad you got past it." In reply, Woojin exhaled and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Seems like you and the new guy are doing well, huh?" Woojin's remark startled Ara a little, but then she gently admitted, "Rumors spread fast in this company. Yeah, I think they're doing fine." Woojin's eyes were still glued to the monitor, but inwardly he felt a twinge of discomfort hearing Ara say that. Then, wishing them a speedy happily ever after, Woojin spoke again, and as if used to the main character's personality, Ara gave a wry smile and said, "Don't be petty, focus on work." After saying that, she remembered something and reminded Woojin, "Oh, by the way, the writer said they want to change the setup and tweak some character archetypes." Hearing that, Woojin really wanted to smack the scriptwriter a few times. Huh, again, they change things every other day. The protagonist complained once before changing the subject to Deculein. Speaking of that character, he's really a mid-boss. Players can kill him early if they're lucky. In response, Ara had to nod and admit, that's the game's draw. The deeper Deculein goes into the story, the stronger he becomes. Each player's choices differ and increase the difficulty along the way. And did you know, this character was modeled after you? While shaping him, didn't you notice? Both of you have that cheesy, fake look. Ara said with amused laughter while Woojin retorted, how many times have I even met the scriptwriter? So every time I play, I kill him first. Ara chuckled, revealing this made Woojin glance sideways and ask coldly, what's that supposed to mean? Well, you two have similar personalities. Ara shrugged while Woojin widened his eyes in thought. Really? I'm the guy whose final line is damn you. Putting jokes aside, Ara's tone grew serious as she asked Woojin's opinion. Come on, don't worry too far ahead. What do you think of the demo level? In response, Woojin candidly shared, the game itself is fun, but I'm worried the company's survival depends on it. Behind him, Ara shook her head slightly. You don't need to worry about that. The gameplay trailer has people around the world excited. It definitely won't fail. Back to Woojin's point of view, he then looked down and noticed something. He said, hey, is that your boyfriend standing down there? See, the person leaning against that car. Hearing this, Ara looked out the window, where a blonde guy was standing. Then she scolded him a little, you're late. Before she could finish, our protagonist urged, what are you still standing here for? Don't make him wait, go to him. Hearing that, Ara was silent for 2 seconds before answering. You're right. All right, I'll go. Good job today, Woojin. Yeah, bye. Woojin replied, but didn't even bother to turn around. After his ex left the office, Woojin went back to his work. Sai back to checking Deculein. But is that scriptwriter serious? He's based on me. He has 6 attributes, a prodigy and a mediocre mage at the same time. As a child, Deculein was praised as a genius and hailed as a magical prodigy. But in reality, he's much more average than people thought. So his mix of pride and arrogance created the worst possible personality. At this point, can we even still call him a person? They say the deeper you go into the story, the stronger he becomes. But ultimately, he's surrounded by people who despise him. No exceptions. What else can I add to his personality? Some subtle stuff. After all, I'm his inspiration. As he spoke, Woojin typed and clicked like a machine. And quickly a trait called empathy appeared on the screen. Let's see. This trait is empathy. Will this give him compassion or pity? Fine, do it. At least people should feel for him more than for me. Since I'm at it, might as well go all out. This one, I like this. And this too, add this one. And so Woojin began adding a total of 5 new traits to Deculein, including empathy, wealthy magnate, golden touch, keen perception, robust physique. At a glance, those are all excellent traits. After finishing, Woojin felt a bit embarrassed for adding so many good traits to a character modeled on himself. Oh no, I accidentally added too many good things. I shouldn't have done that. I should restore him to his original state before anything happens. Return you to normal. Woojin muttered and quickly typed on the keyboard. But at that moment, a message suddenly arrived, startling him. Holy crap, nearly gave me a heart attack. Who texts at this hour? He glanced at the message and was even more shocked. Wait, that's the scriptwriter. Woojin hurriedly messaged back. Oh yes, what do you want changed in the template? Say it and I'll fix it right away. The scriptwriter replied, no, I'm just here to watch. This confused Woojin, not sure what the other side meant, so he wrote, wait, what do you mean? You mean you're checking the bug with me? To Woojin's question, the scriptwriter sent an even stranger message. Haha, no. Look out the window. Curious, Woojin looked toward the window and wondered, the window? What's there to see? That's what he thought. But the moment he looked out, his face froze. Above, black clouds had gathered, lightning flashing inside them. The most peculiar thing was a large, empty space at the center of the clouds, like a deep hole. This made Woojin's eyes widen as he wondered, what is that? Why is there a hole in the sky? Then, from inside that hole, a massive bolt of lightning shot down, as if trying to split the ground in two. Woojin's vision shifted. Countless chaotic images flitted through his mind, leaving him to wonder what's going on. Hey, where am I? Who is this? A voice spoke. Remember this, always stay alert. Deculein isn't someone to take lightly. He may be down, but he can rise again at any moment. He's simply rebalancing the scale of his talent. Anyway, he's a despicable villain. Cut to an extravagantly luxurious room where a loud shout rang out. Get up, wake up right now, Deculein. The irritated shout snapped the young man sprawled on the bed awake. The speaker was a black-haired girl glaring at the youth with a face that looked ready to devour him. How long are you going to lie there? Do you still call yourself a human? Not answering her scolding, the young man rubbed his face and sighed woefully. Ah, so that's it. It's been a few days since I possessed this body, but it still feels like a dream, Woojin whispered in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, seeing Woojin ignore her, the black-haired girl's lips clenched. Then she yelled, "How long will you lose yourself over a woman? Are you trying to disgrace the family name? I left the paperwork here. If you don't want to be fired from the beloved professorship, get up and go to work." With that, she stormed out in anger. On the other hand, Woojin was still piecing everything together inside. A week ago, the night sky suddenly flashed, and I woke up in an unfamiliar place, inside a stranger's body. I can honestly say I'm in the world of the game I'm developing. The familiar scenery only strengthened my suspicion. On top of that, I'm in the body of someone who can't escape death, regardless of how the storyline of this world unfolds. The worst character of all, I've become the villain, Deculein. Pause the story for a moment. I want to standardize the names. His real name is Kim Woojin, and the in-game name of the character he inhabited is Deculein, so I'll refer to him as Deculein. Back to the story, Deculein carefully gathered the documents the black-haired girl had thrown to the floor and neatly stacked them. Meanwhile, he lay dazed on the bed, rubbing his face and thinking everything over. A week has passed since I arrived here. At first, I thought it was all a dream, but as days went by, the sensation of a living being forced me to accept this as reality. After dying like that, am I experiencing some kind of afterlife world? But whatever the case, one thing I'm sure of, I am the antagonist of the game in development, Deculein von Grahen-Uklein. Deculein is the mid-boss in the game. No matter which route players choose, they'll have to face him. He's the enemy of countless characters, parents, and lovers, and the source of all sorts of events. I've become that sort of villain. The biggest problem is, I don't know at what stage of the game I currently appear. The only thing I know is the total mana I have, but I don't know how to use it. I can't defend myself in this condition. I'm not joking. Across all characters, including Deculein, I tested playthroughs over 1,000 times during development, and Deculein survived in only one scenario. He really is a villain created solely to fulfill his role as a mid-boss. Thinking that over, Deculein glanced at the stack of documents beside him. These were the papers the girl had left, basic knowledge about magic and mana-related theory. Next, information about the black-haired girl quickly popped into Deculein's mind. Her name was Uriel von Dellen-Uklein. The papers she left while I was sleeping belonged to Deculein's half-sister, and she essentially acted as the real lord of the Uklein family in place of Deculein. Also, she didn't have a good relationship with Deculein. The woman Uriel mentioned is probably Yuli. It seems there's something going on between Deculein and Yuli. If I remember right, she mentioned a professor position. There's a lecture today. I should go. Since in my previous life I never taught a class, I need to gather any info I can, and most importantly, these lines keep popping up. At that moment, a system screen appeared before Deculein. Primary survival goal, become a character necessary to the game. Side quest, teach at the academy. Reward, shop money plus 0.5. Even if he didn't want to, Deculein had to drag his tired body out of bed. As he moved, he kept talking himself up. Whether for it or for Yuli, I have to act. She's one of the factors that caused Deculein's death, and the shop money is fairly important too. So how should I teach? Of course I'm worried, but it'll be fine. After all, this body has a special skill, knowledge. Knowledge, an innate skill that grants the user the ability to understand everything, can be activated by consuming mana. Before he became Deculein, I added this skill to him hopping, he'd become more empathetic. This is an innate special skill that appears in the latter half of the game, so it surely has some hidden uses. Lavish bath and clothing, but I can use them more naturally than I thought. It's as if I've always lived like Deculein. At first I thought these clothes were too flashy. Now they feel strangely elegant and comfortable. This is surely due to Deculein's dignity trait. Everything seems to be telling me that. This is your body. Honestly, I can't bring myself to act against the manners this body expects. Things that Kim Woojin once felt awkward about now feel completely natural. Even if it's just to gather information, attending my first lecture seems perfectly ordinary. I am an outstanding and noble aristocrat. Thinking that Deculein couldn't stop sweating, he reminded himself once, what the hell, Kim Woojin? A healthy Korean young man could be called highbrow and handsome. Borrowing someone's last words before parting, a lazy, boring bastard. That's really me. Right, I won't forget myself, no slacking off. Scene change. Deculein silently reminded himself again, then strode outside. Waiting, there was a driver and an extremely luxurious carriage. When the driver saw Deculein, he bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet him. Seeing that, Deculein coldly and quickly stepped into the car. In his head, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Damn, this expensive carriage. I don't think I rode anything this pricey in my last life. Damn." It reminded me of that time again. So annoying. Deculein gritted his teeth, thinking of Ara's new boyfriend waiting for her outside the company. Then, when Deculein glanced to the side, he noticed a brown-haired boy whose hair partly shaded his eyes. Curious, Deculein wondered to himself, who is this kid? Beside him, the boy, startled to be noticed, hurriedly greeted him. "Professor, good morning," he said, handing a stack of papers to the protagonist. This made Deculein quickly work his mind and deduce the boy's role. Seems like he's Deculein's secretary or assistant. Probably. With that, Deculein reached out to take the papers and asked, "Are you a mage?" Deculein's sudden question made the brown-haired boy exclaim in surprise. "What? Huh, I've been taught by you for nearly 3 years." "Ah, no, I was just joking," Deculein shook his head. Then on the way to school, the protagonist checked the stack. "These materials. I thought they were lecture notes, but it turns out they're lines I just need to read. The lecture content was prepared from start to finish. I mean, there's no way this incompetent, arrogant Deculein would prepare a lecture himself. That kid must have done it for him." Thinking that, Deculein felt a bit flustered and said, "Well done." But the moment Deculein said that, the student jumped and shouted, "What?" Deculein didn't say much, only instructed, "Rest until we arrive." "Yes, understood," the student replied hurriedly, while the driver, astonished, thought to himself, "Wait, did the young master just praise someone?" Back to Deculein, his face twisted and he broke into a sweat. What kind of absurd personality is this? My stomach knots over a single compliment. So this is Deculein's nature. I felt it before leaving the mansion, but it seems my mind is being influenced by Deculein's personality. The protagonist muttered, and before long the fancy black carriage stopped, accompanied by the driver's reminder. "We're here, young master." From the back, Deculein said little and quickly opened the door to step outside. Before him lay an expansive architectural complex with towering buildings. Inside the campus, countless students walked about, a sight that left Deculein awestruck. So this is Deculein's workplace, the Royal Academy. The lecture hall to attend is the Rodeo Auditorium. Time flew by. Scene shifts to the Rodeo Lecture Hall. At this point, the hall was packed with students chatting excitedly. "Finally, I can attend the senior professor Deculein's lecture." Hearing that, someone else asked, "Is he the genius who analyzes incantations?" In response, a more informed student added, "Not only that, I've heard he's a prodigy too." Before the students could gossip further, a voice rang out. A figure appeared in the room and called for attention. All attention. Instantly, all the students fell silent. "I am Deculein von Grahen-Uklein. I have been assigned this lecture as a senior professor of the Mage Tower." With a cold, aristocratic manner, Deculein calmly said, "Then, let us begin." His handsome bearing began to make the female students swoon. "Wow, he's so handsome. And smart too, so cool." In another corner of the hall, a girl's hand clenched the paper on her desk, trembling with excitement. "Cool, haha. Finally we meet." Her eyes filled with hatred. "That despicable Deculein, my father's enemy," she said, glaring sharply at the protagonist. Returning to the stranger girl's thoughts, memories began to surface. 3 years ago, my father committed suicide. After years devoted to interpreting the holy texts, he took his own life from the shock of having his research thesis stolen. The person who stole my father's paper is lauded by the public as a genius interpreter of the scriptures. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Deculein, but there was nothing I could do. After my father died, I lost everything. Once a noble, I lost not just my family name, but our lands and every possession we own. In the end, I had nowhere to go. At that moment, I swore to myself, I will take revenge on that scumbag. After that day, I worked tirelessly day and night until I was finally admitted to the Royal Academy, where Deculein teaches. I know what the other students don't. His gift for interpreting the scriptures is a sham. All that glory was stolen from my father. After ruining my family, how can he act so calmly? The one who should be standing there is my father. I want to expose his lies and kill him immediately. But now, if I want to overthrow him, I need to prepare more for a perfect revenge plan. The young woman thought this, trembling with rage. Still, she tried to calm herself, unaware that while she was overwhelmed by emotion, our protagonist was calmly introducing himself to the students. "Attention, everyone, I will begin the lecture. Let me introduce myself. I am a senior professor at the Mage Tower, a quasi-overlord grade mage, someone who commands the elements. I have been appointed as a special instructor for you. Mages are divided into 11 ranks, with quasi-overlord fourth from the top. By now, you should be aware of that, but magic is mainly split into 3 attributes and 9 schools. As for attributes, origin, foundation of magic, element, constitution of matter, material, medium that conducts mana. As for classifications, Summoning, spirit, destruction, support, control, durability, enchantment, harmony, and finally specialization. That's why a mage must, blah blah, back to Deculein's perspective. While lecturing the students, he thought to himself, things are going more smoothly than I expected. Not only is this my first lecture, I'm teaching magical theory, a subject I'm unfamiliar with. Although I'm just reading from a prepared script, I somehow seem to grasp the entire content. The dignity and domineering traits draw every gaze to me, while the elite trait helps me not feel awkward under that attention. Instead of feeling pressured, it feels natural. Deculein's traits really do make him a fitting lecturer. Thinking that, Deculein refocused on his lecture. He explained, mana has different uses depending on the body part that stores it. Typically, mages store mana in the brain, the place most suited to imagining incantations. Swordsmen, on the other hand, store mana in the heart, the organ that pumps blood through the body. And finally, the dantian is the most suitable mana reservoir for everyone, as it forms a strong link between internal and external force. What I mean is simple. Effort matters, but if talent is lacking, careful selection and focus are also essential. Saying that, even Deculein reminded himself, quite the appropriate advice for Deculein. In truth, Deculein isn't that talented. Although he currently has 3,375 mana points, there's a character out there with over 30,000 starting mana. The one who should heed this advice most of all is him. Ridiculous. Anyway, this is just a per-written lecture. Thinking that, he announced the end of the lesson. Today's lecture ends here. One last thing at that, the protagonist's voice abruptly stopped. He hesitated inwardly. I'm wavering on this line, do I really have to read it? If I were the real Deculein, I wouldn't read it. He thought, Deculein wants to be himself, not be swayed by the game's body's personality. So he asked the students, any questions? Hearing that, the students glanced at each other and shrugged. Looks like no one has questions, which gave Deculein a bit of relief. Good, seems no one has questions, he murmured, preparing to end the lecture. But just then, a gray-haired girl suddenly stood up and shouted, Professor Deculein, a strange spell was found in the mage's dormitory last night. Some even call it the work of a demon. As the genius interpreter of the scriptures, what do you think about this? In response, Deculein glanced at her and asked, are you really from the Mage Tower? Across from him, the gray-haired girl was startled, not quite understanding his question. Excuse me, why would you ask that? Deculein explained. If you're truly from the Mage Tower, you should introduce yourself first. I won't answer questions from an impolite child like you. Deculein's reply made the strange girl widen her eyes. However, our protagonist seemed unconcerned and immediately turned toward the door he had come through. He thought, sorry, but there's no other choice. I've just realized how much mana using the knowledge trait consumes. It took 1,300 mana just to understand this lecture script. Who knows how much mana a spell I've never seen will cost? Inside the hall, those around who saw the girl reprimanded by Deculein whispered and snickered. Hee. She tried to get attention and failed. The sarcastic remarks seemed to make her angrier. Refusing to give up, she continued. Wait, the mages refused to explain it, saying it's just a rumor, but I believe you, Professor, can identify this type of spell. I formally request an explanation of this spell. Having said that, she immediately used her body's mana to form a green magic circle, horribly misshapen, floating in the classroom. And with just a glance at it, Deculein's mana dropped, leaving him with only 360 points. Above, the gray-haired girl continued. Some apprentice mages stayed in the dorm to analyze it, but there's been no progress. If you could give us a hint. Before she finished, Deculein cut in. This is a barrier spell. No hint needed. This is a barrier-type magic belonging to the enchantment school. Someone tried to imprison those inside. That's all there is to it. Having said that, Deculein coldly left the room, leaving the gray-haired girl stunned. For completing his teaching task, Deculein also received 0.5 shop points from the system. Time passed quickly, seeing shifts to the Mage Academy's dining hall. Now the gray-haired girl was still fuming over Deculein's lecture earlier. What a hateful guy. I wanted to expose his fraudulent interpretation skills with an unknown spell, and instead he called me rude just because I forgot to state my name. I thought I'd die of embarrassment, but he must have been surprised trying to wiggle out of the situation. He labeled it enchantment magic. Enchantment magic is complex and usually requires an intermediary. How could it be enchantment magic without an intermediary, huh? What I showed him was an exact copy of the nameless standard spell painted on the main door of the dorm last night. Although people were initially bewildered, it became reference material for newcomers. I know he's lying, she muttered. Just then, from the back, a red-haired friend came rushing over and called out, Ephen, the magic array from yesterday. It's been deciphered. When we restructured the incantation into a barrier, I was genuinely amazed. We were too scared of the professor to ask anything. But you were brave. On hearing that, Ephen's face went blank. Wait, you mean it really is a barrier magic? To confirm, the red-haired girl nodded brightly. Yeah, Professor Deculein is amazing, right? How could he know it's enchantment magic without an intermediary? Thanks, Ephen. We'll send a report about this. We'll be sure to put your name on it. Thanks, Ephen replied awkwardly. Even so, she still couldn't accept that Deculein had really guessed the magic correctly. Impossible. That can't be. It must have been a lucky guess. In the end, I only helped boost his reputation. Thinking that, she pulled a paper from her bag. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Class, 5 credits, Instructor. Deculein von Grahen-Uklein. Staring at the paper, Ephen pressed her lips together. She thought, a lecture by Deculein this term. They say know your enemy and yourself and you'll never lose. I'll have to brace myself if I face that bastard every day. Just you wait, Deculein, I'll expose you soon. Ephen vowed to herself, a fierce flame of anger kindling inside her. Back with Deculein, even though he'd stepped out of the classroom, he couldn't help feeling shaken inside. That was a close call. The moment I glanced at that magic, my understanding trait accidentally activated, and just looking at the interwoven magic circle drained all my mana. I still don't know what kind of magic it is. Even if I had twice my current mana, I couldn't grasp its rules. But at least nothing terrible happened. As Deculein was thinking this, a voice called out ahead. Long time no see. The voice caught Deculein's attention, and he quickly recognized who it was. She had white hair and bright eyes, a person he'd seen many times on his computer screen. Yuli von der Freyden. She is Deculein's fiancée and a notable figure destined to reach the pinnacle of the knight career. Unexpected to meet her here. Up ahead, Yuli greeted him. How have you been lately? Deculein replied with an icy face. I'm not sure, let's say I'm fine. For some reason, Deculein's answer seemed to annoy Yuli. Her brows tightened as she demanded, you think you're fine, even though you broke the promise we just made a week ago. From Deculein's perspective, he had no idea what promise this was. Promise what? I don't know what she's talking about. Better to dodge it. Thinking that to avoid more trouble with someone as dangerous as her, Deculein coldly stepped past. I don't remember. Now, not letting him finish, the knight blocked Deculein and coldly continued. Are you trying to run away? Like before, Deculein began to sense Yuli's resolve not to let him go. So he had to stop and speak. I seem to have forgotten because of the fever earlier. Could you remind me what we promised each other? At Deculein's question, a few images from last week rose in Yuli's mind. Back then she told Deculein, promise me. If you're honest with yourself and confess your vanity and arrogance, I'll marry you, even if the world collapses. Thinking that her trust had been betrayed, veins bulged on Yuli's face. She gritted her teeth and said to the man before her, it seems I was wrong to trust you. You can go on now. Hearing that, Deculein turned his head to glance at his fiancée for a moment, then walked away. Well then, I'm off. Behind him, Yuli's teeth were grinding so hard they made a sound. She remembered her betrothal to Deculein. My betrothal to Deculein is for advantage. Deculein is a talented mage, and I am a talented knight. The union of the two would certainly benefit politics and lineage, her brother had said. Because both the Uklein and Freyden houses have royal blood, no one opposed the marriage. Even Yuli accepted it at the time. It's fine. For the family's sake. Even if I don't love him, I'll accept it. That was what Yuli thought then. However, the two houses soon realized a fact. Deculein's talent never actually existed. Maybe he didn't want to admit it, but he deceived everyone by claiming to be a genius at analyzing magic, and became a professor. But what must happen will happen. Over time, many began to doubt whether Deculein's talent was real. Magic prodigy, the youngest senior professor in the tower's history, Deculein showed no progress since the exam 3 years ago. After several incidents, he stopped boasting about his achievements. Still, despite discovering this, the Uklein and Freyden houses tried to hide the truth, probably because they didn't want to be gossiped about. They didn't want their flaws exposed, but I couldn't let it slide. I can accept a loveless marriage, but I can't forgive deceit. That's my code as a knight. That was it, he agreed. But now, he doesn't even remember that promise. Yuli whispered, her hand clenched until it trembled. The Royal Academy, the Tower of Magic. The Royal Academy is the best school in the game, and the Magic Department is the top faculty. You could liken it to the medical school of Seoul National University. And the Tower of Magic is the affiliated hospital. As he looked around, even Deculein nodded in appreciation. It looks nice. A large campus and well-kept gardens. It reminded me of one of those American universities. The game design team must have pulled many all-nighters to craft this atmosphere. I could have enjoyed it more if I'd been in a different body to properly experience this campus. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed toward the protagonist. Deculein sensed it immediately. His face darkened, and he instinctively swung his elbow back, hitting the person running at him and scattering the documents the guy carried. The runner turned out to be Deculein's assistant. "I'm sorry, I'm rushing to meet the professor here." Deculein recognized him too. "So this is that brat from before? I thought it was an ambush." He murmured to himself, then asked, "Oh, you're Zorro, right?" "No, I'm Alan," the assistant replied, making the atmosphere between them a bit awkward. A few seconds later, Deculein hesitated and added, "I must have mistaken you." "Ah, yes," Alan said, curious about who Zorro was. Next, the scene shifts to Deculein's office. He's looking over the documents Alan brought and asks, "So this is why you rushed to see me?" Alan nodded and explained, "Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsors for this year's new mages." His words made Deculein quickly grasp the situation. The Tower of Magic is like a research institute in the real world, so money is essential for magical development. Professors in the tower sponsor new mages they deem worthy. Then, while scanning the applicant's info, Deculein suddenly noticed someone's entry glowing. This name is glowing. I think it's due to Deculein's attributes. He has the tycoon wealth trait, rare, a natural magnate and outstanding financier with uncanny instinct for value. The more info provided, the more accurate your instinct becomes. The sharp vision trait, rare, describes visual perception acuity. Mana points and similar attributes are mainly used to link with other traits rather than stand alone. Back in Deculein's view, he quickly deduced, this must be the combo of tycoon wealth and sharp vision. I bet the factor behind this name brings money. A few others were like that, but she was the brightest. At that moment, standing before Deculein was the gray-haired girl, Ephen. Oh, this face looks familiar too. Ephen Luna, a well-known name in the game. According to the dev who designed her, Deculein stole her father. However, why does Ephen Luna have no sponsors at all? Deculein asked aloud. For that question, his assistant Alan scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "Ah, Ephen Luna, I think people are scared." Not letting him continue, Deculein nodded. "I see." He thought, it seems people fear what she'd do if they sponsored her. Let's see, she has enough talent to enter the Tower of Magic without the Academy. However, this Ephen Luna is Deculein's enemy. No, rather, Deculein is her enemy. If I let things play out exactly as in the game, I'll meet the same end, death. A system notification appeared. Skill, villain's fate, description, everyone wishes him dead. Yet things that don't kill him will make him stronger. In the game, Deculein dies in many ways. Stabbed in the heart, stabbed in the head, poisoned in wine, blown up, whatever the method. The fact of his death doesn't change. If I want to survive, I have to make a different choice. A choice the original Deculein wouldn't make. With that thought, after about 2 seconds of reflection, Deculein began to sign the paper, then handed it to his assistant Alan. "Alan, submit these and borrow some books. I plan to write a few things before going home." "Ah, yes, goodbye, Professor," Alan replied and hurried off to borrow books. After seeing him leave his office, Deculein fell into thought. I need a lot of money to survive. Money can avoid many deaths. Investing in a mage is a way to make money. However, that's still not enough. Countless names in this world hate me. They'll kill me at the first chance they get. To survive, what I really need is an escape. I need to become stronger. But Deculein's talent is average at best. And with this situation, I can't properly handle the threats ahead. I won't survive the countless deaths still waiting for me. Although I do have one advantage, my attributes. Deculein can't control all 4 elements like he bragged, but he definitely has potential with earth and fire elements, plus his knack for manipulating magic. And by combining earth and fire to form metal, Deculein developed a special trait called the Midas Hand. Midas Hand, unique rank, consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's potential. Thus, Deculein's metal manipulation lets him control swords that hover by energy. However, this is certainly not common in this world. What I lack in raw power can be made up by manipulating the properties of metal. But to do all this, I must first learn to control the basics. I have to learn object manipulation. Let's test it. No thinking, just doing. Without hesitation, Deculein placed his hand on the basic manipulation spellbook before him and activated his understanding trait to speed up learning. At that moment, a fierce energy began pouring from him, and a highly complex magic circle formed in the air. Then a storm of information started flooding into Deculein's head, making sweat stream down his face. The contents and incantations of the spellcraft poured directly into my mind, but quickly the process ended. To test what I just learned, Deculein glanced at the pen nearby and tried to focus. Sure enough, immediately after, he was able to make the pen float in midair. Our protagonist was pretty pleased with that result. Now I've memorized the basic spellcraft and don't need incantations to cast it. Seeing something I'd only seen in the game made real. Even if it's just basic, if new skill results already reach this level, once I learn advanced remote control skills, I'll get close to the power I want. So what should I do next? Can I inscribe magic circles all over my body? In this world, the larger a magic circle is, the stronger it is. Then, if I fully understand my body with understanding, not just the brain but the heart too, I can boost my object control by carving magic circles across my entire body. Of course, there's a risk of overload or side effects, but this body has the Iron Man trait, granting its owner top-tier physical capacity and innate potential, allowing me to withstand those side effects. This is something I can only do in this world. My remaining mana is 800, which should be enough to try a bit. With that thought, Deculein began experimenting directly on his body. The book in his hands burst into intense light, and then countless strange runes began flowing into Deculein's body. Instantly, Deculein felt a terrible pain wash over him, an incomparable agony, as if every bone in his body were shattering and each muscle being torn apart. However, Deculein didn't flinch. He wouldn't let out even a groan, because that was the refined composure a noble must maintain. Time passed quickly, the process finally finished, and Deculein's mana was down to a single point. His whole body shook with pain. I'm utterly exhausted. I failed because I ran out of mana, but I gained something. Now I have a magic circle on my shoulder. At this rate, it'll take about 2 weeks to inscribe them over my whole body. Time flew on. 1 month after Deculein's lecture, today is the first day of class. Cut to the Tower of Mages, where the students are gathered, staring at a wooden board with Deculein's notice. I, Professor Deculein, will test your abilities. Bring me any results you find from this area. It's full of elements, ideal for your experiments. After reading it, the students were stunned, looking at each other and whispering, "This is different from what the seniors told us. Are all his classes like this?" Think about it. He just told us to self-study using a guideboard. So we have to do something with elements? Is that why we're here? Where is Professor Deculein? The group fretted. Elsewhere, Ephen frowned in annoyance, silently scolding Deculein. What an irresponsible man, telling us to self-study on the very first day. What kind of bastard is he? As she finished speaking, a blonde girl came up from behind and bumped into her, then hurried off without so much as an apology. This annoyed Ephen, and she was about to snap at her. But the moment she saw the blonde girl's face, Ephen went silent, recognizing who the girl was. It was Sylvia von Josephina Ley. Across from her, Sylvia tilted her head slightly toward Ephen, then turned and walked away. Ephen's face went blank as she wondered. She didn't recognize me. Time passed quickly. Ephen was building a small castle with her magic like a child playing in sand, but Sylvia's earlier snub kept nagging at her. What happened? If I'm not mistaken, that girl must be from the Alade family. 10 years ago, the Alade family, fearing my father's and my potential, sent soldiers to surround our manor and threaten my family. So why doesn't she remember me? Before she could find an answer, a strong gust scattered her little castle. What's going on? It felt like mana was being sucked away. Ephen frowned and scanned her surroundings. Sure enough, Sylvia was using her magic to build a massive castle, and Ephen's small one was being drawn toward it by Sylvia's spell. This made Ephen furious. She demanded, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you realize you're taking everything I've gathered? Hey, are you listening to me?" Ephen shouted, but the other girl remained silent. This made the gray-haired girl tremble with anger. What the hell is wrong with this brat? Why isn't she responding? But Ephen was quick to think. A normal person, even a stranger, would at least react. Sylvia wasn't responding at all, which led Ephen to quickly suspect she was doing it on purpose. She smirked and said, "Hey, why are you pretending not to know me, Miss Sylvia?" In front of her, Sylvia's shoulder twitched at the words. Of course, Ephen saw it. From that alone, the gray-haired girl was sure Sylvia recognized her. She pressed on. "I thought so. There's no way you don't remember me. After threatening my family and forcing me to abandon magic, are you afraid I've come to steal all your attention?" Across from her, Sylvia coldly denied it. "I don't know you." Hearing that, Ephen snapped angrily. "How dare you look down on me now?" In reply, Sylvia stared at Ephen with a razor gaze. "I don't know you, but I know your father. That arrogant noble? I heard he's dead." The words barely left Sylvia's mouth before Ephen clenched her teeth. Her eyes flared with fury, like a bomb ready to explode. And as expected, the nearby students began to sense a huge magical fluctuation and turned to look. Look! A male student cried out. At his shout, everyone turned their eyes and saw. Ephen had gathered energy into her fist and barreled straight at Sylvia without thinking. She screamed, "What did you just say?" "Say that again." In front of her, Sylvia quickly formed a magical barrier to protect herself. Ephen's attack slammed into the shield, producing a deafening explosion in the air. The students gawking nearby were blasted backward by the force. Only when the blast subsided did terrified cries begin. "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" someone asked anxiously. Following their gaze, Ephen was grabbing Sylvia by the hair and demanding, "I told you to repeat yourself. How dare you insult my father?" Before she finished, a student felt a strange magical pulse and shouted in alarm, "What is that? What light is that?" Hearing this, Ephen paused. She looked back and discovered that, somehow, a spatial rift had opened behind them, emitting red-black energy. The new students screamed in terror. Even Ephen, who had been so fierce moments before, broke into a cold sweat at the sight. "It's a rift." "Yes, it's where my mana and Sylvia's collided earlier. It's pulling everything in." On the side, a student who grasped the danger yelled, "Hey, it's about to explode. Run now." Hearing that, Ephen's heart leapt. "No, if it detonates, metal shards will fly like stray bullets and everyone here will die," she thought. But she had no way to stop the rift. Seconds later, the black hole detonated, releasing a tremendous shockwave. The ground around it was churned into fragments. Seeing this, Ephen gritted her teeth and used magic to form a protective shield for everyone. Then, suddenly, everything went eerily quiet. "What's this? Why so quiet? Has it stopped?" Ephen thought as she looked ahead. What she saw was the cold, cool figure of Deculein standing there. All the chunks of stone flung by the blast hung suspended in midair, utterly motionless. Ephen couldn't help but gasp, "Huh, when did he get here? And why have the blasted fragments frozen in midair like that?" Unaware of the student's private thoughts, Deculein began to command the scattered fragments to converge. They flowed like a winding stream, radiating brilliant colors that left the students awestruck. The moment they saw Deculein use telekinesis, everyone around gasped in admiration. Since they were all trainees hunting their magical knowledge, they couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of that spell. It was an enchanting magic. No one could deny its loveliness. Back to Deculein. After he tossed the pile of shards aside like rubbish, our protagonist grew cold and addressed the students. "Attention. This lesson ends here. Everyone except those responsible for this incident leave now." Seeing Deculein's icy expression, Ephen swallowed nervously. "It's over. I'm doomed," she thought. Time passed, and the scene cut to the interrogation room. Because the chaos caused by Ephen and Sylvia nearly turned the whole class into a salt-selling spectacle, the Academy immediately launched an emergency investigation. As the professor responsible for that class, Deculein attended. Outside the entrance, a portly man saw him and beamed, "Professor Deculein, you arrived early. As expected, your grave demeanor is a model for all mages." That man was Deculein, professor of spirit studies. The man behind him was Deculein, professor of supportive arts. In response, a girl wearing a mage's hat tilted her head and said, "Welcome, Professor Deculein, Professor Deculein. Sorry for summoning you without notice, and thank you for coming so quickly." This girl was Deculein, head of the Royal Academy's Magic Tower. Hearing that, the two professors nodded and took their seats. Then a woman entered, speaking acidly. "So who is it? Who dared lay hands on the allied family's young lady?" Deculein chuckled and replied, "From what I hear, it was just a low-born brat, not even enrolled in the academy. Truly a shady character. But I also hear Professor Deculein already handled what could have become a major incident satisfactorily." "I heard the same. Very impressive," Professor Deculein chimed in. From Deculein's vantage, with his abilities he could read Deculein's true intent with a single glance. The man was flattering him outwardly, but all the professors here were skilled at turning situations, so the disciplinary outcome was essentially decided. On one side sat Sylvia, daughter of the powerful Elaid clan, while on the other was a fallen noble, actually a commoner, Ephen. It was obvious which side they'd take, so I must change the result of this disciplinary hearing. Earlier I could see a surging crimson aura emanating from Ephen. Only I could see it because of my sharp-sighted trait. It signaled the appearance of a villain's fate. If I don't alter the outcome, my death will draw nearer. Back in the interrogation, once everyone had arrived, a voice announced, "The disciplinary hearing between novice mage Ephen and Sylvia will commence now." Deculein didn't wait and thundered, "How dare you two brawl inside the academy? If not for Professor Deculein, someone would have been hurt. Why on earth did you fight?" In response, Ephen could only bow bitterly and say, "I can't say." "What?" Deculein frowned, puzzled. Ephen looked up toward the seated professors and pondered. "That bastard is watching from somewhere above, so I couldn't say anything. Sylvia had scoffed at my father and driven me mad with her clever cruelty, but I couldn't possibly say that in front of that enemy. Thinking that, Ephen's tears kept falling. She felt as if the whole world was targeting her. Unaware of Ephen's thoughts, Ritlan saw her crying and not only felt no pity but shouted even louder. "What are you playing at? Some inferiority complex. You should know your place compared to Sylvia, and yet you brazenly ignore that." Below, Ephen only clenched her hands and said nothing. Seeing this, Ritlan turned to Sylvia and urged, "So Sylvia, speak up." In reply, Sylvia recounted the whole thing. "During the lesson, I accidentally ruined her work, which led to the dispute." After hearing it, the professors fumed and whispered among themselves. "What? So Sylvia didn't do it on purpose? And Ephen used that as an excuse to make a scene? How dare some lowly nobody? Can't she control her temper? Chairwoman, we should expel her. We cannot tolerate that attitude and violent behavior." Below, Ephen ground her teeth at the continuous accusations from the professors. "So cold, I have to endure vile insults at a simple disciplinary hearing at the academy. All the criticism is directed at me, and I have no defense. No one will stand up for me anymore. Everything is so cold. Deculein. It's all because of that name." The more she thought, the more her eyes burned with hatred. Meanwhile, Chairwoman Adeline, seeing consensus forming, announced, "If that's the case, it seems everyone has decided. Professor Deculein was on the scene. Let's hear his opinion before concluding." Hearing this, Deculein spoke up. "I, Deculein, ask you as a senior tower professor and member of the disciplinary committee. Do you think you bear no fault in this matter?" Sylvia von Josephine allayed. At this, both Ephen and Sylvia were startled. Sylvia blinked and asked back, "Pardon." Deculein's voice rang again. "Let me ask again. Do you truly believe you are blameless in this incident?" Hearing that, Ephen was completely bewildered by the turn of events. Not only she, portly Ritlan was also at a loss and stammered. "What are you saying, Professor Deculein?" Ignoring him, the protagonist fixed a glacial stare on Sylvia and explained to everyone in the room. "You could have prevented that incident, but you didn't. Or is the ability everyone praises you for actually insufficient to do so?" Deculein's hard-hitting words left Sylvia stunned, but then she reacted quickly, bowing and taking responsibility. "I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get into bigger trouble." Beside her, Ephen widened her eyes and thought, "What? Why did he question Sylvia and not me? No matter how you look at it, this was my fault." She cast a suspicious glance upward. Ritlan, thinking the same, objected, "But Professor Deculein, the fault lies with the attacker, not the defender." In response, Deculein shot him a cold look. "Context matters. If anyone's at fault, it's me, the one who taught the class. Professor Ritlan, do you want me to take the blame?" "Of course not. I just thought that would be unwise." Ritlan hesitated. For Ephen, Deculein's words shocked her even more. He'd even rebuked the professor siding with Sylvia. Why did he have to go that far? Was it to protect me? Ephen whispered to herself. Then, to break the tense mood, Chairwoman Adeline snapped her fingers to draw everyone's attention. "All right, they're children. It's through friction that they grow. These kids are new mages, so instead of arguing over who's at fault and humiliating them, let's let it slide this time. This time, no one will be punished. You both may go." The chairwoman's declaration made Ephen's hands clench and tremble. Instead of relief at not being expelled, she felt anger. "What? I was fully prepared to be expelled. The Deculein I know would never do that. But then why?" Ephen wondered. Cut to the professor's area. With the hearing over, they drifted out of the room. Meanwhile, portly Professor Ritlan took the chance to flatter the protagonist. "Just as expected of Professor Deculein, you have a special way of analyzing things. It's all for the students." However, before he could finish, curious Ephen downstairs couldn't hold back and stood up. "Professor, I have a question." Countless thoughts raced through Ephen's mind. "If you remember the Luna family, and if you know my father, and if you know he suffered his whole life before taking his own life." After saying that, she bowed her head anxiously to think. But even if Deculein remembers, what if he reverses the ruling to protect himself? Even so, if he doesn't remember my father, wouldn't that hurt more? The more she thought, the more anxious Ephen grew, awaiting Deculein's reply. But Deculein did not disappoint her when he answered. "You don't need to ask. Don't waste your talent on things of the past." With that, our protagonist left, leaving the gray-haired girl standing dazed. "I knew it. Deculein knows me and my father. If not, he would have no reason to help me. Surely Deculein felt some responsibility and chose to help. So he helped me out of pity, thank goodness. It turns out he hasn't forgotten, and if he still remembers me, I'm satisfied with that. At least for now, that's enough." As she thought this, tears streamed down her small face. Then Ephen wiped them away, moved. Thanks to the shift in her mood, Deculein also overcame the fate-altering death and received 2 shop coins. Time passed quickly. Cut to Sylvia's location. She was being picked up by a blond man in a convertible. He was Gilthian von Ludwig Alade, Sylvia's father, a telepathic mage and head of the Alade clan. Having heard the whole story, he comforted his daughter. Well, you don't need to worry about that child anymore. Ephen Luna did have talent, but she missed her chance. Behind him, Sylvia stared blankly at the surroundings, recalling a memory from the past. 10 years ago, on the aptitude test day for academy admission, it was the first time Ephen and Sylvia met. After the test with the magical orb, the old mage was stunned by the light it emitted. Impossible, both of you have the talent to become archmages. Around them, others overheard and whispered, "What? 2 kids from our territory? What's going on?" The reason everyone was so surprised was because of that archmage-level result. The pinnacle of the magical world, the immortal eternal tier. An existence so lofty even emperors can't reach it. Those who attain that level are called archmages and are etched into the continent's history. However, typically only 3 can become archmages in one era. It doesn't matter what specialty they have. That's the unchanging law of mages. At that time, aside from Demakin, the first to reach the eternal tier in this age, 2 slots remained. Yet one of those was practically reserved for Deculein, the tower's chairwoman and the strongest candidate for archmage. In other words, Sylvia, the heir of the Alade clan, and Ephen, the daughter of the Luna branch, had to compete for the remaining seat. I could see that without anyone telling me. That day, I learned the real reason the Alade clan was oppressing the Luna family was because of me. It was to help me become an archmage instead of Ephen. Becoming an archmage is my wish and my destiny, Sylvia told herself. Yet thinking of Ephen's earlier words, "Are you afraid I'll surpass you?" made Sylvia annoyed for a moment, then she quickly reassured herself. "No, I'm just overthinking." Up ahead, Uncle Gilthian, sensing his daughter's worry, smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about that child. You should watch out for Deculein. He's not simple. He may be struggling now, but he was hailed a prodigy in youth. He could rise to the top, no one knows." Sylvia clearly took her father's words to heart. "I know. Professor Deculein saw through my trap. Back then, I had clearly drained Ephen's mana. I set a trap that would explode on contact with Ephen's mana. The bigger the blast, the deeper her trouble. But Deculein immediately saw through the plan, even though I'd checked for any observation magic in the area. Then he forced me to compromise, instead of saying I did it. I know everything. Do as I say, that was a threat, but I had to accept. I thought he was just someone a bit above average. But he's so deep. What kind of person is he?" The more she thought, the more sweat beaded on the young woman's face. Her hands trembled with tension. Time passed quickly. A few days later, cut to Deculein's mansion. Our protagonist wore an elegant outfit that emphasized his nobility. It seemed Deculein was preparing for a party. Outside the room, a man's voice reminded him, "It's me, Roy. Are you ready?" Deculein replied he'd be out shortly. Next, the driver took Deculein to the event in his expensive car. Inside the car, the protagonist quietly thought of Ephen. I did right to help her. Because of that, I removed a fate-altering element and gained shop money. I didn't expect the new mage who questioned me to be Ephen, but she has the highest hostility toward Deculein. Of course, Sylvia may still resent me no matter what, but I had no choice. That was the only way to save myself. With that thought, he paused and steered the conversation toward today's trip. Social events, I want to avoid them. However, I can't miss the chance to earn more shop money. With that, he glanced at the system screen. Side quest, attend the New Year's Blossom event. Reward, shop money plus 0.5. Looking at this quest, Deculein reminded himself, I need at least 5 shop coins to access the shop, so I must check if any famous figures are at this event. Soon after, the car pulled up at an opulent castle. When Deculein stepped inside, 2 footmen at the door bowed to him. "Welcome, Professor Deculein." Not paying much attention as soon as he entered the great hall, Deculein didn't forget his goal and scanned the room to see if anyone could help him earn extra shop coins. They all looked like high nobility, and I also saw many famous people I knew, especially Ihelm, the one I myself designed. This really was the right choice, Deculein muttered inwardly. At the same time, an elderly man in the back quickly noticed Deculein's arrival and hurried over to greet him. "Look who's here. Isn't that Professor Deculein? My daughter studies in his class." Around them, other guests who heard this all turned and surged forward, like sharks spotting bait. "Oh, Professor Deculein, I've always wanted to meet you." Seeing the crowd closing in, Deculein really had to retract his earlier thought that coming here was a brilliant idea. Before Deculein could greet the nobles ahead, a voice grabbed his attention. "Ganesha, I read about your exploits in Continental magazine. The elderly man was about to invite Deculein to dinner, but Deculein raised a hand to stop him and glanced around as if searching for someone. I just heard someone say, Ganesha. Get to know her, she'll have a major turning point in the plot. This is the best move I can make today. But where is she? I heard her name somewhere nearby. I need to seize this chance to meet her. Thinking that, Deculein scanned the area. At the same time, on the second floor, a girl dressed like a ship captain was staring at him. She was Ganesha, the fifth strongest character at the story's start. Back to the protagonist's POV. After a moment, he quickly spotted Ganesha's figure. She must be nearby. There she is, the woman with a red ponytail, wearing a faux adventurer outfit. I need to hurry, Deculein told himself and quickened his steps. However, it seemed the heavens wanted to block him. At that moment, some random blonde nuisance appeared and delayed him. Professor Deculein. The one who approached was the blonde Ihelm. His full name was Ihelm von Gerion Rewind, a monarchank mage of the royal family. Ihelm strolled up to Deculein and chatted as if they were old pals. Ho ho, impressive. Senior Professor Deculein remembers me. What an honor, it's been ages. How's your research going? A bit sudden, but I've heard some rumors. Deculein frowned and asked, what are you talking about? Ihelm replied with a pleased look, oh, nothing. Just that your research hasn't progressed in 3 years and some doubt your abilities. If you need help, I'm ready. Back in Deculein's POV, as the designer of these characters, he immediately guessed why this blonde was approaching, here to provoke him. This guy was Deculein's rival at school. They had been close, but after losing the senior professor post to Deculein, he grew jealous. At first, Deculein was somewhat bothered, but such provocation meant little to him. Actually, Ihelm wasn't entirely wrong. The rumors had truth. As he thought this, Deculein glanced to the second floor and realized Ganesha's figure had vanished. She's gone, Ganesha's disappeared. I lost her trail because I had to stand there and listen to that idiot babble. Behind me, Ihelm, unaware that Deculein was boiling with rage, kept talking like a broken record. If you stay that arrogant, nobody will like you. Back to Deculein. By now he could no longer hold back his anger. He strode slowly toward Ihelm and warned him in a cold voice. Hey, Ihelm. Enough nonsense. Get lost, you bastard. With that, Deculein walked off, leaving a stunned Ihelm behind. Damn it. I need to find Ganesha before she leaves the party and I lose my chance to meet her. Otherwise my plan's ruined, he thought. Time flew by. At this point, the protagonist still hadn't found the formidable woman. Instead, he had to spend time ditching the crowd clamoring to talk to him. Phew. I shook off Ihelm, but there are still plenty of fools in the way. That's why I hate these social events. Deculein sighed in annoyance. Then suddenly, a voice called beside him. Professor Deculein. Hearing the familiar sound, Deculein looked toward the caller. And to his surprise, the caller was Ganesha. In front of him, Ganesha looked at Deculein with a teasing glint and said, Did we run into each other by chance, or were you looking for me? Deculein didn't answer immediately. He was still taken aback by Ganesha's attitude. So I ran into Ganesha while dodging those lunatics. More importantly, are Ganesha and I acquainted? He wondered, then forced a wry smile and replied, I'm just lost. That answer made the redhead laugh out loud. How funny, I knew you were looking for me. You have something to tell me. I'm sorry about that commission, but I already returned the mission fee. Can you let it go this once? At this, Deculein instantly guessed. It seems Deculein and Ganesha are connected through some task. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, the adventurer continued. I'm sorry I didn't bring the talented kids you mentioned. No, it's not that I didn't bring them. I grew attached to them, so I couldn't hand them over to you, she said with a conflicted expression. Meanwhile, our protagonist still didn't grasp the whole situation. I have no idea what she's talking about. But it seems Deculein has done this multiple times, trying to make up for his shortcomings with talented children. Turning back to Ganesha, her tone shifted slightly and she asked, Let me ask you something. How long do you intend to live like this? Her voice dripped with sarcasm, and the question made Deculein pause, remembering many things. Until when? Before I inhabited Deculein's body. He listened to the seductions of worthless people, betrayed the trust around him, and hurt many people for his own gain. But I'm different. Saying that, Deculein leaned on the balcony, looked into the distance, and calmly said, From now on I'll live differently. To Ganesha, her earlier remark had been pure mockery. Yet she received an unexpectedly sincere reply, leaving her staring at the protagonist in astonishment. I didn't expect that. I thought you'd kill me for opposing the secret mission and running off. You're worrying too much. The male lead waved his hand, secretly admiring Deculein's foolishness. He actually tried to kill Ganesha, the current top-tier fighter. He must have been trying to get himself killed. I knew nothing about Deculein at first. But Ganesha is someone who can kill anyone with a single hair. Her attributes are an immortal body and mastery of martial arts. She's a warrior who has reached the pinnacle of combat. Because I'm him now, Deculein couldn't send an assassin after Ganesha. If he had, he'd probably be in a coffin by now. It's a bit different from what I expected, but I still achieved my goal at this networking party. No reason to stay any longer. Thinking that, Deculein didn't want to linger at social events like this, so he told Ganesha, "I'll come back, so don't fuss about it." Ganesha, curious as he started to leave, said, "You're just going to leave like that? That's fine. No assassins or bloodshed." "I'm not free," Deculein replied coldly. That remark left the redhead momentarily stunned. Back to Deculein. As he walked, he mulled things over. With the Deculein family's power, as Ganesha said, he could use the Adventurers Guild to put pressure on her. But doing so would increase the variables that could lead to his death. Just as Deculein considered this, almost rewarding his wise decision, the system flashed a reminder: villain fate avoided cause of death. Shop money +1. The notification left Deculein baffled. What? Before it was overcome, now it's avoided. I didn't realize it, but was that conversation one of the causes of death? I can't be careless here. The more he thought, the more fearful Deculein became, and he wanted to leave the party immediately. A slip of the tongue leading to a painful end. Scene shift to another corner of the party where a brown-haired girl complained to her friend. "Hey, how long are you going to sit here?" Her name was Rayleigh, a relative of Yuli, an adventurer. In front of her, Yuli sighed, "I never wanted to come here in the first place." "Oh, come on, that's enough. Let's go," Rayleigh urged. Still, Yuli stubbornly refused to move. Seeing that, her friend seemed to notice something and suddenly asked, "So how's it going with that guy? With Professor Deculein?" "I'm a bit worried. There's so much rumor going around." From Yuli's perspective, of course, there were no fond memories between her and the protagonist. So she shot back, "Obviously, what's good about him?" Her blunt words made Rayleigh slightly uneasy. She glanced around and warned, "Hey, if you say that out loud." At the same moment, footsteps sounded not far away, catching Yuli's attention. She lifted her eyes slightly and spotted Deculein, carefully descending from the stairs below. Deculein also caught her gaze, but then, not wanting to get entangled with one of the factors that led to his death, Deculein turned and left immediately. His reaction surprised the nearby guests, who murmured, "What? Professor Deculein is leaving? The party-loving guy? Wow, he's leaving without even glancing at his fiancée once. Maybe he doesn't like her much. If so, are the earlier rumors true?" Because Deculein left the party earlier than usual, rumors spread that he had a falling out with Yuli. But there's no way Kim Woojin would write that. In short, after Deculein left the party, he completed his New Year flower task and received an additional 0.5 shop coins. Time passed quickly. A week had gone by since I attended the New Year flower party. During that time, besides daily memory training and introductory kinetic chant training, I felt my physical strength was lacking, so I began physical training. The main reason was I nearly died after doing something crazy. Rewinding to a few days earlier. As usual, Deculein engraved a standard spell onto his body, but the strain it placed on his body exceeded his expectations, nearly sending our protagonist to an early grave. If he'd been an ordinary mage, he'd probably be dead. Could surviving be thanks to the Iron Man trait? After meeting Ganesha the other day, I craved greater power, so I carved the kinetic flame chant beside the object binding chant to boost my metal control magic. The purpose was to upgrade by implanting a magic core into the kinetic chant. This method shortens the time needed to learn spells, but it's extremely dangerous. Realizing the horrific pressure it exerted on the body, I decided to train my physique. As a result, I developed a morning routine. With that thought, Deculein finished his exercise. Whether it's the Iron Man trait or not, after only a short training period, his muscles became remarkably defined, like a veteran lifter. Phew, time to head to work, he breathed softly. Time passed quickly. Cut to Deculein's office, where his assistant Alan arrived and handed him a document satchel, explaining, "This is a notice just received from the Mage Tower. The sender is the Professor Qualification Review Committee of the Mage Tower." Hearing that, Deculein's expression changed, and he quickly inspected the letter. Inside the letter it read, "We respectfully notify you of a hearing scheduled within the next 6 months regarding the progress of your ongoing research, Professor Deculein. Please prepare all relevant documentation until then." For Deculein, such a sudden inquiry was a headache. If an audit hearing is held, it means Deculein's research had been stalled long before I inhabited this body. That's an unfavorable situation for me. In the game, Deculein was always a legitimate professor. Perhaps the prerequisite of this quest is to retain the professor title. If I lose it, All hopes of returning vanish. So I must find something, anything, in Deculein's lab to save myself. Deculein stood before the lab door. However, when he opened the door and stepped inside, the scene before him left him speechless. It was a mess. Books and furniture strewn everywhere, a total chaos, and it looked like no one had set foot here for a long time. If Deculein really frequented this place, the lab would never be this untidy. Thinking that, Deculein's eyes flicked to a pile of debris not far away. He sensed something from it. The trash pile looked odd. Was it hiding something? I don't know who to blame, but this is an effective way to hinder Deculein. Luckily, I'd learned the kinetic chant in time. With that thought, Deculein used his telekinesis to retrieve a notebook from inside the pile. Opening the book, Deculein saw it was a research log. It seemed someone had encrypted the research results to prevent theft, but it was futile. Deculein thought as he used his understanding trait to scan the entire content. Immediately, a blaze of golden light erupted from within the notebook. Even Deculein was awed by it. This dazzling golden light. It's blinding. It seems his research is truly extraordinary. Thanks to combining the prosperity magnet and keen sight, I could witness this splendor. However, the research was incomplete, ripped, and full of gaps. Even the logic in this part is completely warped. Still, the research is grand enough to trigger the prosperity magnet. Next, he found a pendant clipped inside the notebook. Inside was a photo of little Ephen posing with a man, looks like her father. This child is Ephen Luna, right? So that's it. It seems that when Ephen's father worked as a researcher for Deculein, he desperately tried to hide this. The Luna family's mage's hatred toward Deculein. Obviously, because of Deculein, Ephen endured a tragic life. But don't worry, I'll complete this research using my understanding trait. If I can finish the thesis that way, I'll list that man as a co-author. Of course, I need my own achievements too, so I can't just put your name alone. Meanwhile, cut to the Academy Campus Cafe, where Ephen and a group of classmates were discussing things. In the group, an orange-haired friend loudly said, "Got it. Us commoners must stick together. There are only 30 common-born students in this class. If we don't cooperate, we'll suffer sooner or later. You think so too, don't you, Ephen?" she said, turning to look at Ephen, making Ephen startle and think. "I used to be noble. Sigh. Whatever. Don't even talk about noble duties. If I don't even have a house or land, what kind of noble am I?" Thinking this, Ephen let out a long sigh. Unaware of her thoughts, the orange-haired friend continued. "Got it, Ephen. You have to be there. You're the representative of the commoners. Exactly. You were also a victim of Sylvia." The group chimed in and turned to Ephen with expectant looks, which made her force an awkward smile inside. "Haha, so they think I'm some kind of commoner representative." In another corner, a male student stammered. "Actually, if we want to start a club, we need a supervising professor's permission, right? I don't think professors will like us gathering like this." That warning made the orange-haired girl rub her chin and admit, that's the biggest obstacle. How about asking Professor Relin? She suggested it, but the male student opposite shook his head. He's famous for currying favor with nobles, Fat Noble himself. "What about Professor Carmel?" she asked, only to be shut down. "Don't mention that name. He turns his back the moment he sees commoners. And of course, Professor Deculein is out of the question." Back to Ephen's perspective. Unlike the others plotting how to form the club, her head was fixed on the spread of food, drooling. "Don't they like that? I hope they don't eat it." She silently prayed. Before her wish could come true, the orange-haired friend suddenly slammed the table and proposed. "Right," Ephen asked Professor Deculein. "You'll ask for us, won't you?" The friend's words turned Ephen's face betrayed. While the others seemed to think the suggestion wasn't a bad one, the male student beside Ephen said, Come to think of it, he's rather fair. He looks down on everyone, nobles and commoners alike." Across from them, the orange-haired girl excitedly added, "You avoided punishment thanks to him. Doesn't that mean you're on his radar?" Hearing that, Ephen began to answer awkwardly. "It's not like that. Do you think he's that nice?" As she said this, her face broke out in nervous sweat. Why did the atmosphere turn so weird? I don't want anything to do with Deculein. Thinking that to avoid being stuck with the task of asking Deculein, Ephen immediately bolted. "I really can't do this. Don't say that. Think it over more." Thinking that to avoid being stuck with the task of asking Deculein, Ephen immediately bolted. "I really can't do this. Don't say that. Think it over more." And so the two of them chased each other for a bit. But just as the orange-haired girl caught Ephen's arm, her face suddenly went blank. This made Ephen surprised, and she asked, "What's wrong, Julia?" Before Julia could answer, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Ephen, step aside. The voice belonged to none other than our protagonist, Deculein. Seeing Deculein appear, Ephen's face froze. She couldn't react in time. When she looked back, she realized that somehow her friend Julia had sneaked into the cafe and gave her an encouraging look. Good luck, Ephen. Julia, when did you slip in there? You coward. Ephen screamed inwardly. On our protagonist's side, he had no time to notice the eye exchange between Ephen and Julia, so he simply walked away. Seeing that, though a bit frightened, Ephen tried to steady herself. She carefully pushed the form forward and said, Professor Deculein, I'd like to form a club and need your signature. I don't mean to bother you, I'm just worried you won't approve a club that includes commoners. Back in Deculein's viewpoint, Ephen's words made him pause for a moment to consider. I don't want to get involved with Ephen, but she's right. It's true other professors won't cooperate with me. So instead of wasting time with that nonsense, why not just try? With that in mind, Deculein reached out to take the form, and quickly signed it, adding, send the details to my office. Here, take it. Deculein handed the form back to Ephen. While Ephen herself still couldn't believe her eyes, he actually signed. He really agreed? Deculein of all people, Ephen said as she watched Deculein's retreating back with suspicion. Meanwhile, Julia rushed up and hugged her in celebration. Wow, you actually got his signature? I didn't expect that. Ignoring those words, Ephen kept her gaze fixed on Deculein. She truly couldn't understand why he acted that way. Why? Like at the Disciplinary Council. Why would he be kind to me? Time passed quickly, cut to Deculein's lecture hall where his class had begun. Today's lesson is understanding pure elements. As you know, elements are the foundation of all magic. However, many mages still don't grasp the difference between classified magic and pure elements. Blah blah. Below, Ephen remained lost in chaotic thoughts about why Deculein had suddenly been nice to her. She began to speculate inwardly. Is it guilt or sympathy? He led my father to his death. Even if he's kind to me, it feels fake. If he truly knew he was wrong, he should reveal the truth and repent. The more she thought, the more Ephen's hands clenched and shook. Julia beside her noticed this, and worriedly asked, Are you okay, Ephen? Don't worry about those people, they know nothing but gossip, Julia said, glancing irritably to one side, which made Ephen puzzled. What on earth is she talking about? At that moment, following both their gazes, a few noble students not far away were staring at them with looks full of displeasure. This made Ephen force a nervous laugh. Ha, I've gone and made myself an enemy of the nobles after that incident. Although, I'm a noble too. Thinking that and now used to others' scorn, Ephen exhaled softly and turned to say, It's fine, Julia. They always act like that. Focus on the lesson. After saying that, she concentrated on the lecture. She'd heard rumors that Deculein's classes were unusual. Unaware of her thoughts, our Deculein continued teaching. The magic circles you use so far each have meaning in their strokes. At that, Deculein immediately used his magic, forming a magic circle above his palm, and a small flame rose from it. Then Deculein continued. This spell can change color by adding 2 strokes to the circle, because those 2 strokes determine the flame's color. That's what we'll learn today, the flow of flame. As he spoke, he used his telekinesis to make the book hover over his hand. Next, 2 spheres of energy began to gather in Deculein's left and right hands, one green and one blue. Ephen's assumptions were wrong. In fact, Deculein's class wasn't mere showmanship. As a professor, Kim Woojin was recreating concepts beautifully, using mana to explain with deep understanding. This was shocking to the freshmen in the lecture hall, and to Sylvia as well, who had lost interest in studying because of her talent. Ignoring the stunned looks below, Deculein continued to explain step by step. As you know, this magic circle summons water. However, if you combine this with glyph magic, it becomes like this. And with that, he demonstrated it for his students. At this point, the magic circle had turned deep purple, and the flame produced by the circle wound and flowed like a river in midair. The students gaped. It actually turned into a flow. Fire is flowing like water. Across from them, the most astonished person was none other than Sylvia. Impossible. I didn't expect his class to be so theoretical. Most so-called genius mages use intuition to wield magic, so their theory is like a mold. If every mage prioritized theory, then all magic would fit the same mold. If you focus too much on theory, you won't have time to practice magic. Trying to understand every spell purely through theory is inefficient and makes training difficult. This is the paradox of magic. To become a high-level mage, you must have good intuition. But high-level mages cannot explain their intuition through theory. For someone whose genius is being questioned, dedicating a whole lesson to theory like this is unthinkable. The more Sylvia thought about it, the more curious she became. Time passed quickly, cut to the dormitory of the magic tower. Ephen had just finished Deculein's class and returned to her room, sighing as she walked. Phew, it's different from the rumors. I've never focused so much in a class before. She frowned slightly as she noticed the door was covered in countless insulting graffiti. But Ephen wasn't angry about it. She just found it annoying. How long are these people going to keep pulling this prank? It's gotten worse since my clash with Sylvia. Speaking of which, Ephen paused when she noticed a paper bag stuffed into the door crack. Reading what's written on it, Ephen's expression turned puzzled. A sponsorship certificate. Wow, I almost believed this was real. There's no way this is real. Who would sponsor me when both the Alade family and Deculein hate me? Actually, it's a good thing. I can report this and claim the reward. Ephen chuckled and hurried to the magical administration office to ask about it. However, after getting confirmation from the staff, Ephen's face went blank. It's real. Ephen recalled the moment the clerk said, "It's not a joke, the seal is genuine." She couldn't help yelling, "What? Are you kidding me?" Just thinking about money suddenly falling into her lap made her face light up like a flower. She even wondered if this was a dream and pinched her cheek to check. This is going to wake me up. Wake up already. Then suddenly Ephen's expression turned anxious. Wait, did anyone see me? What if people find out I have 100,000 elni? I should pack my things in case something happens. I shouldn't have gone to the magical administration. That clerk had a weird look, maybe she's coveting my money. Oh no, I should have been more careful. Ephen shouted. The moment she stood, her small head smacked straight into the front of the desk, leaving her clutching her head and trembling in pain. Pausing for a beat, a rush of emotion spread through Ephen. Tears started welling at the corners of her eyes. I'm not dreaming yet. Someone noticed my talent. There are still kind people in this world. Keep going, just a bit more, Ephen told herself. Meanwhile, Uriel had just been told some bad news by the steward, prompting her to ask, "Are you serious?" The steward nodded in confirmation. Yes, he went to the Shatson Jewel auction. He should be there by now. Uriel couldn't help tearing at her hair in annoyance. He lost 10 million elni last year. What disaster is he planning this year? If he causes trouble again, I won't forgive him. She shouted, cut to Luton City, Shatson Jewel. At this time, Deculein's carriage had just arrived at the auction house. Of course, Deculein wasn't here for idle matters. He always had a purpose when he came. Finally, I can buy what I want. Using telekinetic mantra as his main spell for the first time, he realized he needed more metal to compensate for his limited talent. The items I usually carry are made of steelwood, but that's only a temporary fix. What I really need will be at today's auction. Thinking that, Deculein opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. But as soon as he entered, he spotted an unexpected figure. His fiancée, Yuli, was also seated inside. Ah, damn, why is she here? I didn't expect to run into Yuli in a place like this, Deculein grumbled inwardly. At the same time, Yuli noticed him. She frowned and stepped lightly toward Deculein with an unhappy expression. I hope you're well. I heard you handed 2 young mages over to the Disciplinary Council this time. Hearing that, Deculein calmly replied with a cold face. That news was old. Is there a problem? Are you trying to blame me? Yuli was silent for a few seconds, then continued. They're both newcomers. Do you want to crush their dreams? One day you'll feel guilty. Don't make the same mistakes from the past again. This is my final piece of advice to you. Across from her, Deculein secretly felt a thrill. Final piece of advice. Those are Yuli's last words to me. Maybe she's breaking things off with me. Fine, I think that's for the best. No matter how beautiful she is, I don't want to marry. There's no reason to bind myself in this world to something I've never experienced in real life. Besides, there are too many deadly variables around her, including herself. If I'm careless, I could die at my own wedding. But Yuli isn't the type to attend auctions, so why is she here? Deculein, curious, bluntly asked, Did you come all the way to the auction just to tell me this? The suspicion in his voice made Yuli startle. Then she fluffed up like an angry cat and shouted, Stop being delusional. I'm not here to find you. I'm here because there's something I need. I told you I'm really here to bid. Seeing her flustered, Deculein raised a hand to reassure her. All right, calm down. Say it once and I get it. Yuli pouted, still seeming annoyed, then turned and walked away decisively. Meanwhile, Deculein watched her retreating figure and gave a slight smile. She's truly adorable. It's the first time I've seen her like that. Then Deculein suddenly felt a jolt. Wait, what was that feeling? I just thought about how dangerous it would be to be with her. Could I have been influenced by Deculein's emotions? I was careful to keep my personality from merging. Some things, off, this heart, suddenly raced when I saw her. Right, I must be overthinking, he stroked his chin in thought. At the same time, an announcement sounded. Notice to all guests of Shatson Jewel, the auction is about to begin. Time passed quickly. Cut to the auction hall. On stage sat a large table with an item covered by a cloth. The host signaled an attendant to pull the cloth away, revealing a porcelain vase. Seeing it, the host enthusiastically advertised. Introducing the first item, the Oriental vase. Behold these graceful curves. This is the work of an Eastern artisan. From Deculein's perspective, he began to see fierce streams of golden aura emanating from the vase. The radiance was so intense it nearly blinded him. "This is the light I saw when I checked Yuli's documents." That light kept growing stronger. "If that's the case," above, the host started calling out bidders. Number 993 bids 700,000. Number 1038 bids 750,000. Number 1413 bids 1,500,000. Oh, guest number 777 bids 2,500,000. Congratulations to guest 777 on winning the item. Back in Deculein's view, thanks to his wealthy magnate instincts, he could easily gauge the value of the auctioned items and spared no expense buying them. This vase never lost its glow despite the rising price, meaning it could go even higher. I have enough in my account to invest the rest. Deculein's current balance is 205,238,039 elni. Thus, Deculein began acquiring a series of items for his collection. Rulerin's ring was sold to guest 777 for 3 million. Luxu's scepter was sold for 2.1 million to guest 777. The NG letter 1 EEF necklace was also sold for 4.3 million to guest 777. This time, guest 777 secured the item for 5.5 million. Around them, other guests, seeing how boldly number 777 was spending, looked on curiously. "Wow, number 777 bought them all. Isn't that Professor Deculein?" Elsewhere, the knight Yuli sighed at Deculein's lavish, wasteful spending and scoffed inwardly. "That pathetic name. He wants attention even in a place like this. He's so different from me. Unbelievable. How can he spend a fortune for a fleeting vanity? I don't understand why he lacks modesty, but fine, whatever. I just need to win the winter flame." Yuli reminded herself and quickly refocused on the auction. Soon the auction neared its end. Now the final item of today's auction was officially revealed. Many desired it, but it was nearly impossible to find. It was a stone used to forge countless great swords in history, a naturally magical stone, the winter flame snowstone. The host's voice rang out as the covering cloth was pulled aside. Before everyone's eyes lay a bluish mineral outcrop, shimmering with light. The moment they saw this item, both Deculein and Yuli widened their eyes, because it was the very reason they had come today. It is one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, commonly used to forge swords or other weapons. As its name suggests, it is a rare, strange item that carries both cold and fire energies. Only items of legendary tier like Dragon Bone surpass it for sword-making. Therefore, Snowstone is undoubtedly the best material I could obtain. I absolutely must get it. This is what I need, both of them thought silently. But it wasn't just Deculein and Yuli. Naturally, many attendees at the auction also had their sights set on this ultra-rare item. Bids quickly climbed at a dizzying pace. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million. Number 1089 bids 30 million. Any more? If not, the item will belong to. At that point, Yuli's face lit up with joy because bidder number 1089 was her. Great, I'm about to get it, she thought. However, at that moment, Deculein thwarted her by bidding higher. Number 777 bids 31 million. Hearing that number, her expression went blank. Then she turned angrily to look at Deculein. Number 777. How many times have I heard that number today? I can't just let him have it. Why would you do that, Deculein? Then the back-and-forth bidding escalated, driving the price up even faster. Elsewhere, the other bidders gave up contesting the snowstone. Meanwhile, a man who recognized Deculein turned to him and said, "You want to buy snowstone to make a sword? Surely it's to gift your fiancée, right? But if you want to gift it, you could just let her buy it herself. You must love your fiancée very much." The man's words made Deculein's gaze falter slightly. He looked toward Yuli ahead. Only then did he realize, am I competing with my fiancée? Am I bidding against Yuli? She must also be interested in Snowstone. If I take it, she'll definitely hate me. But I need it too. This is its first appearance in 3 years. Who knows when there will be a second chance? I might be in danger, but for my item, I absolutely must win the Snowstone. So it was obvious who would end up with the Snowstone. Final, 42 million elni, the owner of the Snowstone is bidder number 777. Hearing this, the surrounding guests applauded and congratulated Deculein, marveling at his extravagance. How exciting. Professor Deculein bought them, right? At that price, this might be the most dramatic auction I've ever seen. Oh, Yuli is going to be so pleased. Professor Deculein worked hard to secure a gift for his beloved, and he obtained what he wanted. From Yuli's perspective, an intense anger swelled inside her with nowhere to vent. Once again, this is happening just like last year. I don't want this. Images of Deculein laying out countless gems and jewelry on a table and proudly saying, I can give you all of this, and if you want, I can buy more. I'll do anything for you, began to form in Yuli's mind. For her, that engagement day was the worst day of her life. This will win me her heart. Look how magnificent I am. That is what Yuli heard Deculein say amid the wealth he flaunted. She felt only humiliation. Do you know what I truly wanted from you? So I left. Destroyed my own engagement with my own hands. However, that was not all. After that day, countless rumors surfaced. She tried to act strong but ended up in Deculein's arms anyway. I heard she only got promoted to captain of the knights because of that. They say she begged him. At such slanderous talk, Yuli's hand tightened. It was obvious who had spread the rumors that ruined her reputation back then. Does he expect me to take revenge? That man is someone I can never love. No matter how hard I try, Yuli thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. Then, just as she stood up, preparing to leave the auction in fury, is someone I can never love. No matter how hard I try, Yuli thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. The protagonist's words angered Yuli, and her expression darkened. She asked herself silently, how long will Deculein keep insulting me? Right now, please forgive me. After saying this, the protagonist turned and left immediately, leaving behind his fiancée standing there stunned. Yuli wasn't sure if she had misheard. What? Why is he apologizing? Is it because he bought the snowstone? With that question in her heart, Yuli slowly exited the auction hall, and just as she stepped outside, someone called out, "Hey, Yuli, get in the carriage." The voice belonged to a beautiful young woman. She was the eldest daughter of the FATED family and Yuli's older sister. Time passed quickly into evening. By then, Deculein's fancy carriage had escorted him back to his manor. Inside the carriage, Deculein was still troubled, thinking about Yuli. It seemed Yuli planned to craft a weapon for herself with the snowstone, but I outbid her, so she must be angry. I'm a bit surprised the death variable hasn't occurred yet. After all, how dreadful would I have to be for her to kill me herself? Deculein asked himself quietly and hurried into the manor. Seeing him return, the servants all bowed. However, their faces looked troubled. This caught Deculein's attention, and he asked, "Did something happen?" The butler awkwardly answered, "Miss Uriel has returned home." Without needing more words, Deculein guessed he was about to be berated by his sister. What must happen will happen, so he calmly climbed to the second floor. There, his sister Uriel was already waiting. As Deculein passed by, as always, Uriel called out, "That's my money. You said you'd hold it for a while. And this is what you do." Hearing her, Deculein understood why so much money was in his account. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt. I didn't realize she had that much. Have I always been so thoughtless? He then reassured her, "Don't worry, I only buy things that yield profit." In response, Uriel's scream echoed through the manor. "You treat me like a garbage bin. Do you think I'm here to clean up your mess?" Deculein felt a sinking dread. He slowly turned and saw the hatred-filled, tear-blurred look Uriel gave him. Uriel went on to recount the hardships she had endured caring for that wretched Deculein. "Our family's finances are in trouble. The workers and I have worked non-stop to hold this house together. And you wasted all that money. How rotten must he be to gamble away the family's money like that?" From Deculein's perspective, he now saw a black-red aura rising from Uriel, sending a chill down his spine. This signaled that his fated death was drawing near. Deculein's face tightened in discomfort. Damn it, has the villain's fate been triggered? There's a golden glint in her red aura. The prosperity magnet has been activated too. Its meaning is simple. If I don't get through this, I'm done for. But if I survive it, I'll end up with a pile of money. I know how to handle this. Then, to save his miserable life, Deculein lowered his voice and pleaded, "Don't worry, Uriel." Before he could finish, his sister shouted, "Shut up. Do I look like I'm worried? Have I worked hard for you just so you'd throw it out the window? You think I wanted this? Do you know I dropped out of college and can't find a lover because of you?" "I didn't have to do that," Deculein said calmly, but his words only made Uriel angrier. Her hands clenched as if ready to teach her brother a lesson. "What the hell are you talking about? You do nothing but burn money. After our parents died, you blew 150 million elni in a single day, you." Not letting her finish, our protagonist cut her off with an appealing offer. "I'll hand the headship back to you." The remark left Uriel stunned, forgetting her anger and dumbly asking, "What did you just say?" In response, Deculein reiterated, "I'll give you the headship of the family." Hearing this, Uriel's face flushed. She let out an adorably loud shriek and cried, "Ridiculous." Deculein across from her glanced at her with a judging look. "That's not how a noble or a head of a family speaks." "Don't try to fool me," Uriel said, turning aside. Deculein insisted he wasn't lying and, if necessary, could swear an oath if Uriel didn't believe him. This immediately startled his sister, who asked, "What? Swear? You mean a mage's oath? You'd die if you broke that oath. Are you serious?" Yes, Deculein answered calmly. From Uriel's point of view, she couldn't tell whether Deculein had eaten spoiled food to make him say this. But it made no sense. Why would he suddenly say that? Did he hit his head? Deculein nonchalantly, "You don't have to believe me." Hearing this, though astonished, Uriel provisionally believed him. Still, she warned Deculein, "If you go back on your word, I'll kill you on the spot." Deculein replied, "Will you leave the house?" "Of course I will. Someone spent all the family's money, so I have to do something." After saying that, Uriel left happily. As for Deculein, thanks to his quick thinking, he survived this death variable and gained 2 shop coins. Once he saw Uriel go, Deculein finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, the storm has passed. Luckily, I'm unscathed. Letting her take the position isn't so bad. If I change things bit by bit like this, I can avoid death." Just as he thought that, a familiar voice suddenly called from the window. "Have you really changed?" The sudden voice startled Deculein. He glanced toward the sound and saw the person who was speaking was the adventurer Ganesha, an uninvited guest, Deculein said coldly. Meanwhile, Ganesha swung herself into the room and explained, "Sorry, I was passing by and dropped in. I was quite surprised to see you like this." In response, Deculein folded his arms and sighed. "Why be surprised? She's the one who handles the work better than I do." Answering, Ganesha began to relay some deeply troubling news. But Uriel von Grahen does not carry the bloodline of the Euclein family. This made Deculein, who normally wore a calm expression, startle and turn around. "What is she saying? I don't remember that being in the game." From Deculein's viewpoint, he hurriedly tried to recall all the information he knew about Uriel. Uriel was said to be a half-sister. I knew she wasn't Deculein's biological sister. However, she has no blood relation to the Euclein family at all. I had no idea about that. For reasons Deculein couldn't determine, Ganesha asked on, "Is this really okay? You're the one who asked us to do this, Professor, to determine whether you and your sister are blood-related. We already agreed to this, remember." Hearing that, Deculein quickly understood. So that's the context. Thinking it over, he shook his head slightly and replied, "Even so, Uriel is still Uriel." This answer made Ganesha so surprised she broke out in a sweat. "Wow, you're astonishing me today. I didn't expect you to say something like that." Not only her, even Deculein felt surprised at his own words. "I'm surprised too. I didn't expect such a scenario to exist." Back in Ganesha's perspective, she had only intended to drop by and say a few words, so she now prepared to leave. "All right, I'll keep your sister's secret. Oh, one more thing before I go. I heard the 6-headed serpent has begun to move." Behind him, Deculein's mind quickly ran through information about that organization. The 6-headed serpent. They are the leaders of a notorious criminal syndicate on this continent. They're so infamous that the bounties on their heads are worth millions. At the window, the adventurer continued. They're targeting items at the auction house. Even though the auction house tries to transport them safely, you should be on high alert when any items are delivered to your home. It seems you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I could get in so easily. I'm off now." After saying that, Ganesha flashed and immediately vanished. Before Deculein, and for Deculein, our protagonist's head ached non-stop. He put a hand to his forehead and thought, "That's something I don't need to know. Knowing won't change anything. From the start, I was never Deculein. Whether Uriel is my biological sister or not, I'll still treat her the same. Uriel will always be Deculein's sister, so it's better to hide the truth." Scene change. Elsewhere, Ganesha was recounting Deculein's behavioral changes to her teammates. "I told you so. Professor Deculein has changed a lot. It's like someone else is inhabiting his body. Now he's completely different. That bastard speaking sweet words like that is really strange," Ganesha said with some amusement. However, a man across from her shook his head and scoffed. "Captain, you're just into handsome men. Whatever he says, you like it." Hearing that, Ganesha immediately bristled and shouted, "So should I punish you for being ugly?" The teammate sneered in reply, "My grandmother says I'm very handsome. It's just that there was a handsome guy standing behind you at the time, you idiot." Ganesha shouted loudly. Then the two of them lunged at each other and brawled, making Rayleigh next to them only sigh and ask, "You say Deculein really has good character." Hearing this, Ganesha temporarily stopped bullying her teammate, adjusted the tilted hat on her head, and said, "Well, we don't need to keep following Deculein. I wanted to ask whether he's still looking for magic slaves, but probably not. Shall we head back now?" Saying that, Ganesha's expression grew serious as she warned, "By the way, what everyone heard today is a secret. You should all keep this to yourselves." After saying that, the 5 of them clasped hands at the same time. Then a sphere of light enveloped the group and shot up into the sky. Time passed. The next day, scene shifts to the Magic Academy. Inside his office, Deculein had finally saved enough to access the system shop. Yet he hesitated as he looked at the system screen. Level 1 System Shop Enhance Magic Quality Level 1. Your character's magic quality will be improved. Magic output and effectiveness increase slightly. Price, 10 coins. Seeing that number, our protagonist could only groan miserably. Finally, I can use the system shop, but I still don't have enough to buy what I need. This system lets you spend shop coins to boost your character. You can enhance not only your player character, but also notable characters. However, opportunities to use the system shop are scarce. You only have 6 uses before the end of the second half. That's because you can only use the shop once per level, and each time you level up the cost doubles. I can't rush and miss this precious opportunity. I continuously train my memory, condition my body, and practice controlling the sword with my mind by integrating them into daily life. But I'm still lacking combat power compared to those notorious criminals. To progress, what I need is to raise my magic quality. I must quickly collect the 4 more shop coins I need. Deculein reminded himself just before a knock at the door outside pulled him from his reverie. Deculein nodded and said, "Come in." Outside, his assistant Alan poked his head in and greeted, "Hello, Professor. Look, I just received this." Alan then grew serious. "I think you should be careful. This was just posted in today's Witch Gazette." Opposite him, Deculein reached out and took the paper. On the front page, a long-haired criminal's photo appeared with a bold headline, "WANTED, LOCKHARK. Witnesses report the murderer of the witch Lockhart is in the outskirts. Be careful when going out." For someone like Deculein, who'd played this storyline thousands of times, he was all too familiar with this figure. The murderer of the witch Lockhart. He's the greatest threat to mage players in the early game, so he's shown up already. Of course, if I were a regular mage, he'd be a genuine threat. But now I don't need to worry. Maybe this will help me earn a few shop coins. Hopefully I'll encounter him. Thinking that, Deculein reassured Alan, "Don't worry about the witch murderer. I'm heading to the library, you can go on back." Having said that, as if remembering something, Deculein paused in his tracks. He turned and asked Alan, "Hey Alan, would you like to become the professor's assistant?" The sudden offer from the protagonist made Alan's eyes widen like a bull's. He shouted loudly, "You want me to be the professor's assistant? But you always say I'm incompetent. Now that I see you're serious, I'm asking." Deculein shrugged in response. But honestly, he didn't come up with this out of nowhere. He'd been reminded earlier that he should choose an assistant, since every professor has one, and Deculein was the only one without a pick. He'd also been a senior professor for several years. Beside him, Alan stammered as if wanting to explain something. But our protagonist didn't want to waste time on it and cut him off. "That's enough. Take this." After saying that, Deculein produced a bracelet engraved with the Deculein family crest. "Keep working hard." Alan looked at the bracelet before him in astonishment. By this time, our friend Alan no longer foolishly refused. He hurriedly accepted the bracelet and bowed in thanks. "Thank you very much, Professor." "A bracelet engraved with the Deculein crest?" he said, looking at the bracelet with teary eyes. Watching Alan so happy he might cry, Deculein thought to himself, "Alan is excellent at managing documents and running errands. He's very useful. I can't let him leave." Everyone who was disgusted by Deculein's cruelty had left because they couldn't stand it. But Alan still handled all those tasks alone. Who knows when he might go? Thinking that, Deculein took out some money and gave it to Alan as a staff benefit, adding, "Take the rest of the day off. Use this money to buy dinner." From Alan's perspective, being handed money so suddenly made him a bit anxious as he said, "Professor, this is too much." Ignoring Alan's words, Deculein quickly headed to the library, leaving Alan standing there dazed, watching his retreating back. Scene changed to the staff library. As he walked, Deculein thought, "The reason I'm coming to the library is because of Luna's papers. The papers I found in the lab were an invention about pure elements. However, it has many errors and gaps, so I need to fix it. If I can find any useful magical tomes related to manipulation, all the better." With that thought, Deculein quickened his pace slightly. However, as he passed a bookshelf, his gaze was drawn to a small figure. "What are you doing in the staff library?" "New student Sylvia." Across from him, when Sylvia met Deculein's gaze, she froze in surprise. To explain this, we must go back about 10 minutes. Sylvia had gone to the librarian to request access to this library. The librarian then contacted some professor. "Yes, Professor, Sylvia is looking for study materials, but this is a reading room exclusive to senior staff." In response, the plump Professor Ritland smiled and agreed. "It's fine. There's no need to ban the heir of the Alade family or this new student. Let her use it freely for her studies." Seeing that, the librarian didn't stop her and nodded, telling Sylvia. He said, "It's fine, Sylvia. Feel free to search." So Sylvia began wandering through the library, to find the books she needed. Sylvia's hobby is literature and languages. She came to the exclusive library to find materials that meet her criteria. The novel she sought was ethanol, but with the disappearance of the Fae, its value rose and ethanol became rare. That's why Sylvia came to the exclusive reading room, a place she didn't usually visit. And of course, she didn't expect to run into Deculein here. Deculein, why is he here? I was told he doesn't come near the library. Sylvia worriedly thought, but quickly explained. I'm here to look for materials. Professor Ritlan allowed me. In front of her, Deculein still wore a stern face as he said. So that means that Professor ignored Academy rules and the librarian let you in anyway. If that's the case, they deserve discipline. Deculein's words made Sylvia stammer, at a loss for what to say. Then, before she could explain further, Deculein used his telekinesis to retrieve the book from Sylvia's hands. Let's check it out. This is the novel Ethanol. You broke the rules just to find a romantic novel written in ethanol. Deculein's voice was teasing, causing Sylvia's face to flush. She hurriedly said, How can you read ethanol's language? Wait, that's not important. I just like literature and languages. Then, for some reason, Deculein tossed the book back to Sylvia and admonished. I'll let this slide this time. However, if you come here again without proper permission, I'll discipline you. So if your purpose isn't to flaunt your family's influence, have someone else borrow the books for you. Having said that, Deculein left immediately, leaving Sylvia standing dazed. She hugged the book to her chest and thought, did he insult me? I just wanted to learn about the Fae through the novel Ethanol. But how could Professor Deculein possibly read ethanol? The ethanol language lacks consistency, which makes it hard to read. The more she thought about it, the more perplexed this prodigy became. Scene shifts to some pine forest. At this time, there was an outdoor lesson for new students. They chased small beasts, then gathered herbs. To ensure safety for this lesson, 3 professors, including Deculein, were supervising. On one side, the portly Professor Ritlan wiped the sweat from his face with a cloth and said, This is their first field experience. They seem too calm. I expected them to be afraid of Black Mountain. Training must stop at dusk, but I'm proud of them. Deculein looked around and thought, Black Mountain, it's far from the Academy. Black Mountain holds great significance and is heavily guarded by the Magic Tower. Its forest is considered a training ground for students and also a rich repository of magical materials. Therefore, the risk of attacks by monsters and poisonous creatures is high. Thus, the Magic Tower must strengthen protective barriers and ensure patrols by on-duty professors. Returning to Ritlan, as if remembering something, he scratched his head and said to the protagonist, Oh right, Professor Deculein. The appointment for this week's duty hasn't been decided. We need to assign someone new. Who do you think is suitable? In response, Deculein volunteered himself. Let me do it. Hearing that, the fat Ritlan's eyes showed a flash of surprise. But he quickly agreed and didn't forget to praise Deculein, just as I expected from a professor. The way you lead is a model example of an academy instructor. Back to Deculein, faced with such flattery, he kept a cold expression. And of course, he's not stupid enough to take on heavy work for noble reasons. I'm not doing this for any lofty cause. As he thought that, Deculein glanced at the mission screen that had been sent to him. Side quest, Darkness of the Magic Tower, reward, shop coin +1, additional title reward. Returning to Deculein, he began to sense something pulling at his mind. Something was drawing him over there. That's probably why I received the side quest. Something was about to happen on this mountain that could turn the game into a horror story at night. Deculein frowned in thought, while the 2 other professors began to gather everyone and announced, Now start packing up. Goodbye, Professor. One student called out, All right, see you later. They nodded. Time passed quickly. 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, the mage Ephen, after receiving sponsorship funds, decided to treat her friends to sundaes. Seeing the sparkling treats before them, the group exclaimed, Wow, they look amazing, too pretty to eat. They look delicious, too. You really bought these for us, Ephen. In return, Ephen gave a bright smile. Of course. Dig in because I now have 100,000 coins. Ephen murmured to herself, and the friends stopped being polite. While eating, her close friend Ritlan said, I've submitted the club formation plan. It will be approved soon. This is our first gathering. Hearing that, the blue-haired guy opposite grew a little anxious about forming the club. I just hope others won't hesitate too much. There aren't many sign-ups. Don't worry. As long as we run the club well, people will join. Julia replied confidently. By the way, I heard there's training at Black Mountain today. Ephen, still gazing at her sundae with sparkling eyes, answered, That's right. 50 volunteers signed up, though there have been many accidents there. As soon as those words ended, a tremendous noise suddenly rang out, making the whole group jump. Did you hear that? You heard it too. Where did it come from? We need to check it out. Saying that, the young friends hurriedly ran toward where the sound came from. From afar, an urgent voice rang out, "Help me." Hearing this, Ephen immediately grew anxious and sped up. However, at the same time, Julia seemed to sense something wrong and hurriedly tried to stop her. "Something's not right, Ephen. Stop," she cried, reaching forward as if to pull Ephen back. But it was already too late. From Ephen's point of view, when she heard the call, she turned and asked, "What did you just say, Julia?" No sooner had the words left her than Ephen realized something strange. She was no longer standing on the street. She was in a deeply unfamiliar forest. "Where is this?" "I was just on the street." Before she could figure out why she was there, the cry for help sounded again. "Help me." The voice startled Ephen. "Right, someone's calling for help. Where are you?" "I'm coming to help. I'm here," the voice replied. Seeing that, Ephen immediately dashed toward the source. In front of her stood a young woman with long hair covering her face. "Are you all right?" Ephen asked anxiously. But at that moment, the strange woman suddenly began to spew blood incessantly, her anguished cries echoing in all directions. Seeing this, Ephen instantly became on guard. She quickly gathered mana into her fist, thinking, "What the hell is this? Is someone attacking her?" But before the girl could wonder long, a cold figure appeared in her sight, Deculein. Around him, sharp wood and metal fragments hovered and spun. Immediately, Ephen guessed that Deculein had attacked the woman and demanded, "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you strike a civilian?" Deculein merely stared at the strange woman, then said coldly, "Open your eyes and look again. She's not human." "What?" Ephen cried out in astonishment. When she turned to look, everything was as Deculein said. The strange woman had vanished. In her place stood a humanoid monster. Its skin and eyes were blood-red, white smoke poured constantly from its mouth, and it looked extremely ferocious. The sight made Ephen recoil a step in fear. She stammered, "That? What is it?" In response, Deculein only glanced back and said coldly, "It seems you've been charmed. This is the work of demons. Don't interfere and leave." Having said that, Deculein immediately used his manipulation magic, hurling Ephen's small body out of the area. After seeing Ephen vanish from view, he coldly turned to observe the demon before him and whispered, "Now, it's time to hunt." The red demon roared in fury at losing its prey. Without being told, both Deculein and the demon lunged at each other at wind-ripping speed. Attacks came in a relentless barrage, clashing violently in the night. The red demon let out an enraged cry and shot forward like a bullet toward Deculein. As it closed in on him, it swung an arm bristling with razor claws. But Deculein swiftly manipulated the wood and metal fragments into a barrier across his chest, stopping the attack, while he himself retreated to maintain distance and analyze. Looking at the core on the demon's forehead, Deculein thought, "Its trait must be illusion. But thanks to my resolve, my resistance to mental attacks, it has no effect on me. My blood is boiling. The Deculein bloodline makes me furious." Deculein attribute, unique rank. Description: a lineage with exceptional power in demon slaying. When facing demons or in areas heavy with dark mana, you can purify surrounding mana with your own and use it to enhance your strength. At full activation, combat ability rises to a new level, but in return you become more ferocious and gradually lose control of yourself. The heirs of the Deculein legacy were famed demon hunters since ancient times. Now that blood boils within Deculein, he will never let the demon before him survive. Rage erupted. Deculein clenched his fist, his gaze colder than ever. However, the red demon had no idea of the horror awaiting it. Like a crazed beast, it charged to attack. "Die," Deculein grunted. The sharp wood and metal fragments shot forward, slicing through the air. Time quickly passed. Now the massive body of the demon lay collapsed in a pool of blood. There was no life left in it. At the same time, Deculein received a system notification. Side quest, Darkness of the Magic Tower, completed. Shop coin +1, additional title reward, first demon slain, Deculein attribute unlocked. Deculein narrowed his eyes, looked at the corpse before him and sneered, "Filthy creature. Even in death it only spews filth." He slightly frowned. A twinge of concern stirred in Deculein. The appearance of this demon is not normal. This is a sign heralding the beginning, the start of a game more difficult than ever. Time quickly passed until morning. Scene shifts to the Academy Hospital, where the prodigy Ephen suddenly awoke from her stupor. Beside her, a nurse saw this and said, "You're awake, Luna." Hearing her name, Ephen blinked, looked around in confusion, and asked, "What happened?" "I was in the forest," and before she could finish, the nurse, understanding what she meant, answered immediately, "Yes. It seems you don't remember everything from last night. A demon appeared on Black Mountain. You were struck by its dark charm and lost consciousness. Afterward, you were found and brought to the infirmary. Black Mountain has been sealed off due to that demon's appearance, and the magic tower is investigating. Pausing, the nurse continued, "Ah, and Professor Deculein was the one who saved you." Hearing that, Ephen's face turned sour as she muttered inwardly, "Damn it." Him again. Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly asked the nurse, "Wait, what day is it today?" The nurse thought for a moment and replied, "Let's see. It's been 36 hours since you were brought here, so today is Wednesday." Back in Ephen's perspective. Hearing this, the girl widened her eyes and screamed in panic, "Wait! If today is Wednesday, then I'm going to be late." Next, she bolted out of the hospital in a mad dash toward the lecture hall. When she arrived, she was panting like an ox. Huff, huff. That was close. Inside the lecture hall, her friend Julia saw Ephen and waved excitedly. "Ephen, over here. Are you okay? I came to the infirmary to visit you, but you weren't awake then." Ephen nodded in reply, "I'm fine. Actually, I'm in the best shape right now because I overslept." After speaking, she glanced around and noticed some strange ingredients on the table. She frowned and asked, "But, what are these? Is there a new announcement for today's class that I missed?" Julia looked too and shook her head. "I don't know. It's been like this since I arrived. There must be a special class today." Not keeping them in suspense long, Deculein entered the classroom shortly after, accompanied by his teaching assistant Alan. Deculein's steady voice sounded, "Before we begin, I have an announcement. This is Alan. He is my teaching assistant." The class gasped and looked at each other in disbelief. "What? I thought Professor Deculein preferred to teach alone." "That's right. I heard he never had an assistant before. But to become a teaching assistant, one must be evaluated and nominated by the professor. No way would Deculein allow that to happen." "Right." Whispers and murmurs began to spread. Ephen's face grew tense. She was one of the few who knew how difficult it was to become Deculein's assistant. What does this mean? Many questions crowded her mind. That's also why her father, despite being a 30-year-old researcher, never had a chance to be an assistant. So why did Deculein bring in a maid she'd never seen before? Thinking that, she glanced at Alan with a complicated look. However, Deculein made no effort to explain. He simply declared, "Today's lesson will be based on practical experience. Try to solve this exercise within 3 hours." After he spoke, Alan quickly went to each desk and handed everyone a watch. "This is your watch, and this." Back in Ephen's thoughts, Deculein's sudden announcement of an assistant left her unsettled, making it hard for her to focus on the test. "My father's legacy. This bracelet, I always ask myself. When will I become stronger? When will I prove myself?" Instinctively, she looked down at her wrist, a habit she'd kept for a long time. To Deculein, who is my father? Why won't he give my father a chance? And why is he doing these good deeds now? Ephen shook her head and told herself, "No, I can't lose focus. I must finish this task. I need to come up with a spell quickly." But her mind remained clouded with too many thoughts. At that moment, the clear voice of the prodigy Sylvia suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. 25 minutes 50 seconds. "I'm done." Hearing this, everyone turned to Sylvia in amazement. Flowers began to bloom before her, radiating a splendid aura. "What? Not even 30 minutes? Of course, that's Sylvia." Turning to Deculein, he stared intently at Sylvia, making the small girl feel pressured and break into a sweat. But then Deculein simply nodded. "Perfect, you may go." Hearing that, Sylvia's eyes lit up with joy. She unconsciously glanced at Ephen beside her, and noticed she was still struggling with the pile of ingredients. Sylvia sighed in relief. Ephen noticed this too. She gritted her teeth in anger and thought, "Damn it, I have to finish this too." As time passed, the other students finished their tests one by one. Deculein's voice continued across the classroom. "Julia, you may go. Lehin, you may go as well. Potten, you may go. Kane, you may go. Ehan, you may go." Students left the room in turn. On this side, Ephen still hadn't completed her task, perhaps influenced by Deculein, but even after all the students had left and night had fallen, she still hadn't accomplished anything. Ephen's face went blank as she berated herself. "I'm finished. Please come up with something. Please think of something," she muttered to herself, forcing her mind to think. "Can't I do better than that damned Sylvia? I'm even the only one who couldn't accomplish anything the whole class. Why? Am I really so stupid that I can't finish a simple exercise like this?" She clenched her fist in anger. "Yes, I'm just ignorant. Revenge my ass. I haven't even studied properly. How can I compete with them?" Thinking that, she ground her teeth in frustration. Still, sitting in the classroom wouldn't solve anything. Finally, Ephen slowly stood up, intending to leave. However, at that moment, Deculein's cold voice rang out. 5 hours and 47 minutes. "How long do you intend to keep me waiting?" Ephen's eyes widened in surprise. "Deculein, he's still here." She was filled with astonishment. Deculein looked at her, his tone icy. You had trouble with an easy exercise and failed to complete it on time, even though others finished before you, even when someone you despise finished right in front of you. You must keep a cool, clear head at all times. With such a weak mindset, you'll never reach my level. I'm disappointed, Ephen. I thought you would do better. With that, Deculein quickly left the room, leaving Ephen standing motionless there. No one knew what she was thinking. Time passed. Ephen slowly sat back down at the desk, replaying Deculein's disappointed words before he left. Her hand curled into a fist, shaking uncontrollably from agitation. She clenched her teeth, bit her lip, and ground out, "So what? I can do it, even if someone like him is disappointed in me. I can still do it, no matter the consequences." Ephen shouted, then began focusing her magic, determined to finish the exercise at all costs. Back at Deculein's position. In truth, he hadn't left. He was standing just outside the door, quietly sensing the mana fluctuations inside the room and feeling a little relieved. This shouldn't be a problem. I've spent over 6 hours on Ephen, but it was necessary. I need Ephen to be stronger to prepare for future events. Because of the demon's appearance on Black Mountain, Deculein knew the main quest was about to begin. When an era of evil runs rampant, those who follow the path of good will appear in the main quest. Among them will be a stronger Ephen. Right now, she still lacks the mental strength and sensitivity of a mage. But once Ephen overcomes this obstacle, she will progress very quickly. Of course, that power will threaten me, but I will not allow it to happen. Fate is just an idea for those unwilling to strive. I only trust myself. With Deculein's personality, he would hardly allow anyone to catch up to him. As he thought this, he sensed the mana fluctuations in the room had ceased. Then the classroom door was flung open forcefully, and Ephen stormed out, scowling. She didn't even notice that Deculein was standing there. After watching the young girl leave, Deculein calmly entered the classroom to check Ephen's test results. As no surprise to him, the flowers had bloomed brilliantly. Seeing this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on the protagonist's cold face. He whispered, 6 hours and 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. After speaking, he took out a sheet of paper with Ephen's picture on it and wrote something down. As he wrote, he muttered, "The girl has revealed the innate weakness of an academy student. Still, this result is worthy of contesting for first place." At the same time, the system issued a notification. "Congratulations. Side quest completed. Your path. Shop XP +1. After finishing everything, Deculein dragged his tired body out of the room. However, while he was still walking across the campus, a cheerful voice called from ahead. "Oh, Professor Deculein. Haha, long time no see." Hearing the call, Deculein immediately looked toward the speaker. Then the protagonist's expression tensed and sweat began to run. "It's Zeit. What is he doing here?" A few pieces of information about the burly man flashed through Deculein's mind. Zeit von Bruggen-Freyden, currently the head of the Freyden family, and also Yuli's older brother. He was also the one who pushed for the engagement between Deculein and Yuli. But more importantly, his early-game combat power even surpasses Ganesha. In terms of strength, he ranks third at this stage, a figure notorious for terrifying combat ability. But why would someone like him seek me out? Could it be because of Yuli's snowstone? Thinking this, the biological alarm in Deculein's head kept ringing. He swallowed hard, unsure what to do. Could this situation be a deadly variable? I have no strategy to deal with this monster. Ahead, Zeit didn't know the protagonist was so worried he was about to piss his pants, so he cheerfully called out, "Great to see you. I've heard you and Yuli haven't been getting along lately, so I've been worried. So I decided to arrange a dinner this week. Are you free?" After hearing Zeit's upbeat tone, Deculein breathed a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness, for now he still seems friendly. He was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Zeit's large hand slapped his shoulder. "Haha, decisive, I like that. I've prepared the dishes you like, so come. I arranged it, so I'll take care of everything. Then see you later, Professor Deculein." Zeit's tone sounded more like an order than an invitation. Watching his large back leave, Deculein felt a bit uneasy. He hadn't been given a chance to refuse. No. Rather, Zeit made it impossible to refuse. Zeit always puts his family above all. Who knows what would happen if I broke his plans? It seems I can't cancel this appointment. Time quickly passed to the next day. Scene shifts to the Freyden family. At this time, Yuli had been informed about the meeting with Deculein. Naturally, she would not agree easily. "I don't want to meet him. Besides, I'm busy training the cavalry, so I don't have time to meet." In response to his sister's objection, Zeit's face showed some vexation. "You're angry because someone stole a snowstone from you, right?" Hearing that, Yuli immediately retorted, pouting, "Listen, no way." Zeit continued, "Why would he want a metal that's only useful for forging weapons? If not for you then?" Before the burly brother could finish, Yuli shouted, If he plans to give me a sword, I'll break off the engagement immediately. She said it with a face full of anger. However, Zeit opposite her was equally irritated. Thick blue veins like worms began to bulge on his neck and face. The burly man even began to radiate a terrifying pressure and growled. Yuli, think carefully. The other day I told you that doing that was very foolish. I'm certain I warned you. In politics, there is no room for personal feelings. And as far as I know, there's no man who loves you. Or do you have someone who likes you? Opposite him, Yuli ground her teeth and replied, no. Seeing her somewhat resigned face, Zeit's tone softened a little as he asked, are you that concerned about Deculein's past? Yuli answered immediately, it's none of my business. Then why? Zeit asked further. For that question, she stood silent and did not answer. Seeing that, the head of the Freyden family had no intention of pressing further. Instead, he turned and left, but not before admonishing, be on time. If there's a problem, handle it. Behind him, Yuli remained standing silently. A mix of anger and helplessness began to swell inside her, making her hand clench tight. Then, as if to vent that anger, she frantically threw herself into sword training. The sound of wind-splitting strikes rang out continuously, and the ground around her suffered from her techniques. At that moment, a man in black approached from behind and warned, your sword path is chaotic, my lady. This black-haired man was Veron, Yuli's subordinate. Seeing him appear, Yuli calmed down somewhat and replied, Veron, I'm sorry. You've seen my ugly side. Veron answered with a composed face, it's nothing, my lady. I still can't believe that scoundrel suits you so much that the family head forced you to marry him. Turning to Yuli's perspective, not allowing his subordinate to speak further, she immediately cut him off. Enough. As a knight, it's unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs. Don't dirty your hands for me, I'm fine. Yuli said with emotion, then quickly spun and left. I'm going home, prepare yourself. Yes, my lady, Veron replied from behind. Watching the small figure walking away step by step, the subordinate seemed to reach a decision. He thought, my lady, I have finally found the answer to this suffering. I have found a way to prove my loyalty. As her subordinate, this is something only I can do. I will make you happy, my lady. Thinking that, he unconsciously grabbed the sword at his hip. His voice carried a hint of killing intent. In another development, because a demon had appeared on Black Mountain, Elder Birch of the council was convening a meeting. Inside the room, an elderly man spoke. They say a demon has appeared on Black Mountain. At first, mages had to use secret arts to suppress its malice, but with the demon's reappearance, we must act immediately. Send letters to the 12 great families, tell them to gather. According to Birch's wishes, time quickly passed to the next day. At this time, Deculein was checking the items he had won at auction. Finally, he finished sorting the items he'd won. I can use Ruperin's ring. It will help me recover mana faster. This amulet can also store mana. I'll put the remaining items in the cellar as Ganesha suggested. No need to worry about anyone stealing them. However, there was still a problem. The most important item couldn't be used right now. Deculein's gaze turned to the precious snowstone he had arduously won at auction. It was currently locked away in a cabinet. I know I can't use this snowstone immediately, but it still remains unmoved, no matter how much spirit power I use. Is it resisting my mana? In the game, it's very expensive. I could only admire it, so I don't know how to use it. If I melt it down, could I control it with spirit power? Thinking that, Deculein suddenly had an idea. I can look up its properties in the library. A sword can be tamed through communication, so I have to communicate with and understand this stone. If that's the case, then don't hesitate another moment. He reached out and lightly touched the slab before him. Immediately, the snowstone erupted with a fierce light. Not long after, Deculein reluctantly withdrew his hand. A message appeared on the screen. Insight plus 0.1%, mana 1,357, 3357 plus 300. Seeing how much mana he had spent to tame the stone, Deculein could only shake his head in dismay. 2,000 mana just to increase 0.1%? It'll take me a year to tame this. Could I do better? Well, I should get out for a bit. Thinking that, Deculein glanced at the calendar beside him and whispered, tonight I have a dinner with Zeit, and there's also some event. Before I occupied this body, the plan was made 3 days before the day I died. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Scene shifts to the Von Meschel restaurant. This is where that burly Zeit held the meeting. Deculein was already there. As soon as he appeared, the Freyden head cheerfully said, thanks for coming. Yuli went ahead, she's waiting inside. Saying that, the two quickly stepped into the room, followed by murmurs of admiration from the guests. You look beautiful dressed like that, Yuli. From everyone's gaze, inside the room, Yuli wore an extremely alluring outfit, completely different from the armor she normally wore. Her radiant appearance even caused the cold young man Deculein to change expression slightly. He thought, she usually only wears armor. I didn't expect she'd look so beautiful dressed up. No wonder Deculein likes her. Beside her, Yuli complained in response, "Of course, do you know how much effort I put in?" Not paying much attention to that remark, after Zeit sat down, he turned to speak with another person at the party. "You came too." The woman replied that she came along to look after Yuli. Back to Deculein's perspective, the appearance of the unfamiliar woman at the party made him a bit uneasy. I didn't know she'd come. I was too focused on Yuli. But I don't want to meet her here. Josephine. Even if she came as my fiancé's sister, it can't be that simple. She is the person I must be wary of above all others. She is someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. She's like a madwoman. Josephine is the head of Black Shadow, a covert intelligence organization. She is also very powerful, comparable to Zeit. The only person she respects is Yuli. So if anyone harms Yuli, she will be furious. I don't know why Josephine hasn't dealt with Deculein yet, but she's bound to do it. When I first stepped into this room, she radiated a huge, murderous intent toward me. Perhaps it's the fate of the antagonist. I can clearly feel her killing intent. This variable will be very dangerous. In the end, I must show reverence to Yuli to survive this death. Deculein quietly reminded himself. Beside him, the burly Zeit, unaware his future brother-in-law was nervous, enthusiastically said, "Let's get straight to the point, Professor Deculein. When do you want to hold the celebration? It's been 3 years since you two got engaged, hasn't it?" Not giving Deculein a chance to answer, Yuli, sitting to one side, fumbled as if to speak. However, Zeit didn't let her voice her thoughts and put up a hand to stop her. "This is adult business." Hearing that, Yuli's gaze fell in sadness. Her lips pressed together tightly, speechless. Back to Deculein before voicing his thoughts. He cast a glance to observe the dangerous figure, Josephine, for a moment. From the protagonist's view, Josephine tilted her head slightly as if unconcerned. Yet her eyes, seemingly casual, were fixed on Deculein, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. To keep his own life safe, Deculein began to prepare the lines he'd rehearsed. "I'll let Yuli handle this. If she doesn't trust this marriage, I'm willing to give it up." Deculein's seemingly caring words made Yuli so angry she ground her teeth, while the burly family head Zeit gently chided. "Good heavens, marriage is a serious matter. How can you take it lightly? Haven't you two been apart too long? If so, just rekindle the feelings. Marriage isn't something you can just drop. The elders of the family won't accept that either." Hearing this, Yuli could no longer hold back. She shouted, "Family head, please allow us to speak privately, please." From Yuli's tone, Zeit immediately guessed his sister was somewhat unset. After about 2 seconds' thought, he nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go, Josephine." So the two of them stood and left the room. Before walking out, Josephine even waved cheerfully. "Have a nice chat, Tilda." Once the room door was closed, Yuli's cold voice rang out. "What are you planning to do this time? What do you want after all?" she asked, looking at Deculein with eyes full of hatred. At the same time, outside, Josephine stood silently in the corridor, secretly eavesdropping on the young couple's conversation inside the room. Back to Deculein, he didn't dare to risk answering the question. Immediately and instead glanced toward the door, worry clearly visible in his eyes. She's eavesdropping behind that door. Josephine is listening. She acted as if she had left, but it was certainly only to hide her listening device. There's no way she actually left. However, this was also an opportunity. Josephine didn't know that she had been discovered. Deculein truly loved Yuli. If he could make her believe that, he could avoid the deadly variable. With that thought, he switched on his superb acting skills to fool his little wife. He put on an emotional face and said, "Yuli, I'll tell you the truth. As you can see, I cannot cancel the betrothal as I wish. No, more precisely, there's nothing we can do. Things have gone too far." Hearing that, Yuli across from him clenched her hands and demanded, "So this time, what dirty method will you use to torment me? Before we were betrothed, you used your connections to force this marriage. You promised to compensate the elder of my family. Do you remember what you said to convince me? You said fighting is too dangerous. Because of that line, you forced me to give up pursuing the Empire's cause, then suggested I take over as captain of Haid Kine, the unit managed by the Deculein family. And when I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. What are you trying to do?" As she spoke, tears welled in Yuli's eyes. She stared at Deculein, waiting for an answer. But looking at her face now, Deculein was also silenced. He told himself, "I know all of this." He had mistaken obsessive insistence on keeping her by his side for love, and he sabotaged everything around Yuli, so she had no choice but to stay. Deculein had committed unforgivable acts. Therefore, I understand Yuli's resentment better than anyone. Thinking this, Deculein could only say, "I will not do that anymore." "I don't believe you," Yuli shouted. Yet the protagonist's next words truly surprised her. "I know I pushed you too hard. I realize what I did was wrong, But I didn't do it alone. Your sister and brother also went too far. If it weren't for that, they would have no reason to oppose canceling the betrothal, simply for family honor. Besides, shouldn't you leave your family behind to pursue your dream of becoming a guard? A guard is a knight not affiliated with any family, sworn to protect only the emperor. Yuli, I am neither honest nor loyal. I am completely the opposite of your ideal. I am not suitable for you. The only thing I can do for you is to maintain our betrothal, but not to marry you. I truly want you to be free, but given this tangled web of interests, I cannot. You can use my name to protect yourself as long as you need until you can pursue your dream. I will wait, and I will keep our betrothal. Across from him, Yuli's face had lost all anger. Instead, she sounded skeptical. What are you planning? Why are you saying all this now? In response, Deculein kept his tone. I'm not expecting anything by saying all this. However, if I could ask for one thing, I want to see your smile once a month. That's what I wish for, he said with a sorrowful look. When Yuli heard this, her face blushed like a ripe fruit. Her voice became stammering and inarticulate. What? Why would you suddenly want something like that? Not only her, even Josephine, eavesdropping outside, was startled and blushed, leaving Zeit beside her a bit puzzled. Back to Deculein, he had been lost in thought. To avoid the deadly variable, I said what she wanted to hear. However, seeing how flustered Yuli was after his words, she looked truly adorable. I must admit, even the love Deculein felt for Yuli is mine now. Opposite him, Yuli's face grew redder. She said shamefully, "Are you trying to trick me with such embarrassing words? Anyway, I don't believe you. I'll never trust your plan." Seeing her reaction, Deculein couldn't help but laugh out loud. But that made Yuli even more embarrassed. "Why are you laughing? I told you I wouldn't believe it." Outside, at Deculein's acting, even Josephine was completely convinced and felt reassured. Although slightly embarrassed, are his feelings real? If so, should I watch a little longer? In short, Deculein avoided another deadly variable and earned 2 more shop coins. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, he was in his fancy car, heading somewhere. Inside the car, Deculein glanced at the surroundings and thought, 3 days went by so fast. The Memorial Day has arrived. The protagonist's destination this time was a cemetery. After instructing the driver to wait outside, Deculein entered the cemetery alone. As he walked, Deculein's mood was full of emotion. Only the sound of footsteps in a graveyard can stir a person's feelings, simply because of the atmosphere. Sunlight threaded through the blades of grass and the cracks on the tombstones. My heart dissolved into this place before my body had a chance to. This is where my memories are kept. Not Deculein's, but Kim Woo-jin's. Thinking that, Deculein looked toward a particular gravestone. Images of his ex-girlfriend, Yu Ah-ra, began to surface in his mind. Her beautiful smile was still imprinted in Deculein's memory. To clarify this, let's go back to a time in the past. It happened late one night. While Deculein was taking a short break, his girlfriend suddenly suggested, "I'm going to hide an Easter egg inside." I was thinking it would be great if we added something to Deculein's profile. He's the game's main boss, so I thought that would be enough. "I also have the author's permission," she said excitedly. But faced with that attitude, Deculein was only slightly annoyed. He tossed his empty coffee cup into the trash and shook his head in complaint. "That will only add to our workload. We've been working all night. It doesn't directly affect revenue, so don't try to increase our workload, team leader." Hearing that, Ah-ra crossed her arms and protested. "Why not? This is important too. We have to put our hearts into the game." In response came the protagonist's sigh. "You're babbling again. Fine, do whatever you want. You didn't bring this up to ask my opinion anyway." From Ah-ra's perspective, she looked at her boyfriend and said with delight, "I think it's a pretty good idea. It won't be useless. Deculein also has a deceased fiancée, after all." At that time, Ah-ra always spoke cheerfully about the interesting ideas she came up with. I couldn't understand what she found amusing about those stories. I didn't know what her joke meant. After she placed an Easter egg in, what made her smile so happily? To recall Kim Woo-jin's memories, I must find those clues. Did I call the idea great, or did I ruthlessly dismiss her? Thinking that, Deculein studied the gravestone before him. Inscribed on it were the words, "Yu Ah-ra von Ferges Mahanisht, always grateful to you." Reading that inscription, Deculein seemed stunned. He stood there, dazed, thinking, why did she carve my name on this gravestone? Deculein was created based on Kim Woo-jin. Why did Ah-ra use her own name for the deceased fiancé of Deculein? And why did she thank me? Thinking that, Deculein reached out and lightly touched the cold gravestone. A wave of emotion began to flood Deculein's body, causing him to be unable to hold back his tears. A single word could fill his entire being with feeling. It was as if he could hear Ah-ra's whispers. Memories of earlier days returned in succession. The way she gushed praise for his drawings, the way she put a coat on him, whenever he shivered from the cold, the way she held his hand and told him she loved him, the way she always helped him up when he was tired. 7 years together, always by my side. Memories of her. The more he thought, the more Deculein's tears flowed. However, there was one thing he did not know. Not far away, a strange man was watching him, grinding his teeth. He whispered, "I've found you, filthy mage." Time passed quickly. By now, Deculein's tear-streaked face had gone, replaced by his usual cold expression. Done with what he came to do, he wanted to leave the cemetery. As he walked, he thought, "Now I'm calm like this, as if I never cried just now." Deculein's personality is truly puzzling at times like this. With that in mind, the strange man stepped forward and blocked Deculein's path. Looking at his silhouette, the protagonist murmured, "A familiar face. Lockhart, isn't it?" From Deculein's view, the long-haired stranger held a sharp dagger. A murderous aura radiated from him, enough to make an ordinary person shudder in fear. He was Lockhart, the mage killer who had been wanted and publicized earlier. Seeing Deculein recognize him, Lockhart grew furious, like a mad dog about to bite. "You know of me? Unbelievable. How dare an arrogant, trivial mage like you say that?" Not answering the taunt, Deculein quickly reviewed what he knew about Lockhart. The mage killer Lockhart. This guy was a lieutenant villain who targeted only mages. What made him a natural enemy of mages was his ability to nullify magic. As in other games, nullification is often seen as cheating. Moreover, Lockhart's ability had no limits and wasn't even affected by physical force. Thinking that, as Lockhart lunged to get close to Deculein to taste some blood, he quickly used his telekinesis, sending fragments of stone flying forward like bullets. However, when the stones were only a few centimeters from Lockhart, they suddenly stopped, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. This made Deculein narrow his eyes. Although he had known beforehand, it still bothered him. Magic couldn't be used within his range. He muttered while on the other side Lockhart opened his mouth in a loud laugh. "Ha ha, stupid mage. Magic doesn't work on me." After saying that, he swung the dagger toward Deculein. Deculein nimbly jumped back to dodge. Next, Lockhart kept charging. His arms swung like a machine, attacking frantically. But with his observational skills, Deculein easily read his attack angles and gently evaded without difficulty. Most mages would tremble before Lockhart because of his special ability. However, Deculein was different. At that moment, Lockhart leapt into the air, aiming the dagger at Deculein and shouted, "Die!" In response to his words, came a powerful punch from Deculein, striking his face. The force of the blow immediately sent Lockhart's nose bleeding profusely. After all, Deculein's daily physical training was not for nothing. Lockhart's body was flung away like a torn sack. Seeing his pathetic state, Deculein said coldly, "It's meaningless to me." Lockhart roared in anger, "You bastard!" But before he could utter more, he took a full-force kick to the face from Deculein. A few days earlier, I had managed to get 10 shop coins and buy mana quality enhancement. This helps improve my mana control efficiency. After enhancing mana quality, Deculein tried using telekinesis to manipulate a chair. Immediately, the chair shot up onto the roof and got stuck there. It seems I need to recalibrate this entirely. I only wanted to lift it a little. But now I realize I can unleash more mana than before. It seems this ability applies over a wider range than I thought. Now let's just carry on with daily life as usual. Saying that, Deculein quickly took off his shirt and tossed it aside, then began his usual pull-up exercise. However, the moment he grabbed the bar, Deculein suddenly noticed something strange. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and saw deep, distinct indentations where he'd gripped. This surprised Deculein. "What is this? I thought it would be only a mild enhancement, but in reality, it significantly increased my bodily strength quality." Back in the present, Lockhart had been kicked flat on the ground like a dead dog by Deculein. At the same time, the system announced, "Villain's fate, surpassed uncertain death." Shop coins +2, not paying much attention to the notification. Deculein simply stared at Lockhart, the man he had been beating like a dog, and thought, "I know that mana quality enhancement also applies as an attribute. I could beat Lockhart with the Iron Man attribute, but since that characteristic has become stronger, everything is easier than I expected." In front of him, Lockhart's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he tried to get up. He kept cursing under his breath, "Damn it. I could have wiped out those damn mages, traitorous mages. The ones who betrayed God, Vissam, the Brecks, the shameless brats. You're all madmen. You're just a useless insect without magic." Deculein, with his noble dignity, did not get angry at Lockhart's meaningless curses. He began to consider this man's power, a skill so strong it could be considered cheating. A rage directed squarely at mages, and within that expression was betrayal. Deculein suddenly thought of something and asked, Lockhart, are you of the Scarlet Clan? This unexpected question left Lockhart looking stunned. He stared at Deculein, then hesitantly asked, "You, how did you know?" The Scarlet Clan is named, so because they are all born within a curtain of blood. Their bloodline descends from demons of ancient times. They conceal their identities and live scattered across the continent, the race opposed to mages. Just as magic was created to fight demons, the conflict between mages and the Scarlet Clan is a core element in shaping the world view, and is also one of the main storylines of the game. However, the Scarlet Clan constantly faces mortal danger, simply because of their ancestors. A purge is very likely happening somewhere right now. Thinking of that, Deculein's face showed some sympathy. He said, "Lockhart, I understand you very well. The oppression you've endured for so long has truly been harsh. But if you kill an innocent mage, you'll become a monster like them." In response to this, Lockhart's face twisted with extreme rage. He shouted as if he couldn't accept that such words could come from a mage. "Shut up, what do you know? Stop preaching and just kill me." But Deculein calmly explained, "I know that because the Scarlet Clan is innocent too." This statement left Lockhart momentarily stunned. But quickly he countered, "What? You little mage, what did you just say?" Deculein remained calm and replied, "I am Deculein of the Deculein family. It is a family of high nobility, one that has never lost its dignity." Hearing Deculein introduce himself, Lockhart truly could not understand. He shouted, "Are you going to preach to me before you kill me?" But Deculein continued, "The only time I lost my dignity was when facing a demon. The Deculein line has hunted demons since ancient times. We start to go mad as if we're just waiting to see a demon. It's an instinct I cannot overcome. But did I lose my dignity and composure when standing before you? Did I waver when you provoked me? Did I go mad as if I'd been waiting for it for a long time? You are human, you can trust me." Ahead, Lockhart's face truly became dazed. An unusual thought suddenly arose in his mind. Perhaps this is the dignity of a true noble. At that moment, a shout came from the distance. "Over here, hurry up." Hearing the call, Deculein quickly delivered a kick to Lockhart's chin, causing him to spit blood and faint on the spot. "So stay there and surrender," he murmured, though Lockhart could no longer hear him. Shortly after, one of two people who had run up stood at attention and introduced himself. "I am Inspector Robar. That was quite a kick. You must be Professor Deculein. As for this murderer, should I give him a few more kicks?" he said, turning to glare angrily at Lockhart. Fortunately, Deculein stepped in to stop him. "It's fine, leave him be." With that said, he began to use his telekinesis. A pile of sand not far away slowly changed, gradually forming a sturdy rope. Seeing this, Inspector Robar was stunned. "I didn't expect magic to be this wondrous." Deculein handed him the rope he had made and instructed, "This one can nullify magic so spells won't work on him. Instead, tie him with this rope." "So miraculous. No wonder he's so good at fleeing and why the magic radar didn't work," Robar said in amazement. Then Deculein asked, "Why did you arrive early? Weren't you on patrol?" Inspector Robar shook his head slightly and explained, "We came after receiving a report. Didn't you report it, Professor?" "Not me. Someone must have heard the commotion and called it in." "Then I'll go ahead, you get to work." "Understood," Robar replied quickly. Back to Deculein, the encounter with Lockhart here was a minor matter for him. Luckily, he could resolve it without bloodshed. There are still traces of that person here. I don't want to hurt anyone, Deculein thought to himself. Time passed quickly, scene change. The next day at the Deculein Manor, Deculein's training room. At that time, his sister Uriel was also present to deliver a summons from the Burke Council. She said, "It's the first meeting in 15 years at Burke." Hearing that, Deculein paused his training. He took the letter and casually asked, "You came all the way here just to give me this scroll?" Uriel replied with a bored expression, "Because you don't care, so I had to come in person. Isn't it the head of the family's role to look after this household? And when will you put some clothes on?" Meanwhile, Deculein quickly opened the scroll and grasped the letter's contents. It read, "Recently, demons have appeared on Black Mountain. Therefore, the Burke Council wishes to assemble the families to discuss this matter." At the same time, the system issued a main quest for him. Main quest, Burke's summons. After reading it, Deculein said to Uriel, "It will take place in a week. I can bring someone with me like a guard." Hearing this, Uriel was a bit surprised, then probed, "You need a guard? Then I'll ask Jeff. He used to be with the mercenary company." Deculein shook his head. "No need for that. Someone like Jeff is even less necessary. He's more used to holding a helm than a weapon." Opposite him, Uriel let out a soft snort, but then her expression grew worried as she warned, "You can't go without a guard. I've been there. The journey to Burke can be life-threatening. I've been there. The journey to Burke can be life-threatening." Her words made Deculein pause slightly. He asked, "You're worried about me? Dream on, don't say such disgusting things. I just can't let you die before I officially take the headship from you." Uriel shouted, before she awkwardly cleared her throat and added, "Leave the guard matter to me. I'll hire someone trustworthy." Scene change, Freyden military camp. At this time, Yuli was training a group of soldiers. "Good, that's the attitude, keep your focus." Not far away, the deputy commander looked ahead with a face full of anxiety. "What should I do?" In response, someone behind spoke up. "What do you mean?" The sudden voice startled the deputy commander, who shouted, "At least walk so you make some noise, Veron. We just landed a big contract, but there's something that worries me. I'm not sure we should accept." Veron raised an eyebrow. "Don't speculate. Tell me your concern, deputy." Hearing that, the man could only bitterly speak his worry. "This matter is awkward to bring up with her. The mission is to protect Deculein. More precisely, to protect the entire convoy. But plainly, they know if they asked us to guard the whole convoy, we wouldn't agree. That's why they downplayed it," the deputy said calmly. What he didn't know was that when Veron heard the name Deculein, his hand trembled with excitement. However, Veron quickly hid his earlier manner and advised, "Take that mission. Guarding an entire convoy isn't something just anyone can do. If we succeed, our army's reputation will rise immediately. Money worries will ease too. After all, we are a private army." The deputy still hesitated. But the commander, about Deculein, however, Veron cut in coldly, "It's fine. Our commander isn't the kind to let personal feelings interfere with a mission." Hearing this, the deputy nodded in agreement. "That's true, I'll report back to the commander then." With that said, the man quickly departed. Behind him, Veron stood there with a cold expression. Burke is the name of the highland mountain range in the northern part of the continent, rising to 3,500 meters. It's also the home of the mages known as the Burke Elders. This place is the center of all magical schools across the continent, where every thought and study about magic converges. Magic towers are obvious here, and even the floating islands of other mages cannot disobey orders from this place. Burke's influence is so great it can be considered the pillar of the magic world. And because convocations are rare, only once every few decades, being summoned to Burke for such an event is both an honor and recognition of one's status within the magical community. However, a summons from Burke is also known as the Grave of Mages. Scene change, Burke Station. Currently, Yuli's group is at the station. She calls out to her vice-captain with a warning. "Have you prepared everything?" "Of course, don't worry." The vice-captain replies, then adds, "He's coming." Hearing that, Knight Yuli turns her head back and sees Deculein approaching with his assistant Alan. On the side, Alan looks around with delight and exclaims in surprise, "Wow, it's April and yet the snow is piling up, Professor. We really are way up north." Back to Yuli. Spotting them, she steps forward to greet them. "Thank you for coming all this way. From this transfer station, the Freyden Guild will be responsible for protecting half the train. We'll do our best to protect you and make sure you have a comfortable journey," she says, cheeks flushed. It seems the meeting party left its mark on her. Thinking back to Deculein's words from before, "I hope you'll show me that smile once a month." Yuli's whole body starts trembling again. She keeps asking herself, "What should I do now? Should I smile? If so, how? A big bright smile or just a small one? Why do I have to put up with this?" Behind her, the vice-captain, seeing Yuli's shaking, secretly cries inside. Even though he annoys her to the core, she still gives her all for him. "She truly deserves respect, Captain." Thinking that, he speaks up. "Captain, I'll handle it." But before he can finish, the subordinate Veron steps forward and introduces himself. "My name is Veron. This time I've been assigned as a guard. They only came to show respect after putting this responsibility on me." In response, the vice-captain smiles, pats Veron on the back a few times and introduces, "This kid is truly talented, recognized by our guild. So you don't need to worry, Professor." Protagonist's perspective. Deculein seeing the vice-captain praising Veron like that in front of him. Deculein quietly frowns and observes, "Talented, huh? To be sure, I should check with keen sight, but I can't sense any special energy from him at all. Am I overthinking this?" Across from him, Veron has no idea Deculein is secretly testing him. He calmly says, "Most mages travel with guards, so each carriage is assigned one. I'll be in charge of the carriage you're in, Professor." Deculein nods, "Then I'll be counting on you." On this side, after finishing the greetings, Yuli prepares to leave. "All right, my work here is done. Have a safe trip." After saying this, she quickly departs with the vice-captain. However, as if recalling something, she suddenly turns around, forcing a painfully awkward smile, her face burning red. On the other side, Deculein chuckled when he saw this. So she kept her word, he murmured to himself. Time passed quickly. A few hours later, inside the carriage, Deculein noticed his assistant Alan looking exhausted, so he advised, "If you're tired, just sleep. We've still got a few hours to go." In reply, Alan's eyes were already half closed, so he didn't refuse. "Yes, I'll take a quick nap then." Saying that, he leaned back slightly and dozed off, while Deculein remained lost in thought about the meeting called by Burke. A summons from Burke is called the Grave of Mages for a particular reason. Burke is regarded as the pillar of the magical world, but it also has a second, completely opposite face. That's because unexpected incidents always occur whenever the Burke convocation is held. One of the greatest dangers is attacks on the trains. Getting through such an event safely is no easy feat. One of the reasons the original Deculein died was a mind game, guessing which train route would be safe among those heading to Burke. If you want a lower-risk option, you can buy information from the underworld about which train will be attacked. If he were the original Deculein, he certainly would have done that. However, now it's impossible. After I took over Deculein, I cut off all ties with the underworld. That's why before coming, I prepared many measures to protect myself. For example, I used insight to learn the legendary martial art Estran combat. And to be fair, Alan is sleeping deeply. Just a while ago, he was squealing with excitement, and now he can sleep like a log. Rewinding to a few days earlier when Deculein made the offer to his assistant. Alan, do you want to go to Burke with me? Be my assistant. Of course, this trip is dangerous, so you can refuse if you want. On the other side, Alan was so excited he almost cried. Thank you so much, Professor. It's an honor for someone like me to get this opportunity, he said, sniffling and teary, which angered cleanliness-obsessed Deculein. If your nose starts running, I'm not taking you with me. Back to the present. Honestly, Alan agreeing to come surprised Deculein a bit. Really surprising. I didn't think he'd agree to come along knowing how dangerous it is. Could he be more ambitious than I thought? Time passed quickly. The train briefly stopped to drop off passengers at some station. Deculein looked out and thought to himself, now only one stop remains, Burke. So far nothing has happened. Did I pick the right train? I prepared extremely thoroughly, but it seems it might have been all for nothing. Before leaving, I used the Midas hand on a renowned master's outfit to boost its defense. I also reinforced various wooden and metal pieces and hid them inside the carriage. I even cast spells on Alan's clothes. Thinking this, Deculein's face grew somewhat solemn. Lately, I've used the Midas hand so much that my mana is nearly gone. Should I save it for something else? What a waste. Preparations are preparations, but hopefully nothing happens. Let's hope things stay peaceful like this, Deculein murmured inwardly. But things never go the way he plans. Just as the train crossed a large stone bridge, suddenly one carriage exploded with a tremendous bang. Rewinding to a few days earlier. Before Deculein boarded the train to Burke, Giltheon and Sylvia, father and daughter, had already begun their journey. Inside the carriage, Uncle Giltheon complained to his daughter, "Aren't you going to put your book down even on the train?" Across from him, Sylvia kept her head bowed over the exercise booklet in front of her. The professor assigned a lot of exercises. Hearing that, Giltheon chuckled and advised, "Haha, you'll become an archmage someday, and yet you're more diligent than anyone." In reply, Sylvia said calmly, "If I can't even do this, how could I become an archmage?" Saying that, her face showed a hint of annoyance as her eyes fell into thought. "Honestly, I'm not worried about Ephen at all, but I still want to hear more of Deculein's lectures." Thinking this, Sylvia grew curious and asked her father, "Father, why did we leave early to attend the Burke convocation? Couldn't we have gone in a few days?" Across from them, hearing the question, Giltheon suddenly fell silent. He was quiet for a long moment, then his steady voice rang out. "Have you heard that? The journey to Burke is the grave of mages." Sylvia, surprised, asked, "I thought that was just a ghost story." Her father shook his head and slowly explained, "It's no joke. Whenever there's a convocation to Burke, a few mages always lose their lives. 15 years ago, 11 people died. For a long time, being summoned to Burke has been a sign of a prestigious family. If you're chosen among the 20 families and attend, your family's name will be etched into history. However, families summoned but unable to attend the convocation will be permanently removed from the list. And there's an important rule. A new family will take that vacant spot. So what's the easiest way to bring down a prestigious family? Hearing this, Sylvia grasped the issue. Surely families not in the top 20 try to murder participants to take their places. Still, she found it hard to believe. No, this is. Before she could finish, Giltheon admitted, "That's exactly it. The journey to Burke is like thin ice. Those hungry to become renowned mages may die for what they seek. That's why we had to hurry. We received word that a group is plotting to attack the train leaving after hours. I brought you along to be as cautious as possible. However, if this leaks, there will surely be trouble." Saying this, Giltheon paused, then thought, "Should I explain this to Sylvia? After all, she'll have to face the world's cruelty someday." After thinking, he continued, "Among the 12 traditional families, do you think any family always keeps its position? If someone must be punished for this, then it would have to be all the mages. Deaths on the way to the convocation are basically like magically induced natural deaths. Back to the present, the explosion from the carriage immediately put Deculein and Veron on alert. Deculein narrowed his eyes and began to use his mental force. The nearby window instantly blew out. Because of the blast, Alan slowly woke up. Seeing the scene before him, he was astonished. What's happening? Alan panicked. Professor, look, the entire train is floating in midair. Back to Deculein. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. What a relief. Estran martial arts helped. But memorizing the primary kinetic incantation before departure is what kept us alive. At the same time, atop the carriage roof, the attacking assassins were also stunned. This is absurd. The whole train is floating. Are senior professors really that different? In response to the assassin who just spoke, another in the group growled. This is a bit unexpected, but we're only getting started. Everyone focus. If we succeed, we'll get a handsome reward. With that, they dropped a rope down and used it to swing into the carriage. Where Deculein was sitting, they kicked the window to pieces and climbed in, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. However, Deculein had long since prepared for this attack. Seeing them appear, he said coldly, "What a bunch of idiots. Too bad for you. I anticipated this already." As soon as the words left his mouth, he used his mental force to hurl broken steel and splintered wood at the assassins like bullets. They'd barely swung into the carriage and hadn't even recovered when they were riddled like a beehive. Beside him, his assistant Alan, witnessing this, gaped and shouted, "Professor, this is an attack. What's going on?" Hearing that, Deculein glanced at him, then slapped Alan's nape, causing him to faint on the spot. "Rest a bit, Alan," Deculein whispered, then turned to Veron. "Veron, right. Take this kid to somewhere safe. If there are other passengers in other carriages, evacuate them." Following Deculein's request, Veron quickly carried Alan out of the carriage. Watching their backs disappear, Deculein pondered inwardly. Alan's nape feels too soft. I can sense the difference thanks to the steel body trait that sharpened my senses. Could it be? It seemed he had a guess, but very quickly. Deculein dismissed the thought. He faced the remaining assassins. "Let me finish this first, then I'll think." Staring them down, he said coldly, "You started this, so you should know what's right, yes? Your deaths here will be natural ones." As the words rang out, Deculein's body erupted with fierce mana. That made the assassin's hair stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger began to envelop them. Back with Veron. After setting Alan to rest leaning against a rock below, Veron looked up at the carriage hovering in the air. He frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed quickly. Back to Deculein. Inside the carriage, the assassins' bodies lay scattered everywhere. Pools of blood stained the floor, none of them still breath. Deculein sat back in his seat, exhausted, trying to steady his breathing. "Tiring than I thought, dealing with the explosion and fighting at once drained my mana." As he thought that, he looked at his hand, trembling uncontrollably. His mana now was down to exactly 10 points. Next, the swordsman Veron returned to the carriage and reported, "I've taken all the remaining passengers to safety." Hearing this, Deculein nods in praise. "Well done." Then we should, before he finishes, Deculein's eyes flash with surprise. He studies Veron's expression intently, then thinks, "This guy." His gaze is different than before. "Well, I was stunned by the attack too. He must be surprised as well, right?" That's what Deculein thinks. But immediately after, he sees red auras continuously rising from Veron. This is the sign of death, a sign tied to the fate of a villain. Sweat immediately beads on Deculein's face. He's been moving with me all this time while hiding his true nature. I let my guard down. Ahead, the swordsman Veron no longer hides his intent. He draws his sword, points it at Deculein, and says coldly, "Fortunately, you survived. I must kill you with my own hands." Deculein, already exhausted, tries to buy time and asks, one last question. "Are you doing this on someone's orders? Is it Yuli?" At that, Veron across from him screams like a mad dog, "Stop! If you mention my master's name one more time, I won't forgive you. She is a courageous warrior. She would never think of such things. Erase that imagination from your mind. You will die by my hand for my master." From Deculein's point of view, seeing Veron's determined face, he quickly pieces things together. It seems this has nothing to do with Yuli, judging by his expression. But the problem now is, I only have 10 mana points left. Can I defeat someone talented enough to be rated an excellent warrior of Team Freyden in this state? Deculein asks himself. However, Veron offers him no time to think. He suddenly launches his attack. Then my duty as a guard ends here. With that, he rushes at Deculein, swinging his sword down at lightning speed. Seeing this, Deculein forces himself to control a shard of wood and steel, quickly blocking the blow. At the same time, he cancels the spell that had kept the train suspended in the air. So, the train begins to fall straight downward. Cut to Sylvia's private room. Outside, a knight carrying 2 ice creams cheerfully offers. Would you like to try some, milady? This is Burke's specialty, eternal snow ice cream. Sylvia, the genius, merely sighs and declines. I'm fine. You can have more, Sirio. I'm tired of them. I've eaten plenty. Is everyone here? Hearing this, Sirio the knight asks, whom do you mean? Except for Euclid and Rewind, everyone is here. Milady, are you waiting for someone? Ah, no. Sylvia shakes her head. Her expression is thoughtful, which seems to make Sirio realize something. He quickly leaves the room, saying, then, I'll take my leave. If anything happens, call me, milady. Back to Sylvia's perspective. Sitting alone in the room, she begins to recall an old memory. A day in the cemetery. It was just a normal day. A day she visited her mother and spoke to her. She gently placed a bouquet on the cold gravestone and said, how have you been lately, mother? Professor Deculein is terrible. He gives too much homework, as if I only attend his class. Today. But at that moment, she suddenly hears a sobbing sound coming from somewhere. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sylvia quietly follows the sound. And then she witnesses an unexpected scene. Up ahead, a figure is kneeling before a grave. It is Deculein. Even seen from behind, she immediately recognizes her teacher, even just his hunched back. One look and she is certain it is Deculein. Why is he in a place like this? I don't think he's the type to be sorrowful over someone else's loss. Sylvia wonders to herself. At the same time, ahead, Deculein stands up. At the corners of his eyes, 2 lines of tears still remain. This leaves Sylvia dazed. Is he crying? Deculein, the man always cold and stern, had shed tears. That's wonderful. I always thought he was an annoying, self-righteous professor, but he himself once lost someone he loved. Those tears, like shooting stars, they weave through my mind. At that thought, her heart seems to beat a little faster. She remembers her father's words from before. I received word that a group is plotting to attack the train. Gilthian's remark made Sylvia a bit worried. How bothersome. After hearing Deculein's lecture that day, I felt there was something I wanted to try. If I try using this mana stone, could it work? Among the 3 attributes of primal magic, all are formed by using root spells and their variations. Sylvia's magic is a combination of the 3 basic attributes. She uses the mana stone as a medium and reshapes it as she wishes. Now Sylvia begins to channel the magic within her, making the stone in her hand glow with a sparkling radiance. Then streams of energy pour from the stone, starting to converge. Finally, a small dove gradually appears. I did it. Sylvia exclaims joyfully, then begins to name the bird. From now on, your name will be Swift. As she says it, she gently presses her forehead to the little bird's head, as if conveying something to it. After finishing, Sylvia softly flicks the dove into the air, then whispers, fly, go and show me what you see. Back at Deculein's location, the train is not entirely plunging into the ravine. Instead, part of it remains snagged on the mountainside. Inside the carriage, Deculein's face contorts in pain. The train luckily held fast and did not fall. But I think I broke a few bones. I'll recover soon, thanks to the iron body trait. As he thinks this, before Deculein can do much, a sword hurtles straight toward him. Fortunately, with his enhanced senses, Deculein notices in time and tilts his head to dodge. Next, he swings his arm to control a shard of wood and steel, striking Veron on the head. But the blow is repelled by a pale red aura. A protective force field, Deculein wonders to himself. Across from him, Veron can't help but praise Deculein's durability. You're stubbornly persistent, Deculein. Saying that, he coats his sword in an aura, then dashes forward to deliver a horizontal slash. Deculein strains to manipulate the floating wood and steel shards around him to block the attack. Veron's strikes are extremely fast and powerful. Sweat begins to fall from Deculein's face. He's strong. Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him. But Deculein will never fall in situations like this. Veron's strikes are extremely fast and powerful. Sweat begins to fall from Deculein's face. He's strong. Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him. But Deculein will never fall in situations like this. Opposite him, Veron keeps rushing in, attacking relentlessly. But Deculein's wood and steel shards also have a limit. After taking countless blows, they begin to splinter. Seeing this, Deculein lets out a faint smile. Damn it, if this sword cuts me, will the game end? Or will nothing have ever happened? Will I open my eyes back in the office? If not, then what will happen? A spray of fresh blood spurts into the air. Looking at the sword nearly at his throat, Deculein tells himself, it's all over. However, suddenly an unexpected anomaly occurs. The space inside the carriage begins to warp, as if being distorted. This leaves Deculein staring in bewilderment. What is this? Is the space fluctuating? Next, a streak of blood suddenly appears on Veron's wrist. Before anyone knows what happened, his hand has been severed and falls backward. The pain is so intense that even a knight like Veron cannot help but clutch his arm and scream. Seeing this, Deculein immediately realizes his chance. I don't know what happened, but this is my opportunity. Saying that, he uses his remaining mana to drive a rusted shard of steel straight into Veron's right ankle, startling him. But that is not all. Immediately after that attack, Deculein hooks his leg and kicks Veron's left leg. The powerful kick makes Veron stagger, lose momentum, and fall backward. He crashes into a few seats and tumbles out through the large hole in the carriage. However, Veron reacts very quickly. At that moment, he manages to draw a dagger and drive it hard into the floor, keeping himself from falling below. Seeing this, Deculein calmly steps forward toward him, looking at him with cold eyes. This enjares Veron. His face contorts as he asks, "What did you just do?" Deculein shakes his head slightly in reply, "I don't know either. More importantly, why did you try to kill me? I don't remember anything between us." "What? I remember clearly the crimes you committed against my master." Veron responds. By now, Deculein sees Veron's nature clearly. He is blindly loyal. You really say this is for Yuli's benefit, even though Yuli didn't ask you to do this. What is Yuli to you that you'd do something like this? To this, Veron only replies coldly, "You will never understand, Deculein." Then memories begin to stir within Veron. The scene shows Knight Yuli speaking with a group of people. The woman opposite says, thank you so much. If not for you, things would have been terrible." Yuli bows in response. "Of course, I only did my duty as a knight." Elsewhere, the boy Veron struggles and protests loudly. "Let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. That guy started it." Hearing this, the woman immediately turns to him and says venomously, "Do you know how good my Jason is? Surely you've done something wrong." Behind her, a kid with a bruised eye smirks, "Hee, that's right." His expression only enjares Veron more. "Want to die?" Veron snarls. To that, the woman just sneers threateningly. "Haven't you learned your lesson? I'm about to hand you over to the police. Let's see what happens to you. You should kneel and beg for mercy. You beat my child. You'll be charged with assault and unlawful entry." Back in Yuli's view, she stands aside, seeming to realize something. She interjects hurriedly. "Wait a moment, you're saying that boy trespassed?" "That's right. Its behavior matches its social status exactly." The woman says coldly, admitting it. This surprises Yuli. She looks at Veron more closely. "Did that boy climb over those high walls? Such a scrawny boy." Thinking that, as if having made up her mind, the knight says, "I'll take the child to the police station myself. Please rest here, ma'am." So Yuli takes Veron and leads him away. Along the way, the kid Veron keeps shouting, "Let me go. I told you to let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. Why take me to the police?" Hearing that, Yuli's steps halt. She murmurs, "The Phrygia family is notorious for their behavior. I'm certain you're telling the truth, at least partly." This gives Veron a glimmer of hope, and he continues to explain, "Not just partly. I really didn't do anything wrong." But before Veron can finish, Yuli cuts him off loudly. "You still shouldn't hit people. If you come with me, I'll teach you how to control yourself. What will you choose to do?" Yuli's words make Veron visibly surprised. Then he asks, "Will you feed me?" For Veron, that's how my master and I first met. After that, I joined the Knights. However, because of my childhood and temperament, I couldn't get along with others. The only one who cared for me was Yuli. Yes, everything really was fine, as long as I can stay by the captain's side. My master is always ahead of me. She always helps others, and she never compromises with injustice. My respect and admiration for her continue to grow, and so does my love for her. I know my feelings only hinder her. I know my emotions are a burden to her. However, I must kill him. One day he will bring destruction to my master." Veron says with eyes full of hatred. And at those words, even Deculein must admit inwardly, he's right. All the terrible things in this world are butterfly effects from what Deculein did. However, I will change what Deculein did. I'm certain Deculein's fate is not destruction. Thinking that, Deculein reaches out to Veron. "Take my hand, Veron. No matter what happens, I won't harm Yuli. Trust me." His words make Veron's face slightly pensive. Unfortunately for our protagonist, his words fall on deaf ears. Veron doesn't hear a single one. Moreover, the red aura covering him flares even more intensely. This makes even a patient person, like Deculein, lose his composure. He snaps angrily, "Do you really have no intention of changing your mind?" Below, Veron replies with an expressionless face, "Yes, I will not change my decision. No matter what, I will kill you." Back to Deculein, toward this kind of fool he has no intention of holding back. "Idiot, your stupid choice today will torment Yuli forever." Then, Deculein tightens the rusted shard in his hand and strikes straight at Veron. At the same time, elsewhere, the knight Yuli suddenly flinches. This makes the vice-captain ask with slight concern, "Captain, are you feeling unwell? Worried about Veron again? He can take care of himself." "Haha, right." Yuli smiles in response, unaware that, far away, her loyal subordinate is falling free through the air. "Master, I hope you will be happy." He whispers one last line. At the same time, the pigeon created by the genius, Sylvia, is hovering directly above the carriage. Through its sight, Sylvia witnessed the entire incident. Deculein had fought with his master's bodyguard, and the bodyguard fell off the cliff. No, more precisely, that knight tried to kill Master Deculein first, and Deculein killed him in self-defense. Sylvia quickly concluded. However, at that moment, the voice of the knight Sirio called from behind her. "Miss Sylvia, here you are. Let's go back. The break is about to start." "All right," Sylvia replies and hurries after her knight. Still, she feels some worry. She wonders if Deculein will arrive on time. Time quickly passes. A group of police received a report of a bombing on the train and rushed to the scene. The investigator in charge is Deputy Director of Security, Lilia Fremian. Seeing her arrive, several men run up to greet her. "What an honor, Deputy Director." Lilia, not wanting to waste time, asks directly, "There was an explosion and an attack." "Yes," the experienced-looking man answers. However, such incidents happen often when the Burke summit is near, so it's not a major issue. As he speaks, he hands Lilia a report book. While reviewing the documents, Lilia asks, "I see. Were there any casualties?" The man nods and explains, "Yes. Although no one was injured, 2 people are missing, one bodyguard named Veron and Professor Deculein. You can hear the details from that survivor over there." As he says this, he points to the assistant Alan, who is still unconscious, leaning against a rock. Lilia continues to question those nearby to confirm the situation. While speaking with a photographer, she receives an interesting piece of information. "A knight saved me. The train hovered midair for a while, and when I came to, the train had fallen. I think the assassin tried to attack again." Hearing this, Lilia is puzzled and asks. The train stopped midair. The photographer quickly senses her confusion, produces a photo, and explains. "Here's the picture. I was so shocked I had to capture it immediately." In the photo, Deculein holds the train fixed in midair with his psychic power. This is hard for Lilia to believe, despite the clear evidence before her. He lifted the entire train with magic. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice rings directly in her head. "Knight Veron is dead. I do not know why, but Veron attempted to murder Deculein and ultimately failed. Senior Professor Deculein survived." The sudden words startle Lilia. She quickly turns to search for the source of the message, but sees no suspicious person. Where is this signal coming from? Lilia narrows her eyes, scanning everyone around, but still cannot identify who contacted her. Suddenly, someone in the crowd points forward and shouts, "Someone's coming from the other side. Is that Professor Deculein?" All eyes turn to a figure approaching. Deculein looks a bit disheveled, but his gaze remains sharp. He is lost in thought about the earlier battle. If that strange phenomenon hadn't occurred then, by luck, I would have been killed by an unnamed knight, without someone's help. I can't believe I was so helpless. But in the end, who helped me? Deculein asks himself silently. As for Lilia, seeing Deculein appear, she introduces herself. "Senior Professor Deculein, I'm glad you're safe. I'm Lilia Fremian from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the incident." In response, Deculein doesn't answer but instead asks, "What time is it?" His question surprises Lilia slightly, but she replies, "It's 3:30 in the afternoon." Hearing that, Deculein immediately calculates. He has 6 hours left to quickly get to the Burke conference. Meanwhile, Lilia continues questioning. These questions are official. "I expect you to," before she can finish, Deculein bluntly interrupts. "Is this train the only way to get to Burke?" Deculein's refusal to answer frustrates Lilia, but she forces herself to stay calm and grits out. "No. There's also an overland route and a sea route on the other side. Let me ask again. Please hear me out. Professor, the knight who was with you," Lilia hasn't finished speaking when she suddenly realizes that Deculein's figure has vanished. She can't help but wonder, turning to the 2 men nearby. Wasn't Professor Deculein just here? Maybe he used acceleration magic, even after stopping the train from derailing with psychic power, then fighting the assassin and Veron. He still has enough strength to use such high-tier magic. How much mana does he have? So he's the Deculein Lockhart mentioned. Cut to the Burke assembly. Representatives from the powerful houses are seated safely around a large, round table. On one side, Uncle Gilthian murmurs, "It's almost 9:30, the moment the stars converge." Beside him, the genius Sylvia looks a bit anxious. She glances at the 2 empty seats and thinks, he still hasn't arrived. Cut to another corner of the assembly. Behind a curtain, a cloaked mage sits. He speaks. "Before the assembly begins, I wish to express my deep gratitude to those who answered the summons." As his voice rings out, a terrifying surge of magic radiates, making Sylvia frown at the pressure it exerts. This magic is extraordinary. He must be Deculein, the great elder of Burke. He is the leading candidate to become an archmage. a living legend who has renounced the mundane world. So, at minimum, I must reach that level to attempt to become an archmage. No one knows these thoughts flit through the little girl's mind. Deculin's voice continues. After roll call, we will begin the assembly. He pauses, then begins reading the names of each house. Gilthian of Alade, present. Uncle Adeline answers at once. Thus, names are called one by one, and of course everyone replies when their house is named. However, when Deculein calls the Deculein house, no one responds. Deculein hasn't arrived. Deculin's voice deepens. If he does not arrive before I call his name 3 times, I will consider him unresponsive to the summons, and the Deculein house will be disqualified from the mage ranks. These words instantly stir the hall into an uproar. Disqualified from the mage houses. This is a major event. They were summoned for the first time 200 years ago. Someone in the meeting jeers. Wasn't this foretold? Deculein's abilities pale compared to his ancestors. Indeed, there are many tales saying his talent is negligible. Ha ha ha, mocking laughter fills the room. Hearing this, Sylvia inexplicably feels annoyed. How has he lived until now? Doesn't anyone worry about him? It's pitiful. It really makes me uncomfortable. Despite the murmured gossip from the mages, Deculein continues to call. The current head of the Deculein house, Deculein, still no answer. The current head of the Deculein house, Deculein. The atmosphere grows heavier. The current head of before Deculein can call a 3rd time. The door suddenly bursts open. All eyes immediately turn that way. Deculein's figure appears, stepping slowly into the hall. Before fully entering, he brushes the snow off his coat. He adjusts his slightly messy hair, then speaks in a steady, deep voice. Deculein von Grahen Deculein, present. The entire room falls into a brief silence. The current head of the Deculein house has finally arrived. Seeing Deculein appear, everyone in the meeting room is momentarily stunned, glancing at one another for an instant. But no one speaks, as if all understand tacitly. The silence hangs with an indescribable tension. Thus, the meeting begins in silence and proceeds swiftly, without a wasted word. The first issue brought up for discussion is the monster that appeared on the Black Mountain. Essential of the Brand House speaks calmly, her tone measured but sharp. The appearance of a dark magic on the map is extremely serious. Therefore, we must issue directives to each magic faction or cooperate with the Holy Church. At the same time, we need to dispatch mages to suspected areas to inspect and monitor. The discussion continues smoothly without a hitch. The first item on the agenda passes easily, like water flowing through a crevice. The head of the Brand House speaks with authority. Since no house objects, the proposal is approved without impediment. Not long after, a female guard enters and announces in a steady voice, "We will take a short recess." At that moment, Deculein finally exhales, thinking with fatigue laced with irritation. I'm exhausted. I've run like a madman, not resting for a single minute, just to make it to this damned meeting. Now both my physical strength and my mana are depleted. Yet his face remains composed and cold, as if nothing could unsettle him. Deculein's traits and character are astonishingly resolute, like a rock standing firm in a storm. Shortly after, people begin to stand. The sound of chairs shifting here and there, figures moving toward the door to leave. At the same time, a hurried voice calls out, "Professor Deculein." Turning, he sees Alan running up, panic on his face, sweat streaming down his brow. He stammers, "Professor, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late, so I wasn't allowed to attend this important meeting." Deculein, however, simply replies, his tone calm as a still lake, "I'm fine, don't worry." But inwardly he thinks, with a trace of suspicion in his gaze, "Now I can no longer look at this child with the same pure eyes as before, because now I know he is hiding his identity. But why does he do this? For what purpose?" Deculein broods, his eyes cold as a blade. He recalls a line from a famous movie in his previous world, then says aloud, "Alan, from now on stand by my side, understand?" Hearing this, Alan is astonished. His eyes wide, he can only utter a surprised yes. The line Deculein had in mind was, "Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer." Keeping him close and watching is the safest choice for now. Someday he will know who Alan truly is. Seen after the short recess, everyone has returned to the meeting table, footsteps echoing through the vast space. The chair's voice rises again, deep and steady. The next issue we must discuss is how to deal with the Bloodwy mages who have appeared recently. As soon as the declaration ends, the room's atmosphere changes instantly, tenser, heavier, like a storm approaching. Deculein quickly realizes this, thinking, such a sensitive issue certainly won't be resolved easily. Immediately after, a thump on the table rings out, making the whole room vibrate, as if the ground had cracked. Bedin of the Bayorad house shouts angrily, his voice growling like a beast. Those Bloodwy are no different from a nest of filthy cockroaches. They proliferate by sneaking into our society and gradually corrode this land in a disgusting way. In response, Essencel's face briefly darkens as she retorts, her tone equally sharp. What evidence do you have to say that? We have no way to distinguish Bloodwy from other races. Before she can finish, Bedin roars, drowning out all other sounds. Then we just need to find a way. There must be some clue, some distinguishing trait of their race. We must eliminate them as soon as possible, using the royal magic at the Mage Tower. Essencel shouts angrily, eyes blazing like fire. Old Bedin, watch your words, eliminate them all. What the hell are you talking about? Sitting to the side observing, Deculein is not surprised, only musing to himself. I knew their views would clash like this. No one knows his thoughts as Fat Bedin continues to shout, his tone growing more aggressive. I don't know the reason, but the Bloodwy are recognizing one another and gradually gathering into groups. They must have a leader guiding them. Moreover, we have no idea what they're plotting when they act like this. At this, Essencel can no longer hold back. She slams the table with a thunderous bang, the sound echoing like thunder. That's just your one-sided speculation. Bedin refuses to yield, growling, speculation. The leader of the Bloodwy is hiding and secretly recruiting more followers while we have no idea what they're scheming. Doesn't that disgust you? On hearing this, the other representatives nod in agreement. Old Bedin continues loudly, triumph in his voice. Yes, 60 years ago, countless mages died because of your hesitation. After that remark, the atmosphere falls into an impasse. No one speaks, as if the space has frozen. After a moment of silence, Gilthian suddenly turns his gaze to Deculein and speaks, in a low, loaded tone. Then, Deculein of the Deculein house, what do you think? Everyone knows your house is a great demon-hunting lineage, long on the front lines of the fight against these demons. Hearing the question, Deculein falls silent for a moment, thinking, as someone of this era, I understand situations like this. Hatred born from abandoning reason on matters like these always leads to unnecessary misery. However, putting all that aside, suppressing the Bloodwy is a mistake. Even if I cannot stop them, I must delay this as long as possible to accomplish the main mission ahead. Because the true common enemy of this world is not the Bloodwy. He then speaks, calm but weighty. For a long time, the Bloodwy have indeed been our common enemy. However, if you examine the records one by one, they all stem from some mistake. Old Bedin asks irritably, a mistake. He replies without wavering, yes, exactly. 237 years ago, during the Rodra witch incident, Rodra was falsely accused of witchcraft and burned alive. Since that event, a large-scale persecution erupted, resulting in countless Bloodwy people being killed. In response, they rebelled and the cycle of slaughter continued. However, now things have calmed, and the incident you mentioned 60 years ago was actually a political matter. A magic ore mine was discovered on Bloodwy land. Bedin still grumbles angrily, politics. I think a Deculein who seized that mine 60 years ago and slaughtered many Bloodwy people has no right to speak like this. I'm certain they're a blood race born with magic aura. Their nature is brutal and warlike. The Deculein house, those who specialize in exterminating demons like you, surely know this better than anyone. Hearing this, Deculein remains calm, his gaze cold as ice. The tradition of our house is to hunt evil demons, not to massacre the Bloodwy. The old man shouts, the Bloodwy are demons. The atmosphere becomes tenser than ever, like a rope about to snap. Deculein continues, his voice low but forceful. Do you dare take responsibility for your words? Nearby, Alan remains silent, listening anxiously to the exchange, his hands clenched. Immediately after, Deculein's expression turns extremely serious as he emphasizes, don't casually label people as demons. Their bloodline is just red blood like ours. And those who utter such words may themselves be monsters even more cruel. Old Bedin is angered, his face flushed, but he cannot muster a rebuttal. Thus, the first meeting ends without any conclusion. The topic is postponed until the next day. Elsewhere, Gilthian speaks to his daughter with lingering affection. It's a pity I must leave you until the next meeting, my beloved daughter. Hearing this, Sylvia replies nonchalantly, it's only until tomorrow, we'll see each other again. He continues, by rule, each member of the Burke family must stay in a separate room. So are you okay being alone? She answers, slightly annoyed. What are you talking about? Kids my age already have separate rooms. Don't treat me like a child. Hearing that, Gilthian's face shows sorrow as he mutters, my daughter no longer loves her old father. Sylvia is left speechless, unsure what to say, just standing and looking at her father. After a few seconds of silence, he smiles cheerfully and says, then I'll see you tomorrow, my daughter. The Burke area has a very high mana density, so at night all kinds of magical phenomena can occur. Read the hotel's rules carefully. She sighs and replies, yes, I'll be good, so you don't need to worry. Cut to Sylvia's resting quarters. At that time, she is holding a piece of paper, muttering, "It seems these rules only sow fear in the children, so I can just sleep normally." Night falls, and while she is resting, a small yellow bird appears, perching nearby, its eyes sparkling like two gems in the dark. Not long after, Sylvia opens her eyes and rises, struck by a sudden thirst, her throat dry as a desert. She drags herself to the table, takes a glass of water and drinks. Each cool gulp flows down like salvation. Suddenly, her gaze shifts. A sense of danger spreads through the space, cold as a wind from an abyss. From behind, a stream of deathly aura slowly approaches, like a pitch-black curtain, gradually covering everything it passes and carrying the breath of death. Sylvia is startled and immediately takes a defensive stance, her whole body taut as a bowstring. She suddenly remembers the instruction sheet, thinking the space suddenly turned into a corridor. Could I have done something wrong? Her heart pounds, her eyes dart around the room, now warped in a strange way, as if reality is being squeezed by an invisible hand. She hurriedly rereads the lines on the instruction sheet, her eyes scanning each sentence. One passage states, "Once you lie down and rest in bed, you must not leave it before sunrise. If you violate this, you may be transported to an unexpected place." At that moment, she breaks into a sweat, droplets running cold down her forehead. Sylvia realizes, so if you're in bed, you must wait until morning to leave. That's why I'm in this situation. A few days earlier, when she was in the second corridor, she didn't encounter this. But now she thinks, it seems this happens because the clan leaders and powerful people are nearby. Therefore, the ambient energy becomes denser and more easily altered. I've been too complacent and careless. I kept thinking that staying in my room would keep me safe. Trying to stay calm, Sylvia tells herself in a trembling voice, "Calm down, I need to calm down." But at that moment, eerie sounds suddenly come from the corridor behind. Low growls mixed with heavy footfalls like a stalking beast. Along with them, a shroud of deathly aura moves closer, thick and chill as the breath of death. Sylvia perceives it. Her pupils immediately contract, fear kindling in her chest like a small flame about to burst into flame. She spins around, thinking, something is coming. Instantly, she runs along the corridor in the opposite direction, her small legs straining with all their strength. Very quickly, she saw a staircase glowing a deathly hue ahead, the strange light sparkling like a tempting invitation. But she suddenly remembered. The Rosary Hotel is a one-story building. Also, the instructions warned, never follow stairs that appear leading up or down. Her heart pounded, she gritted her teeth and kept running. Passing an open door, the light inside mixed with the faint deathly aura spilling out. The warnings resurfaced in her mind. If you encounter open doors in the corridor, do not enter those rooms. Sylvia shut her eyes, clenched her teeth, and dashed through the doorway, reassuring herself inwardly. Don't panic. I remember a door ahead, and it will surely help me get out of this. She arrived moments later, immediately knocked and called out in a trembling voice from fear. Is anyone in there? Please help me. But terror filled her head as another warning rang out. If someone suddenly knocks on your door at night, do not respond or make any sound. Sylvia feared the person inside would see her as a threat and refuse to help. Desperate, she continued pounding on the door. Is anyone in there? Please, please help me. After several seconds with no response, the girl grew tearful with fear, her hands trembling as if about to collapse. Suddenly, the door swung open, warm light from within illuminating Sylvia's unready face. Along with it came a familiar, gentle voice. Out this late and lost, Sylvia. It was Deculein standing there calm as a placid lake. Seeing him, Sylvia steadied somewhat, though her eyes still glistened and her tears had not yet dried. Deculein said, "All right, come inside quickly." Sylvia hurriedly obeyed, softly replying, "Thank you." Before long, the fireplace was lit, bringing warmth to the girl. Sylvia regained her composure and whispered, "Sorry for troubling you. I carelessly left my bed at midnight and was randomly transposed into the corridor." Deculein showed no anger, answering calmly, "Chaotic magic incidents happen often in Burke. Along with that, souls rendered unconscious by magic wander about and cause many hazards." He paused briefly, then added, "You should have read the rules carefully so you wouldn't have gotten into trouble." Sylvia sat behind him, listening and observing, thinking, he always has a calm, composed face and a steady gaze. Has he endured so much loss and pain that he could ignore the rules and open the door to help me? While she was lost in thought, a cold growl suddenly came from behind. From the door crack, something like purple ichor crept through the gaps, slick and terrifying. It then transformed into a gruesome skull that screamed and lunged at her, its sharp teeth flashing in the dark. Sylvia froze in fear, but at that moment Deculein's composed voice rang out. "Calm down, you don't need to be afraid." Immediately, two flying forms sped past the girl at extreme velocity, racing straight at that dark soul. In no time it was struck and began to disintegrate, turning to ashes before Sylvia's astonished eyes. It turned out those two streaks of light were shards of crystallized ice, hovering like razor-sharp blades. Sylvia exclaimed, "Wonderful, that wandering soul really was shattered." Deculein replied softly, "No need to be surprised, it's just a specialized killing spell. But still, it's nothing worth mentioning." He paused a moment, then continued, "Because magic should not be created for the purpose of killing." Those words made Sylvia blush slightly, unsure how to respond. She looked at the flames before her and wondered, "Isn't that the flowing flame?" At that moment, Deculein glanced up from his book and replied softly, "That's right." After that, Sylvia began casting a series of spells of various elements to catch his attention. Brilliant lightning, sturdy earth-shaping, soft wood, and a fiery fey blaze. But Deculein paid her no mind, his eyes fixed on the book as if she were nothing but a passing breeze. That made Sylvia somewhat angry. She thought to herself, "He didn't even bother to glance at the glow in my hand. Should I do something more spectacular?" But at that moment Deculein's voice rose. "You're doing very well." Sylvia blinked in surprise, and he continued, "However, there's a slight instability in the wind circle you linked when you cast the fire spell." Those words surprised Sylvia. She hurriedly asked, "Professor, where exactly is that instability?" But Deculein replied coldly, "You should find that out yourself." That response irritated Sylvia a bit, and she protested, "But you explained those details to Ephen." Deculein remained focused on his book and said indifferently, "Ephen discovered it on his own. I didn't just teach him." Sylvia bit her lip. While she was still a bit upset, Deculein's voice rang out again. "Try to rid yourself of impatience and haste, Sylvia." He paused briefly, then continued, "You're still young and have much time to develop. As long as you keep striving, you'll soon achieve what you want." Deculein tilted his head slightly, his voice carrying solid confidence. "So, you can advance slowly but steadily." He closed the book and looked at the girl. "After all, you are one of the 3 most promising and talented young mages in the world." Those words surprised Sylvia. Is this Deculein's assessment of me? She recalled the things people had always attributed to her since she was very young. Oh my, what a genius. This girl will surely become a great archmage. With such power at her age, her future must be bright. Sylvia remembered that those lines were what she had always heard since childhood and still heard, now, stale social compliments she was sick of. But why did Deculein's words feel so different, like a sharp blade piercing her heart? Cut to not long after. Sylvia, exhausted, was given the bed to sleep on, her even breathing echoing in the quiet room. Meanwhile, Deculein continued reading, his eyes scanning each line by the flickering firelight. Suddenly, a faint but strange surge of power caught his attention. He looked toward it outside, thinking, this power, could it be? Not long after, Deculein entered a forest, walking while pondering. I've received a warning. Aside from the Burke meeting, this secluded mountain path is apparently also a forbidden area. It seems I might find a rarer-than-expected item here. At the same time, a ghost appeared behind him, its form vague but fierce. It lunged with aggressive gestures and a terrifying roar to intimidate him. But Deculein did not react. He kept moving as if he didn't see it, his steps steady like a machine. Seeing this, the ghost began to sweat in confusion. It continued to follow, repeating its intimidating acts, growling, swinging, howling, but to no effect like water on stone. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Deculein suddenly stopped. The unexpected action startled the ghost, which stepped back. He turned and casually asked, "Hey, have you seen any item here that holds a lot of magical power?" But instead, the ghost, startled by the question, babbled and emitted meaningless groans, then ran off as if it had encountered something more terrifying than itself. That left Deculein puzzled too. What on earth is wrong with it? He continued searching, and soon at last found what he wanted. Here it is. Before him lay a log emitting a steady stream of metallic golden power, brilliant like a sun imprisoned. As soon as he picked it up, the system immediately displayed information. Pure mana wood fragment. Details, a piece of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood naturally contains a large amount of mana and has been refined by the lightning, making it an excellent material. Category, special wood. Deculein read the information and couldn't help exclaiming, "Just as I thought, this is good stuff." He gripped the wood, calculation flashing in his eyes. "Since coming to this world, I've trained and researched relentlessly. But this body's abilities aren't what I'd hoped, so I've failed many times. With this wood, I can craft a high-quality wand, and my power will surely increase." He stared at the piece in his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "With effects like this, it's even better than I expected." Time quickly passed until the next morning. After a night's rest, the clans returned to the conference table to continue the unfinished meeting. However, the atmosphere this time was far tenser, like a string pulled nearly to breaking. Fat old Bedin roared angrily. Their blood flows with demon essence, right? Then aren't they demons themselves? Hearing that, Deculein did not flinch and immediately retorted in a cold, blade-like tone. That's an absurd viewpoint. If you add salt to water, do you call the water salt? The heated debate between Deculein and Bedin surprised many at the conference, eyes exchanging doubtful glances. Buzzing talk filled the room like a disturbed hive. Is Deculein siding with the enemy? It seems so, but I thought he was deliberately acting to bait the opponent into exposing themselves. On another side, Uncle Gilthian pondered with a keen, sword-like gaze, snorting coldly. What exactly is the picture Deculein is trying to paint? What is he plotting? Across the room, Sylvia looked at her father, reflecting inwardly. She was certain that not only her father, but everyone here thought the same. They believed Professor Deculein must have a deep reason for siding with the enemy. But she was different. His words from last night still echoed in her mind like an indelible melody. They're all wrong. He's only stating the obvious truth. While the argument raged on unbearably, a commanding voice rang out, cutting everything off like a decisive stroke. Enough. It was the respected elder, who declared in a deep tone, an official conclusion cannot be reached in circumstances lacking consensus. The issue concerning the Blood Y clan will be placed on tomorrow's agenda. Now focus on discussing other matters. Unlike the Blood Y topic, the remaining items were approved quickly, like wind sweeping across an empty field. After a few days, the formal meeting adjourned, and people left the hall one by one, footsteps echoing in the quiet space. Host Bedin, unable to claim the upper hand in the debate, angrily barged into Deculein to vent, his shoulder slamming into him like a sulking child. Deculein furrowed his brow, watching that childish display with irritation. He only wants to win this because of important tasks ahead. Yet that inadvertently creates more enemies. Cut to the next day at the Burke shopping district. Deculein and his assistant were strolling through a shop specializing in magical instruments, the air tinged with the scent of old wood and thick mana. He held glittering gems in his hand, their light reflecting like tiny stars in his palm. Thoughts crowded his mind. I need to craft a wand before returning to the academy. But which material is best? I've never tried this before, it's hard to choose. Suddenly, Alan's gaze turned to the entrance as if someone had just come in. He immediately called out, "Professor." Deculein turned his head and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's the matter?" Alan excitedly pointed at the newcomer. "That's my hero. Thanks to him, I was able to get here safely." Deculein was briefly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The newcomer was Lilia Premen, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She smiled softly. "What a coincidence, you're here too, Professor Deculein." Soon after, the two decided to go to a town eatery to talk. Deculein thought it was also a way to show his gratitude to her for helping Alan arrive safely. Sitting in the restaurant, Lilia smiled warmly. "Thank you for inviting me to this meal, Professor Deculein. I know discussing this matter over dinner may be inappropriate, but the investigation is nearly concluded." "What happened to my escort, Veron?" Deculein answered calmly. "He was killed in an enemy ambush. They either died or fled, so there was nothing more we could do." Lilia nodded. "I understand." While the servers continued bringing out dishes, only Alan seemed delighted, his eyes shining at the fragrant plates. Seeing Deculein's calm expression, Lilia couldn't help but be suspicious, thinking, "What I'm seeing is completely different from what I was told, isn't it?" She suddenly recalled her recent conversation with Lockhart. By direct royal order, the Imperial Security Bureau had decided to escort Lockhart to Low Kodak, the most notorious prison. It was the inevitable sentence for him after murdering innocent mages. In the interrogation room, Lilia crossed her arms, tone somewhat weary. "Do you have anything more to say?" Lockhart remained silent, his eyes lost in thought as if trying to reorder his chaotic mind. Lilia continued, "So you intend to stay silent throughout the interrogation?" Suddenly, she said something that surprised Lockhart. "Activate your power." Her gaze turned icy, her voice low and authoritative. Immediately, a smile spread across his face. Energy filled the room, disabling all recording devices. Now the place was a private space for the two of them. Lilia slammed her hand down on the table, eyes blazing with fury. "Idiot! How many times have I told you not to go out causing trouble? Why do you keep making things worse? Because of people like you, our race is seen as demons." Lockhart only smiled and said nothing. Lilia ground her teeth, full of rage. "If you didn't carry that blood, I would have killed you long ago. If this truth is exposed, not only you but I will suffer pressure from the other clans." Lockhart laughed. "You think you can escape this empire?" Lilia replied, "We can as long as we don't reveal our race's secret." Lockhart's tone grew serious. No, we were born with the power of demons. The only thing they fear is that power. Lilia shouted, "Shut up. The Blood Y clan isn't the only one with special abilities." Lockhart continued, "Also, why did you provoke Deculein? We've been watching the Deculein clan for a long time, haven't we?" Lilia replied softly, "You mean you want him dead?" Lockhart was momentarily stunned. Lilia only said, "We're only observing. But if he keeps causing trouble, we will have no choice but to eliminate him." Hearing that, Lockhart's expression suddenly changed. "Don't do that. He's a true noble. We don't need to kill Deculein." His answer shocked Lilia. "A true noble? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you insane? I have stacks of documents proving the crimes he committed." Lockhart replied, "Remember the conversation at the cemetery. Deculein once asserted that the blessing he received proved the Blood Y clan are not monsters but humans. His eyes then held no hint of deceit. In that gaze there was only one thing: righteousness. If there were more people like Deculein in this world, things would change. The Blood Y clan could live alongside others without being stigmatized." Lockhart declared decisively, "He didn't kill me, even though Deculein knew I belonged to the Blood Y." Lilia was briefly surprised, but quickly regained her composure, sneering. "Ha! You don't realize that the ancestors of Deculein were the ones who led the oppression and slaughter of the Blood Y." Lockhart answered, "Of course I know. But if we treat their descendants the way they treated us, aren't we admitting we're the monsters?" Lilia frowned. "What are you saying? That family has never stopped intending to eliminate the Blood Y completely." "You yourself already said that," Lockhart countered. "How long do you think you can sit in that seat of power before you're caught?" Lilia shrugged, calm. "This is my life. There's no way for them to distinguish a Blood Y from an ordinary person just by appearance or lineage." Lockhart gave a bitter laugh. "But isn't there something we can't touch?" Lilia replied, "Are you stupid? I have no reason to mess with that at all." She absent-mindedly changed the subject. "Anyway, the current emperor's health is failing. Someone will replace him sooner or later. We just need to observe how the successor treats the Blood Y, then decide our next move. Until then, it's best to stay silent and wait." She looked at Lockhart and smiled coldly. "As for you, sit quietly in prison." Back in the present, Lilia continued watching Deculein intently, eyes fixed on him. How could someone like him be a true noble? He looks no different from the others. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. The strong smell of alcohol hit her. Lilia quickly covered her nose, irritated by the pungent scent coming from across. A voice called out, "What's going on? I have nothing to say to you." It was the blonde man whom Deculein had publicly scolded at the previous banquet. He was furious then, but powerless. Perhaps now he's returned for revenge. His tone was arrogant and smug. "Oh, really? I have a few things I'd like to hear from you. Seems like there's something dark in your soul." At the same time, at the Freyden mansion, Julia fell silent, unable to believe what she had just heard. Her voice trembling, "What? Say that again." The captain standing before her looked stunned. He understood this was a truth too hard to accept. Veron had fallen in the recent mission. Every word struck Jully like a thunderbolt. She was shocked by a reality she had never dared imagine. Immediately, Jully ordered, voice trembling but resolute, "Get ready. I want a satisfactory explanation from Deculein the moment he returns." Back with Deculein's group, at that moment Ihelm entered with an arrogant bearing, prompting Lilia to judge him inwardly. This man must be the head of the Rewind family. She wondered, what on earth is happening here? Unaware of her inner thoughts, Ihelm's voice dragged on, sounding like someone who'd been guzzling too much wine. "You really surprised me with what happened at the meeting. I keep wondering, why did you act that way? Do you really intend to provoke another family? That question keeps nagging me. I can't shake it. What's the real reason? Don't tell me you're siding with the Blood while you come from a demon-hunting family." Faced with those provocative accusations, Deculein's face remained calm, showing no emotion. By contrast, Julia, seated across, widened her eyes in shock. "What the?" she cried out inwardly. While Ihelm continued speaking in his drunken manner, "Didn't you once want to wipe them out completely? What made you change your mind? Back then you declared that those low, filthy creatures didn't deserve to exist. Even your essays criticizing the Blood Y are still kept at that university." Ihelm stepped up close to Deculein, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Or did you find a Blood Y to enslave for your research, and now you're defending them?" Hearing those insults, Alan couldn't contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you? Stop insulting our lecturer." However, not giving his subordinate more to say, Deculein slowly wiped his mouth, still calm. "Calm down, Alan, it's fine. His brain has rotted into a lump of stinking cheese, which is why he's spouting nonsense here. I understand." Upon hearing this, at first the blonde grit his teeth in anger, but forced a smile to save face. "All right, let's see how long your arrogance lasts. I heard the deadline for your research presentation is only 6 months, 3 months. I'm really looking forward to seeing your miserable face. It should be entertaining." With that, he turned his back and left, leaving Julia heavy-hearted, her hands trembling slightly. Deculein is standing up to everyone to side, with the blood. Why is that really Deculein? Unbelievable. She suddenly recalled the earlier conversation with Lockhart. Was what he said true? A few days later, at a magical supplies shop before leaving the city of Burke, Deculein visited one of the most renowned wand makers and commissioned the crafting of a staff, a task to make a wand for himself. He inadvertently completed a side quest when crafting Locklock's wand with the following requirements: gain significant fame or infamy, become benevolent or cruel, use high-grade materials to attract Locklock's attention, and visit the shop at least twice. Because Locklock is such a famous smith, it seems Deculein had visited before, so an unknown side quest was completed without his knowledge. After finishing matters at the high-level conference, Deculein and his assistant boarded the train back to the academy. On the train back to the Empire, Deculein and Alan were forced to share a carriage with Ephen. He made no effort to hide his murderous intent and hostility. Fortunately, no serious conflict occurred during the journey. Deculein pondered everything that had happened. At last, this long trip came to an end. At the station, people streamed by busily. Alan stretched tiredly after the long trip and asked Deculein, "Professor, there's only one more train left. Will we soon see any scenery other than falling snow?" Before he finished speaking, a squad of swordsmen led by Julia approached. They had come to question Deculein about several matters. He greeted softly, "Is that you?" Julia answered, but her face was darkened, gloomier than ever. She seemed unable to accept Veron's death. Her voice lowered with a hint of choking. "I heard you were ambushed on the trip. Fortunately, you are safe." Deculein nodded slightly and replied quickly, "Thank you. Perhaps you already know about Veron. For someone who always cares for her subordinates like Julia, this must be hard." Deculein glanced at the soldiers behind her, wondering what she had heard. They did not look pleased that he was the sole survivor. Julia suppressed her emotions, clenching her hands, voice trembling with pain. "I read the news already. I heard you cooperated with him to save other passengers. Is that right? I just want to ask one thing." She gritted her teeth, voice shaking. "How did he sacrifice himself?" Silence fell over the space. Everyone expected reproach, but instead it was mourning for the deceased, someone Julia once loved and cherished. Her eyes fixed on Deculein, filled with an irreparable pain and loss. Deculein met that gaze, bewildered and unsure what to do. Some truths, if spoken, only increased the listener's suffering. They stared at each other in silence as the heavy atmosphere settled. Deculein wrestled with whether to tell Julia the truth, that Veron had intentionally tried to kill him, that it had all been a prearranged plan. The confrontation ended in an unexpected way. At first he meant to speak, but now, standing before her, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Should I tell Julia the truth about what happened that day? But if I do, it would be too cruel to her. Julia's resolve was not easily shaken, but her heart was not strong enough to bear such a harsh truth. If she knew, she would surely blame herself, carrying guilt and torment forever. Julia was the kind of person who always took responsibility for her subordinates' mistakes and punished herself. Some things are perhaps better left unknown. If facing others' anger for hiding the truth is the price, Deculein was willing to pay it. While he hesitated, the conductor's voice broke the silence. "Train number 4 is preparing to depart for the Empire. Ticket holders please board immediately." Around them, passengers began moving hurriedly. Deculein could not prolong the conversation any longer and spoke slowly. "That's hard to explain." He was overly emotional. At Deculein's answer, Julia's expression darkened and she sighed sadly. More than anyone, she knew what Veron was like. Some of her worries seemed to ease. Julia bowed in thanks. "I understand. We will set out to search for him now. Please get some rest." The squad of swordsmen quickly departed, leaving Deculein standing there with a cascade of thoughts and questions. He recalled the moment Veron hung outside the train. Ironically, he was no different from him. Intense emotions can make people lose reason, but after all is said and done, what is truly right? After the swordsmen left, Alan immediately voiced his indignation. "They were rude, Professor. We were victims of that attack too, yet they looked at us with such displeasure." Deculein replied calmly, "It's fine, they're just fools." Suddenly a familiar voice called from behind, "Why did you hide that?" It was Sylvia, who was also returning to school on the same train as Deculein. He turned, puzzled. "Huh, hide what?" Sylvia quickly reached into her bag, took out a book, and handed it to Deculein. She said softly, "This is a gift for you." After saying that, she immediately turned away and hurried off. Seeing this, Alan couldn't hide his surprise. "Professor, what is that?" Deculein sighed, voice revealing exhaustion. I don't know either. This journey had been truly long, and even with everything over, he still felt drained. All he wanted now was to return home and rest as quickly as possible. Deculein signaled to Alan, let's head back. Yes, Professor. While on the train back to the academy, Julia and her knights arrived at the crime scene, which was a short distance from the fourth stop, less than an hour from Burke. An officer from the security bureau was there and began explaining the situation. When the first attack occurred, Professor Deculein had worked to secure the train and helped rescue the survivors along with the knight Veron. He said, then presented photographs taken by the photographer for their review. Look here, the train was attacked a second time, causing the entire convoy to plunge off the cliff. During that, it appears knight Veron fell with the train. But strangely, the VIP carriage where Professor Deculein stayed the whole trip was mysteriously suspended in midair. Sadly, the area is so remote that only eyewitness accounts from those on the train serve as testimony. You've read the article, I assume? We have, Julia replied. I read it before coming and saw the photo of Professor Deculein calmly sitting in the carriage suspended in midair. The officer smiled smugly and added, perhaps the head professor subdued the attackers. No exaggeration. He was like a one-man army, ha ha ha. However, the knights could not laugh. The man they respected was gone, while the one they disliked survived. Sensing the tension, the officer quickly concluded, in short, based on what we gathered, both survived the first attack, but knight Veron did not survive the second and fell down the cliff. After hearing that, Julia bowed politely in thanks. Another knight asked, did you find anything left behind by knight Veron? None, the officer answered. What about whoever was behind the ambush? Sorry, we cannot investigate this. There is an unspoken rule against probing crimes that occurred on the road to Burke. While the knights continued trying to ask for more details about the attack, Julia quietly stepped to the cliff's edge and peered down to where Veron and the train had fallen. Below was the bottom of a misty gorge, a white expanse stretching endlessly to the horizon. Just seeing it, Julia recalled a distant memory. I lost my right arm, she thought. I never expected you to leave like this. Julia thought she had grown used to losing comrades, but memories of Veron's hard life surged back. He was a nobody who rose from the lowest class, steadfastly pursuing his dream from childhood. After countless hardships and ceaseless effort, Veron finally achieved what he sought, yet now he lay here. What exactly happened back then? Cut to the Deculein family manor. Deculein had just returned from the long journey. He was greeted by the piercing shout of his sister, Uriel Vondelun Deculein. She had learned he'd spent money on frivolous items and exploded in anger. I've put up with you for far too long. I thought you changed, but you bought those things with the family check, didn't you? Seeing her mistress enraged, Steward Roy rushed over to soothe her. Mistress, please calm down. Uriel brushed Roy aside and continued scolding. You've already forgotten what I told you, haven't you? Our family isn't overflowing with wealth. At this rate, the Deculein family won't last 2 months, you idiot. Hearing that finances were near rock bottom, Deculein worried, recalling that the cost of the wand-making exceeded his estimates by far. So this is the consequence of overspending, he thought. The family's finances will only hold for 2 more months. It seems I need to do something. Deculein spoke to reassure them. Calm down, I have a way to make more money. Uriel asked in surprise how. Deculein did not rush to explain. He led Uriel and Steward Roy to the storage room, containing the items he'd bought at the auction. Uriel, suspicious, asked, why did you bring me here? Are all these things just items you bought to show off your wealth? Knowing she saw him as a spendthrift, Deculein said helplessly, wait and you'll understand. Also, you should speak more like a lady. You'll be the next head of the demon-hunting family. What, you like to nitpick my choice of words? I'm angry because you're the one who's driving the Deculein family to ruin. Steward Roy hurriedly interjected, Mistress, please calm down. At first, Deculein didn't understand why the auction items exuded an air of wealth. He had thought of them as an investment similar to art in the real world. But recently, while preparing the trip to Burke, he realized a way to use them to generate profit. Thinking that, Deculein activated the Midas hand skill. A beam of light issued from the porcelain vase. Seeing him stand motionless, Uriel, disappointed, said, you brought me here and then just put your hand out. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Mistress, please be calm. Roy hadn't finished speaking. Deculein cut in. I'll take these items back to auction. Go fetch someone who can appraise them. Uriel, shocked, shouted, what? You only just bought them and now you plan to sell? Antiques should be kept. Those items won't even fetch half of what you paid. Silence, Deculein replied. Not wanting to argue further with Uriel, he ordered Roy, "Go call an appraiser right away and move these items." Although puzzled, Steward Roy had no choice but to comply. Deculein turned back to the porcelain vase he'd used his skill on. Information appeared before his eyes. A flower vase by a master Eastern artisan. The master's heart and soul, along with his talent, went into crafting this vase. Touched by the Midas King's hand, it awakened. Special effect. The flowers in the vase will never wilt, and each petal has a healing effect ranging from mid to high tier. Deculein smiled proudly. A vase once worth 2.5 million LNE had now become a treasure he was reluctant to sell. Seeing two servants trembling as they carried the vase, Deculein warned, "Be careful, it's very precious." Uriel gaped, speechless. Regaining her composure, she asked, "Are you really going to sell all of that? Do you intend to bankrupt our family?" Deculein answered confidently, "We'll make money, don't worry." Uriel snapped, "Don't tell me to calm down." Seeing she didn't believe him, Deculein changed the subject. "Oh, it's time for work, I'm off." Uriel helplessly yelled, Cut to the tower of Arcane Magic University. In the Magic Exploration Club room, Ephen was playing cards with classmates. She laid down her hand, 3 high cards and a pair of 8s. Sylvia gasped, "No. How can you be that lucky?" Another cried. "Indeed, Ephen's already won 3 rounds. Haha, I'm excused from cleaning for a week." Hearing Ephen's triumphant laugh, another complained, "I was so close to winning. If only I had one more card." Ephen smugly grinned, "Don't make excuses for losing, heh heh heh." Surrounded by the lively atmosphere, Ephen felt as if she were living a dream. "I come from the Viscount family," she thought. "I never even dared dream of attending the academy before. Since arriving at the Tower of Arcane Magic, people have disliked me for no reason. Not only students, but even some professors treated her unkindly. So much has happened, but now I'm here in this club with friends. I'm really starting to love this simple magic exploration club." Sylvia, surprised, looked at Ephen and said, "We're just a normal magic exploration club. Ephen, watch your words." Ephen nodded. "Sorry, I was wrong." Just then the door flew open. A booming voice shouted, "You foolish kids. What is this? What the hell is this club doing?" Another man appeared looking pleased. "I told you, Professor. These lowborn commoners just take up space in the tower and do pointless things." Ephen fell silent. It was Professors Ritlan and Locklock. Whenever anything involving commoners came up, they made a scene. Glancing at the club's name, Professor Ritlan angrily barked, "The Ordinary Magic Exploration Club? Ridiculous. I'm asking what you all are doing here." "Cat got your tongue?" Ephen didn't know how to respond. Thoughts raced through her head. Though this wasn't a friendly visit, she had anticipated it. "I must handle this properly. We submitted a club formation plan and it was approved." "We are an official club," she replied. Professor Ritlan accused her of lying, angrily pointed at Ephen's face and snarled, "Speak. Who authorized this foolish club to be formed?" "Wait, you're that lowborn kid who was punished before and now you're at it again." Hearing him repeatedly call her lowborn, Ephen's gaze grew cold, and a surge of urge to rush forward and kill him rose within her. "Ha ha, look at this insolent brat. You dare glare at a professor. Look away now," Ritlan barked. Sylvia quickly advised, "Ephen, calm down. We don't need to be afraid." Locklock snickered as Ephen's group was cornered. Professor Ritlan continued to interrogate, "All right, if you are so confident. Then tell me who permitted you to establish this ridiculous club." "I don't believe any professor at this academy would allow such a club to be formed." Hearing familiar footsteps, Ephen looked in that direction. Thinking she was startled and couldn't explain, Ritlan grew more smug. "See, I knew it. No professor here would permit this club." Suddenly a cold voice rang out. It was I. Professor Ritlan startled and turned to find Deculein standing there. He glared at the old man and asked, "I was the one who permitted it. Do you have a complaint?" Feeling the enormous magical power in his words, Ritlan's spine chilled and his legs trembled with fear. Ephen wondered, "Why is Professor Deculein here?" At that moment, Deculein stood towering before the 2 professors who were sneaking around, trying to bully and squeeze ordinary students. His face was cold, eyes flashing undisguised annoyance. His sharp voice cut through the tense air. "I'm the one who approved the formation of this club. Do you have a problem with my decision, Professor Ritlan? I heard you calling my name echoing down the corridor. If there's something, just say it straight. Do I need your permission to approve this club, or must I beg?" The hallway grew stifling as Deculein's accusations made the nearby students uneasy. Their faces showed obvious anxiety, eyes nervously tracking every move. The protagonist, heavy-hearted, recalled the chain of events from the morning. Exhaustion piled up. He was nearly spent. Since dawn, Jiriel had harassed him over petty money issues. By the time class started, these two professors deliberately stirred trouble, and Ritlan even loudly insulted him before the students. That made his blood boil, but he kept a calm exterior, not letting emotion overpower reason. Old Ritlan's face went pale when he saw Deculein. Sweat poured like a shower as he stammered, trying to put out the fire. "Prof, senior professor." He pointed toward the room, voice trembling, inventing a silly excuse on the spot. "Isn't this place already far too shabby? I just thought the mages of the Royal University's arcane tower deserved better furnishings and equipment. Haha. I find it terribly upsetting to see things like this. I'll take full responsibility and replace everything with better stuff." Hearing that, Deculein snorted inwardly. This old man was a schemer, no better than the marketplace swindlers. However, those words did him no harm, so he didn't bother. In a calm yet sarcastic tone, he replied, "You've always thought that way, Professor Ritlan. This room does look old and shabby, ha? I'll pay special attention." After speaking, he turned his knife-sharp gaze to the other man, the one who had sparked all the trouble. Deculein's voice dropped, full of contempt. "Low, sneaky types will always act like that, because all they can do is destroy." With that, Deculein turned and walked away, casually leaving the two wretches frozen like statues, their eyes vacant. Beck, face flushed crimson with anger, ground his teeth at the protagonist's insults. But he could do nothing but swallow his rage. Though the two looked alike as twins, the cowardly expression made the difference clear at first glance. The scene shifted to the classroom, where the protagonist prepared to begin today's lesson. The class buzzed, students whispering like waves on the shore. "Long time since Professor Deculein's class." "Yeah, the teacher." Been busy smoking up a storm. Wonder what happened there. Despite the chatter, Sylvia sat quietly in the corner, eyes fixed on Deculein's every move as if trying to predict what he'd do. She softly asked the student beside her, "Do you think he'll tell us about what happened there?" "Who knows, but that train attack was in last month's Mage Journal." Right, I read it. A whole train floating in midair. Crazy. Ignoring the lively gossip, Sylvia remained intent on watching Deculein. The protagonist placed a hand on the lectern, signaled with a light tap, and his steady voice rang out. "Silence, please. It's time to start. I'll begin the lecture now, so pay attention. Today's topic is pure elements and magical interference. Magical interference, simply put, is a spell cast by one mage that is blocked by another and replaced with a different magic. So before we get to the main lesson, let's warm up." Alan, moving slowly, hauled a container full of magic stones to the front. Immediately, the protagonist snapped his fingers and performed the magic skillfully. Each magic stone was wrapped in a magnetic stream of mana, hovering in midair and glowing brilliantly like tiny stars. The classroom seemed lit by an enchanting glow, prompting gasps from the students. The stones floated one by one toward each student. Sylvia received one, and Ephen was no exception. The protagonist spoke, half serious, half encouraging. "Each magic stone before you is worth 3,000 LN. I'll keep it hovering like this, so try to snatch it by interfering with my psychic force. If you manage to take it, it's yours." Before he finished, Ephen slammed the desk and leapt up, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, Professor. For a poor S-rank noble like me, 3,000 LN is a fortune." The red-headed girl beside her hurriedly clapped a hand over Ephen's mouth, whispering a scolding. Hey, Ephen, don't shout while the professor's talking." Slightly annoyed at being interrupted, the protagonist stayed composed and continued the lecture. For a caster, preventing an opponent's interference is as important as casting a powerful spell. If your spell is interrupted and cancelled mid-cast, you've essentially lost. So those who master strong magical defense gain the upper hand. But in this lesson, give it your all and try anyway. Without another second's hesitation, the students lunged into the challenge, pouring all their mental energy into interfering with the protagonist's psychic force. Hong, a nimble student, was the first to touch the stone in front of him. The large room fell silent, every eye focused, nobody wanting to miss their chance. While the students struggled, Deculein quietly recalled what had happened before. It's true he once stopped an entire train and held it floating in midair, but that was thanks to the basic psychic force he had only recently grasped. He needed more practice to get used to it, and deep down he was curious. Though all the students here were freshmen, how long could he maintain his psychic force against 150 talented young mages? And how would he perform before the brightest minds of the new generation? Sylvia and Ephen both threw everything into breaking Deculein's spell, but clearly this challenge was no walk in the park. Ephen, still smiling brightly, thought to herself, those mage gadgets are outrageously expensive. My funding's nearly gone, but Professor Deculein is generously handing out free magic stones. Thanks. Okay, I'll take one, Professor." Beside her, Sylvia quietly glanced at Ephen, thoughtful. She remembered Deculein's words. Ephen overcame every hardship by her own strength. That was a spark urging Sylvia to resolve herself more than ever. I absolutely cannot lose, especially not to someone like Ephen. The rivalry between the two prodigies intensified, neither willing to yield. The other students were almost helpless against the protagonist's steady psychic force. Some pushed themselves until their noses bled. Others trembled all over from exhaustion. From below, Alan couldn't hide his admiration and called out, "Professor, you're amazing. Even fighting 150 opponents, you show not a single flaw. The students can't interfere at all." Alan's praise surprised Deculein himself. He hadn't expected the freshmen to drain themselves to bleeding noses and still fail. Suddenly, one magic stone trembled, a sign that his psychic force was being interfered with. Deculein immediately turned his gaze that way. No surprise, the first to succeed was Sylvia. She panted, sweat beading on her forehead. Clearly, this challenge wasn't easy. After finishing, Sylvia glanced at Ephen, who was still struggling with her stone. Sylvia exhaled in relief, telling herself she was the only one who'd succeeded so far. The protagonist stepped forward, voice encouraging. "Well done, Sylvia. You're the first to finish this exercise." Seeing Deculein approach, Sylvia blinked in surprise but only gave a slight nod, saying nothing. From the start, Deculein had expected Sylvia to breeze through this, but he hadn't imagined she'd have to push herself so hard. He scanned the class and asked, "Is there really no one else?" The other students were still struggling, with no sign of a miracle about to happen. If no one else succeeds, then. Before he could finish, Deculein felt another interference. He smiled faintly. Ah, another one just made it. Sylvia's face drained, eyes wide with shock. A girl, really? And as expected, Ephen's talent was no joke. She broke into a beaming smile despite being nearly collapsed from exhaustion. "Hee, I did it. 3,000 elni will be mine." Sylvia's expression tightened, brows knitting. It seemed the rivalry between the two girls would only get fiercer. The students were pouring every ounce of effort into breaking the protagonist's defensive magic to grab the hovering stone. They looked miserable, drenched in sweat, noses bleeding, yet unable to reach the prize. The classroom reeked of sweat and unbearable tension. Seeing things getting out of hand, the protagonist hastily signaled to stop. No need for chaos. No sooner had he spoken than a student vomited violently onto the desk from dizziness. Someone even collapsed from exhaustion, unconscious. The protagonist covered his face and sighed wearily, tone tinged with annoyance. "You lot are pitiful. We'll take a short break. And clean up your battlefield, please." Each student staggered to their feet and left their seats, looking ready to keel over. Julia, pale with exhaustion, croaked weakly to Ephen. "Ephen, how did you do that?" "I tried my hardest. I nearly died, and I still couldn't." Ephen, head resting on the desk, panted and replied tiredly but with a touch of pride. "I almost kicked the bucket. I can't even feel my tongue now, seriously. But now I understand everything." Julia's eyes widened in surprise. Understand everything?" Ephen nodded slightly, gaze dreamy. "Yes. I don't know much about psychic powers, but when I tried to pierce through Master Deculein's spell, it felt like I broke through something." Julia exclaimed, unable to hide her admiration. "Wow, I'm seriously jealous of you, Ephen." Across the room, Sylvia, having watched the whole scene, felt a prick of irritation. She frowned and thought, "This is absurd. How could someone who always ranks last in exams suddenly jump to second place?" She was sure there was no favoritism here. But then a thought flashed. Could the rumor that Professor Deculein tutored Ephen privately be true? Is he hiding something from me? Sylvia glanced at Ephen with a cold, sharp look, no longer condescending but highly suspicious. After all, Ephen was prophesied to become one of the 3 great mages of this era. She really is arrogant, Sylvia thought, but inside her the rivalry had turned into a smoldering flame, ready to flare up at any moment. Returning to the lesson, after the tense and tear-streaked warm-up, the protagonist began to explain in detail the magic he'd used. His voice was steady and compelling, holding the class's attention. "In that warm-up exercise, you all tried your hardest to interrupt my spell and psychic magic. However, there's an easier way to neutralize my psychic power without draining yourselves like that. Those who succeeded might catch a hint of it. It's not some high-level secret. Actually, it's laughably simple. That method is actually mana disruption, but it's not like the commonly known way of blocking a caster completed spell. This approach revolves around understanding the opponent's spell and interrupting it before it finishes. However, the reason it's not widely used is because it has a big limitation." He paused briefly, watching the students' reactions, then continued. "Mana disruption, Only those with many magic circles can pull it off. The truth is you can only use mana disruption against spells you actually know, and it's not encouraged. In most real combat situations, people prefer shields for defense or another counter spell. Still, you reap what you sow. I want you to use this chance to fully understand what mana disruption is. The main difficulty of mana disruption is locating the center of the magic circle. Each spell has a different central conduit depending on whether it's offensive, supportive, or elemental. In other words, you need to find the central conduit your opponent is using and interrupt that. Once you get used to mana disruption, performing it becomes much easier. The protagonist walked to the board and began drawing example magic circles. Now, I'll teach you how to find the central conduit of most common magic circles. First, look at this magic circle called Thunder Mace. Offensive spells always have a burning conduit from the center outward, like this. Next, supportive and healing spells look like this. The students took diligent notes, but Deculein's pace was a bit fast, forcing some to scramble to keep up. The lecture lasted 2 hours, and the classroom atmosphere grew heavy from the dense information load. The protagonist glanced at the wall clock, sighed softly, and stopped. Although there was still a bit left in the lesson, time was up. You've eaten up too much of my time with your antics, so I assume no one will complain. Study on your own, think on your own, and figure out the rest of the lesson yourselves. Midterms are coming up. Before then, you'll have an open practical exam. So remember what you learned today. It'll be important. All right, class dismissed. Goodbye, everyone. With that, Deculein hurried off, leaving the class bewildered and confused. Why did he leave before finishing the lesson? What the heck is wrong with that, professor? It feels like he cut us off mid-sentence. Julia stretched and complained tiredly. What is this making us think for ourselves? I'm exhausted. Her friend laughed wryly. Haha, you're not wrong. But Ephen, by contrast, grinned radiantly. Today feels like I unlocked something. It's hard to put into words, but it was awesome. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind, cutting through her thoughts. Hey, Ephen, representative of the commoners. Ephen turned quickly and recognized Beck, the snitch who'd caused trouble before. His face carried the typical arrogant look of the nobility. The red-headed girl beside Ephen spoke up immediately, irritated. Beck, what trouble are you looking for this time? Last time you brought Master Ritlan to ruin our event. What are you itching to do now? Beck just smirked, voice dripping sarcasm. Oh, please, it's because you commoners love to show off. Ephen, how did you jump from dead last to second in class? Ephen replied calmly, a mocking smile on her lips. HMPH, even if I told you it'd be useless. Before she could finish, Beck cut in, insulting. A commoner with no house or fortune, how exactly did you bribe him? Ephen snapped around, eyes blazing with anger. What did you just say? Beck tossed his head arrogantly. It's true. Everyone knows you get private lessons from Professor Deculein, don't they? Ephen immediately yelled, voice trembling with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? I never did such a thing. The argument drew Sylvia's attention, who was standing nearby. Beck kept taunting, his tone growing more venomous. It's obvious, still gonna deny it. You're just an idiot not from the academy. How on earth could you have improved so fast? So Professor Deculein favored you before, right? Probably wanted to gift you a mana stone, that's why he did it on purpose. If so, everything makes more sense now. Because you're just an orphan with no home, so. Before he could finish, surges of mana flared up and filled the room. Ephen gritted her teeth, fists clenched, ready to lash out at Beck. She was easily swayed by emotion, and anger had pushed her to the brink of losing control. Say one more word and see what happens. But Beck, as a noble, wouldn't let his honor be trampled by a commoner so easily. He ground out. You think I won't keep talking, you filthy commoner? Ephen roared. Yeah, try it then. The tension spiked higher than ever. Sylvia, standing not far off, slightly frowned, worry showing in her eyes. Suddenly, Julia's arm shot out, pulling Ephen back. Leave it. Ephen, you shouldn't lose your temper like that. What will you do if you get punished again? Those words made Ephen pause. She suddenly remembered what Deculein had taught. As a mage, you must always keep a cool head. If she hit back now, all her efforts would be wasted. Ephen removed Julia's hand, her face still clouded, but she quickly forced a smile. Thanks, Julia, you're right. I overreacted a bit. For a moment, I thought I'd go mad trying to reason with a bunch of brainless fools. Hearing that, Beck's hair stood on end, shaking with fury. What did you just say? Ephen ignored him, turning to Julia, cheerful. Julia, let's grab something tasty on the way home. Julia nodded. Okay. The two left quickly, leaving Beck standing there, face betrayed with resentment. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Sylvia, having watched everything from start to finish, narrowed her eyes and followed Ephen with calculating looks. Looks like there'll be some entertaining developments soon. She thought to herself, a faint smirk at the corner of her mouth. The scene cut to a while later, outside the academy building. Ephen walked with heavy steps, anger still boiling inside her. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Thanks to Julia, I held back then. But I should do something about that damn Beck. I'm so angry I can't control myself." She kept walking, her mind in turmoil, until she accidentally saw a familiar figure waiting ahead. What should I do to that spoiled elitist bastard? Before she could finish, Ephen froze, stunned. It was Sylvia. She stood there, calm yet icy. Ephen thought, why is she here? What's going on? Sylvia slowly stepped closer, voice gentle but carrying an invisible pressure. Can we talk for a moment? In that instant, Sylvia and Ephen's eyes met. Hearing that, Ephen frowned in puzzlement. What's up with Sylvia today? If she wants to pick a fight with me, she picked the wrong time. Please leave me alone. Seeing Ephen stay silent too long, Sylvia got straight to the point. Ephen, did you take private lessons with Master Deculein? Upon hearing this, Ephen flew into a rage and couldn't hold back, yelling, I knew it. Come at me then. And why are you asking me that? Do you know the past between me and Master Deculein? And why would I let him tutor me privately? You know nothing. And she seriously stopped me here just to spew that nonsense. Why is everyone bothering me today? Sylvia stared at Ephen, realizing she wasn't lying, and her tone softened. Sylvia said haughtily, I see, suit yourself. You don't have the right. But before Ephen could reply, Sylvia dropped a piece of information that froze her. Did you know? After your father died, Professor Deculein didn't enter the lab for 3 years. Not even once. Tell me about it. Deculein couldn't do jack without my father. Just so you know, my father was a genius when he was alive. So you should also know that Professor Deculein started coming to the lab every day about 3 months ago. The news hit Ephen like a lightning bolt and left her stunned for a long time. Sylvia continued. He cleaned the lab, picked a teaching assistant, and bought a ton of magical equipment. What do you think that means? Ephen didn't answer right away, because she was shocked by the news. Images of Deculein continuing the magical research her father left unfinished flashed through her head. But this was strange. Deculein isn't exactly brilliant or talented enough to finish it alone, is he? If not, why would he choose my father? Thinking of those unpleasant memories, Ephen clenched her fists. She tried to act indifferent, as if it didn't concern her. Who knows, maybe he's just running some experiments. After all, he's a senior professor. What does it have to do with me? Sylvia smiled, not exposing the lie. Nothing much, I just said it so you'd be aware. Having said that, Sylvia turned and left, leaving Ephen in a tangle of chaotic thoughts. Cut to Wednesday, the last lecture before midterms. At that time, Deculein's class had gathered on the 5th floor, an area suitable for practical combat practice. The professor hadn't arrived yet, and Julia whispered, Ephen, what kind of practical exercise is Deculein planning? Why drag the whole class all the way up here? Ephen shook her head and replied, Who knows, looks like he's plotting something again. Suddenly Beck rushed over, shoved Julia aside and didn't offer so much as an apology, just like a pack of brats. Julia angrily snapped, that arrogant noble's at it again. Ephen stepped up to calm her. Let it go, why hold a grudge against that brat? At exactly 3 in the afternoon, Deculein appeared at the gate and stepped into the center of the arena, continuing to speak as he looked down at everyone. Quiet down, class. Time to begin. At once the noisy chatter fell silent. As I mentioned before, today is the final practical rehearsal before the final exams. And today we'll be doing the public exam. With that, he snapped his thumb. The curtains along the edges of the stands were drawn back, revealing to all the students a vast area whose end could not be seen. It had a domed ceiling, a rectangular stage, and the stands were packed to the brim. This left every student, including Ephen, with mouths agape and eyes wide. They wondered how many people were up there. The mages above were equally surprised, but they fell silent when Deculein announced this was a magic duel practice. Participating in magic duels is unavoidable for a mage even if they try to dodge it. But these things will be inevitable in the future anyway, so calling everyone here to put pressure on the students isn't without reason. Next, Deculein began to explain the rules. You may use any spells to fight each other, but you must use at least 3 pure elements. Don't get too hung up on winning or losing. Just focus on the match. I'll supervise you and note your strengths and weaknesses while observing from outside. I hope you all improve even more after today's evaluation. Professor Relin, please come up here. Relin hurried over at once, awkwardly scratching his head as all the mages and audience focused on him. Professor Relin will act as the spectator for the matches to prevent life-threatening situations or unnecessary damage. So purge the weakness from your hearts and fight with everything you've got for him. Ha, leave the rest to me. With that, the two descended to the stands. Deculein's voice rang out again. We will begin the class now. Who goes first? At first the boy hesitated, but then chose one of his friends as his opponent. Seeing both sides take their places, Deculein announced loudly, "You two have 3 minutes, begin." The matches kicked off energetically. Students gradually grew accustomed to the pressure, and skills improved by leaps and bounds. Beneath the stands, Deculein took notes intently while Relin struggled to keep up. The quality of the matches clearly rising as students focused on their spells, instead of the audience's gaze. But for a few, this pressure was nothing to brag about. Sylvia won overwhelmingly, taking down her opponent as effortlessly as a breeze, not breaking a sweat. Seeing Beck and the nobles chuckle smugly, "Ha, another commoner's wipeout. They'd be better off as my house servants hauling crates to the magic tower than making a spectacle of themselves." Ephen clenched her teeth, eyes blazing. Those bastards, if they fought Sylvia, they'd get their asses kicked just like the rest of these losers. She turned to her friend, her tone warm and cheerful. "Ferret, you did very well." Deculein called. Beck stepped up to choose an opponent. Beck curled his lip and pointed, choosing Ephen, indicating he wanted her as his opponent. Beck sneered and pointed at her, choosing Ephen as his opponent. Ephen scoffed, her fighting spirit erupting. "Fine, want a beating? I'll give you one." On the vast arena, the two sized each other up like stalking predators, their eyes sparking with fire. Beck taunted, "You sure about this? No one here gives you private lessons." Ephen shot back, her voice sharp as a blade. "All you do is yap. Were you taught by parents who only taught you to brag? Looking at that cheap imitation of a professor's outfit and shouting like that, aren't you ashamed?" Beck snarled in fury, "What did you say?" Ephen raised her hand. Mana erupted. "I'll make you see your magic is as useless as you are." They rushed at each other, anger blazing. Beck shouted, "You low vermin," as he gathered mana, and unleashed a powerful counterspell. "Let me send you off to the afterlife to meet your parents." The spell shot at Ephen, forcing her to fall back, and a terrible explosion filled the air with choking dust. Beck laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha, you fool." But before his smile could form, the spell in his hands was altered. Ephen intervened, seized the casting, her eyes flashing, her voice icy. "There's an old saying in the magic tower that nobles deserve to be smashed to pieces." She returned the stolen spell, aiming it straight at Beck. He panicked and ran with legs buckling, but how can a noble run? One blow sent him crashing to the floor, humiliated. Julia in the stands cheered, "Great job, push her back, Ephen," but there's no proverb like that. Beck crawled away in disgrace. Ephen stepped forward, hands on her hips, proud, feeling what it's like to stomp on a pest. Beck gritted his teeth, "You're just lucky, you bastard." From afar, someone called out, shaking their head in disappointment, "These fools are done already. I invited so many spectators, and there's nothing exciting." Ephen quickly cut in, "If the professor is bored, why not give me another chance?" I needed to cast 3 pure element spells, but only managed one because the opponent was too weak. The match ended before I finished the exercise. Deculein nodded. "I understand it's not your fault. Fine, choose anyone as the next opponent." Without hesitation, Ephen pointed directly at Deculein, her voice decisive. "I want to choose Professor Deculein as my opponent, may I?" The arena erupted. The audience gasped, anticipating a earth-shattering showdown. Hearing Farron's bold declaration, the arena exploded with astonished murmurs. "Is she crazy?" Professor Relin flushed and roared in anger. "What? Look at that insane brat. Do you know what you're saying?" Sylvia in the stands narrowed her eyes, her look full of doubt, stirring a puzzled ripple. Criticism rang out sharp as knives, but Ephen stood tall, unconcerned. She thought inwardly, eyes blazing. "Of course. They're shocked by what I said, but I'm not a fool acting without thought. This is a golden opportunity to challenge Professor Deculein." She curled her lip, telling herself that even if she were insulted, if she used it well, it would all be worth it. Deculein beside her smirked mysteriously. The matter grew more and more interesting. Relin, still ashamed from last time, howled, "Did you see? That girl doesn't know what she's doing, cut her off coldly." "That's enough, Professor." Relin calmed down. Relin stammered, "Huh, but that brat." Deculein turned to Ephen, his voice deep and resonant. "Very well, I accept your challenge. I said you could choose anyone, no exception. I will be your opponent." He raised his hand, eyes sharp, but facing an unrestricted professor against a rookie isn't fair. "I will not strike first. If you make me move from this position, even a single step, you win." Ephen broke into a radiant smile, though a flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes. "I understand." The two stood facing each other on the silent arena, with only the wind whistling and dust swirling. Ephen's heart pounded wildly, as if it would burst. The dream of facing him at last became reality. He spoke in a thunderous baritone, "If you're ready, begin." Without hesitation, Ephen launched razor-sharp wind arrows from every direction straight at Deculein. She knew well the gap in strength between them was as vast as heaven and earth, and she could do nothing. But Ephen did not back down. Her eyes burned. This is the enemy I must one day defeat with my own hands for revenge. This match would show her how large that gap truly was. She poured her power into a twin fire and wind spell that dazzled like fireworks. It was impressive. Deculein stood still observing, a pleased smile on his lips. Not bad. The magic rushed forward and exploded right before him, but could not pierce his solid defenses. Ephen gritted her teeth and poured everything into adding earth to complete the perfect combined attack. A faint hope. The arena was engulfed in a sea of brilliant flames and choking smoke. No one could clearly see Deculein's condition. Relin on the floor gaped in shock. The commoner I despised just unleashed magic that could threaten even me. The audience fell silent, eyes fixed on the spectacular display. Although the outcome was unclear, Ephen's spell structure and casting method far exceeded that of a typical rookie. Deculein was trapped in a layer of molten earth almost like lava. But for a senior professor, escaping was not difficult. He stood there unscathed, his eyes glittering with expectation as he looked at Ephen. She roared in anger, still not finished. A barrage of wind spells continued to attack, though they were ineffective against Deculein. Seeing the amusement was enough, he spoke. Your magic has a fatal habit. The larger your incantation motions, the more that habit shows. Immediately, Ephen's spell was disrupted as Deculein interfered with its operation. She froze. What? The spell isn't working. Have you seen through it, teacher? Deculein said in a low voice. You can no longer cast spells in front of me. What do you intend to do? Ephen gritted her teeth. Damn it, he's blocked everything. But I have one final move. She lunged forward, switching to close combat. Her fist clenched tight as she threw a powerful punch. But Deculein merely snapped his fingers. An invisible force blasted Ephen backward dozens of meters, and she fell to the ground like a pathetic stone. The match ended, and Deculein pondered, having combined the fire, wind, and earth elements to deceive the eye. Ephen's ability to sense mana was impressive, but even good perception is meaningless without elemental control. Her talent and mana sensing made her stand out. If she wore that bracelet, her ability to use every element would explode. Everyone would want that bracelet. He exhaled with satisfaction. Ephen was on the right path. A virtuous person like her would achieve much. Deculein stepped forward in a warm voice. The result is clear. Truthfully, you didn't fight badly. Ephen was stunned, her eyes strange. Professor Deculein praised her. He turned and left a reminder. The public training is over. Focus on the midterm exam. The students in the stands buzzed. What? Professor Deculein said that for the first time? Yes. Ephen did well. The match with Beck was boring, but this one was top tier. Beck sat humiliated, gritting his teeth with no pride left. Ephen broke into a radiant smile. I've been recognized. Her friends surged forward cheering. Wow, you're amazing. Ephen, you're the best. You're our pride. Scene cuts to the Red Stone Adventure Group in a coastal city, owned by a clan in the Western Empire. Gainus's group was waiting for a ship at Lucan Harbor. She pointed at the approaching vessel and said excitedly, they're here. Then the ship docked and two children quickly disembarked. Gainus laughed. Hey Leo, Carlos, long time no see. How have you been? At that moment, a girl's voice rang out. Gainus, long time no see. Hearing that voice, Gainus waved and called Ria, welcome to La Harbor. Do you remember me? Maybe a little heh-heh. The girl rubbing her head is Yuria, a girl from the islands where Yuara, Kim Woo-jin's ex-lover, was possessed. At the bustling dock where Ganesha's mercenary crew anxiously waited, the people they'd been watching finally arrived, bringing with them the salty sea breeze. Ganesha rushed forward and hugged Yuria tightly, her face radiant as sunshine. Oh, baby, I missed you so much. The loving squeeze made Yuria blush. The teammates hurried over, panicking to intervene. Captain, calm down, you're squeezing her too hard. That's clearly bullying a child. Ganesha laughed loudly, released her, scratched her head, and apologized. All right, my bad. Yuria lowered her head, her gaze thoughtful as if drifting into distant memories. She recalled the fateful moment when she was transported into this world. That day, a blinding light had appeared in Deculein's office and swallowed her whole, as if erasing her from reality. The light flared brilliantly, engulfing her until everything around vanished. No sound, no image, only nothingness. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar world, magnificent and mysterious. The first voice she heard was Ganesha's, full of indignation. Deculein dared use a child like this. I won't take that mission. A teammate argued. What do you mean? You agreed at the start. Weren't you just bewitched by his handsome looks? Do you know how much the cancellation fee is? Seeing the familiar faces, Yuria suddenly realized they were the characters she and her team had spent sleepless nights designing and pouring their hearts into. Now they stood before her alive in flesh and blood. Ganesha stepped up to where Yuria sat, voice warm. You're Yuria, right? Yuria glanced around at the wind-filled dock and the sunset, feeling wistful. She remembered the game's setup. Before her stood Ganesha and the Red Mercenary Squad, legendary figures. If this were the game, based on her memories, she murmured softly with a hint of anxiety, "Yes, I'm Yuria," and so everything led to this fateful meeting. In the game she had created, Yuria had become the protagonist, embarking on a tumultuous journey. Back in the present, Ganesha's voice rang sharply across the harbor. "Hey, Leocarlos, stop running around or you'll fall now." Watching Ganesha take her hand, Yuria thought silently. This is Ganesha, the strongest adventurer in this world. Her greatest goal now was to survive. The best way was to stay with Ganesha, who guaranteed absolute safety. Meanwhile, she had to find a way back to her old world, however slim the hope. Cut to Deculein Manor. He had just received a package from the Magic City, his heart pounding. At last it had arrived. He opened the box, his eyes lit up. Inside was the custom-made magic staff he'd ordered. Deculein staff by Lokalok, a masterpiece crafted by Master Lokalok for Deculein, an exclusive item of Deculein von Grahan Deculein. Classified as a special effect magic staff, it stores up to 500 mana. The staff functions like a regeneration ring, seamlessly elevating spells. Holding the staff, Deculein couldn't help but exclaim at the exquisite, top-tier aesthetic detail. The staff was not only stunningly beautiful, but intuitively optimized for the user's magic. Moreover, it adapted flexibly to outfits like a fashionable masterpiece. The item's special attributes were even more astonishing. The staff possessed extraordinary power in exorcism and purification. Deculein murmured that the initial 9 million LN price seemed expensive, but now it was worth every coin. A creation both beautiful and powerful. With it, the path ahead would be much easier. Suddenly, the butler Roy's voice sounded from behind the door. "Master, dinner is ready." Deculein turned calmly. "I know, bring it down at once." He sat at the dining table. Before him were gourmet dishes. He was astonished. What was going on? Isn't the family's finances supposed to be tight? This meal is more sumptuous than on holidays. Uriel, sitting opposite, replied shyly, "Of course it's lavish. This is an encouragement meal." Roy smiled and explained, "Do you remember the artifact you asked me to sell?" The response exceeded expectations. When the listing went up, bidders flocked in, turning the auction into a frenzy. Miss Uriel and I were nearly stunned. The money not only covered the shortfall, but would comfortably run the family for years. Uriel blushed. Roy continued, "This is how the lady expresses her gratitude. Please accept it, sir." Deculein smiled brightly, said nothing, and merely nodded. The meal was delicious. Uriel still snapped him. "It seems you know what you're doing." The two ate in silence, a rare harmony like a warm family portrait. But someone upstairs suddenly spoke up teasingly. "You're holding your posture wrong, Uriel." Cut to the upstairs office at the academy. He sighed in exasperation, clutching a stack of documents. "It's really the old Deculein files, just a mess." With the midterms approaching, Deculein worked hard to draft the questions. To find inspiration, he reviewed the old Deculein's questions, but only grew annoyed. They were all meant to torment students. He just wanted to show off. "I am noble Deculein, the supreme mage. Taste my exam and despair." These questions only revealed his petty arrogance. Deculein shook his head. He thought difficulty proved superiority. "But I'm different. I want meaningful questions, challenging yet inspiring. The solution process may be arduous, but when achieved, students will admire and be enlightened like true mages." He glanced at the last box of documents, hoping for something useful. Deculein picked up a question, his eyes widening in astonishment. This one was completely different, elaborate and profound, as if written by someone else. The image of Ephen flashed in his mind. He murmured, "Perhaps these are old Deculein's notes copied from him." Though the difficulty is comparable, this question sparks intense interest. If students grasp it and channel mana correctly, a miracle will occur. Suddenly, from the paper in Deculein's hands, a brilliant, multicolored flow of mana exploded and spread throughout the room, converging into the form of a vivid mana girl. Deculein looked up, eyes bright. How fascinating! Solving it correctly and channeling mana would produce this image. Each color represented an element. Their blending created an exhilarating feeling. This was the perfect tool for teaching pure element magic he'd been seeking. Deculein's body trembled as a surge of envy rose. The old Deculein must have recognized how subtle this question was, but he couldn't have created it himself. Wait, who is this woman? If the question was written by Ephen's father, this figure could be her mother. Cut to the headmaster's office. She held the magical meeting document and said softly, "How interesting." The bloodline issue was postponed to the next meeting, signed by the Grand Elder Burke Dresechton. The headmistress murmured that the discussion ended up this way, surely, because Professor Deculein strongly opposed. suppressing a strange, redirecting maneuver. She looked at those behind her, her voice deep. Not only Deculein, but everyone here was full of surprise, right? Adrian, head mistress of the Academy's magic tower, is a mage of extraordinary power and is considered the leading candidate for the title of Grand Mage. Her personality, completely contrary to that, was extremely gentle. She was always curious about the world and liked to hear rumors. What? Professor Deculein and Knight Yuli fought. Professor Relin failed his diet again. Oh my gods. Her curiosity about the world and love of gossip were actually closely tied to the secret of her origins. The truth was she was a half-fae. That's why she had that personality. Of course, that's also the source of her nearly limitless mana. Even someone like her had to wait reluctantly on a day like this. Today she sat calmly in the Tower Master's chair. Magic spoke gently. Deculein defended the bloodline? How interesting. Once a month the professors gather to praise the Tower Master. As always, if anyone is absent, it's Deculein. What? A noble Deculein like me still has to curry favor with others. Deculein said so. However, this time was different. A sudden proposal was raised during Deculein's absence. I heard Lord Luina will attend the Mages' Conference this time. Luina, the one who once dueled Professor Deculein, is coming to contend for a senior professorship. You'd give up your post for Deculein's plan? I thought that person had returned to the kingdom. Sounds intriguing. Why would Lord Luina suddenly do that? Has he come to the Empire? Ha ha ha, once he secures a position, he'll return here in an instant. If that happens, our magic tower will gain great benefits. After all, Lord Luina is highly esteemed in the kingdom, and compared to Professor Deculein, you defended the bloodline. I'm not trying to disparage the current senior professor or anything. All right, if Luina truly returns, I'll consider it later. As soon as the Tower Master finished speaking, the professors' faces relaxed somewhat. It seems Deculein is quite disliked. That's enough for today. I have work to do. Professors who haven't submitted exam questions, hurry up. Yes, sir. Sitting alone in the Tower Master's room, she thought to herself that Deculein's recent behavior seemed a bit odd. To think the exam Deculein submitted was actually done by him, it's unbelievable. Someone must have done it for him. Should I stir him up a bit? If the two sworn rivals Luina and Deculein were to meet, haha. If that happens, it'd be so fun. This will be very interesting. A few days later, the midterm for pure elemental magic knowledge began. Whispers echoed throughout the lecture hall. Is this information accurate? This is the test. What the hell is this exam? I heard Professor Deculein's papers are odd, but this is ridiculous. I give up. To calm everyone, Professor Deculein teaching assistant quickly spoke up. All right, everyone, stay calm. The structure is unconventional, so I understand your confusion, but this is indeed the exam. The midterm on pure elemental magic knowledge will take place over 10 days. The deadline is midnight on Sunday, when the Magic Tower's official schedule of teaching and learning ends. Each student will take the exam in an assigned private room. Of course, you may work on other assignments during the exam period and eat or sleep as you wish. However, removing the exam from the room is strictly prohibited. As I mentioned earlier, this exam will be open-ended. Ephen and her friends were tired of hearing the rules. Open-ended. 10 days. How difficult must the exam be? Even the final is this troublesome. Typical Deculein. He even leaves explaining the odd rules to his assistant. The professor himself doesn't bother to show up. There was one more important point the professor mentioned. If any of you achieve a perfect score on this exam, I will personally write a letter of recommendation for you in the name of a senior professor. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent in surprise. Having a senior professor personally write a recommendation is such an honor. The ranks of mages are divided as follows. Rank 1 is the Immortal Mage, also called the Grand Mage, and the lowest is rank 11, the Novices. Promotion is by no means easy. It's not just about attending classes and waiting for time to pass. To reach each rank, you must pass a separate promotion test, and passing is difficult. But what if you receive a recommendation from Deculein, a 4th rank Imperial Mage? It's a prestigious promotion endorsement, a powerful card. Ephen squinted, thinking, what? Deculein's recommendation. Yeah, that mortal enemy would endorse me. Just hearing it drains my motivation to take the exam. I don't want anything to do with him. But wait, what if I actually get a perfect score and receive Deculein's nomination? Ha, if only you hadn't written that letter for me back then, you wouldn't be kneeling before me now. You fool, please spare me. The mischievous brat was already daydreaming. She smiled in satisfaction at her fantasy. Heh, how delightful, Deculein, just watch. I'll get a perfect score for you. Sitting next to Ephen, Her red-headed friend couldn't understand what she was thinking to smile like a villain. Cut to the fourth day of the exam. Inside her exam room, Ephen was tearing at her hair because she couldn't solve this problem. It's too hard. Glancing at the other questions, she mentally calculated the time. 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours. Do the questions just get harder and harder? Look at this sheet of calculations. Indeed, the questions on this exam are brilliant. The solving process is truly grueling, but once solved, it brings an enlightenment the solver has never felt. Did Deculein really set these questions? The joy of discovery cannot be stopped, no matter how painful. Just wait, Deculein. I will definitely get your letter of recommendation. But this question, I've thought about it forever and still don't know how to solve it. Forget it, I should go breathe some fresh air to clear my head. Pushing too hard might be fatal. Outside in the cool garden, Sylvia was sitting under a tree, inhaling the fresh air. She stretched wearily and said, "Phew, it's finally solved. One problem took me 30 hours to finish. I need a break." She recalled what the teaching assistant had said that day. If anyone achieved a perfect score on this exam, Professor Deculein would personally write a recommendation. Sylvia smiled to herself and said, "Ridiculous things like that favor. Someone who can get a perfect score on their first try surely wouldn't fail the promotion exam. Put simply, that letter is useless. Still, I want to get a perfect score on this exam, not for the grade or the letter, but for myself. Every question is exquisite. Each is a key that opens a new horizon of understanding. If I can solve to the final question, I'll surely attain the level of a true mage." While she was still pondering, a voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, Sylvia." It was Ephen. She had also come here to rest. Seeing this, Sylvia's curiosity flared up. "How far have you gotten in the problems?" "Hey, how far have you gotten?" The two asked at once, as if both wanted to know what their rival was doing. That simultaneous question made them both a little embarrassed. After all, they're rivals, not close friends to be so in sync. Sylvia spoke first. "I'm on question 8. Hearing that, Ephen shouted, "What? You've solved question 8 already?" "No, I'm still working, but that's still pretty fast. I'm stuck on question 7 and can't get past it." Even though she's ahead, Sylvia isn't letting up. Ephen is only one question behind. Is she lying? Oh well. This isn't the time to relax. I have to finish solving it. "Wait, you only stood up because I came here." "Oh, I just wanted a short break, nothing else." Meanwhile, as the exam raged fiercely in the magic tower, Deculein sensed a major upheaval approaching very soon. In his hand was a report of the information he had recently gathered. It seemed everything was starting. Emperor Krebem was currently in critical condition. In his office, Deculein tried to recall the narrative he had constructed. Emperor Krebem was in critical condition. He was famed for his gentleness and mild manners. That was why he always sought a balance between divine power and royal authority. He did not enact hostile policies against the bloodline. The problem lay with the new emperor, the one who took the throne after his death. The emperor is always the most problematic and crucial factor in this world, which means resolving it is also the most difficult. If I remember correctly, his name is Sofian Yekatera August von Gibrin. Soon, this world will undergo an unprecedented change. Time passed swiftly, and it became the final day of the midterm exam. By this point, a large number of students had abandoned Deculein marathon exam. However, the gap between the top and bottom ranks had become clearly defined. Regardless of scores, all the students boasted about finishing the exam as if it were a grand achievement. After the exam ended, instead of celebrating, the students reviewed what they had learned. This was unusual and drew others' attention. Even the tower's professors wanted to see the exam everyone was talking about. It was so good it left them speechless. In the end, only 2 students reached question 8, the rival pair Ephen and Sylvia. Sitting at her desk, Ephen muttered irritably, "This damn question 8, this is the final obstacle I must overcome. I have to solve it." After downing so much coffee, she couldn't give up now. Her face was hollowed. It seemed she had stayed up nights working. "If I concentrate a bit more on the question, I can definitely do it." In the corridor outside, Min and his assistant watched the two intently. Suddenly, a light shone from someone's room, signaling success. Alan quickly spoke, "Professor, one of the two has solved the final question." His face remained calm, but a thought crossed his mind. "I knew she could do it." Deculein hurried to that room and opened the door. Inside the room, shimmering lights enveloped everything. Deculein approached and spoke softly, "I knew you could solve it. Sylvia, congratulations on your success." Hearing that, Sylvia quickly turned around, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "Is the final question really this beautiful?" Magical lights enveloped the space and painted a stunning picture. The Starry Night painting of Van Gogh was elevated into a magic made real. Bright colors were filled with elemental magic. Even the blues seemed to radiate warmth beneath the stars, carrying hope within the darkness. Hot and cold hues were blended with exquisite artistry. Not only visually striking, it truly felt real and warm. It was a masterpiece of humanity. Deculein reached out to catch the sparkling stars and smiled gently with delight. Although Deculein created the question, he could not fully realize it himself, because his talent had definite limits. Somewhere deep in his mind, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the heart of the question. He had always dreamed of becoming a painter, despite lacking the necessary talent. He always wanted people to be moved when standing before his works. He wanted to continue pursuing painting. That was Kim Woo-jin's true dream. Now, Deculein's aesthetic sensibility had also harmonized with his. Thus, Deculein, a lover of beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreamed of studying art, were both satisfied and pleased with what was unfolding. After admiring that beauty, Deculein turned away. "Well done, Sylvia, and also thank you for that." Hearing this, Sylvia's face filled with astonishment. She didn't understand why Deculein was thanking her. Before she could say anything, Deculein had gone, leaving her standing alone with chaotic thoughts. "Me too, I want to thank him as well." Sylvia stepped forward and touched her own work. The words and expectations placed on her by those around her felt like an inescapable burden. She must become a grand mage. Sylvia was indeed a rare natural talent. Who knew what she might achieve? Truly a descendant of a grand mage family. Gazing at the magic before her, it seemed Sylvia had found the path she would choose. No, the magic itself was simply beautiful and perfect. At the same time, Alan had come to Ephen's room to inform her. "Student Ephen, your time is up." Despite trying her best, she still couldn't solve the final question. "Ah, I see, how embarrassing." Alan stepped forward and said, "You did very well, Ephen." Even until the last moment, only 2 people tackled that question. Hearing that, Ephen shouted, "Sylvia, how is it? Did she solve it?" Alan nodded gently in affirmation. "Ah, she truly is a monster. I'm deadly jealous." Before she realized it, thoughts of the recommendation letter and Deculein had almost vanished. The only thing left was Ephen's thirst for learning as a mage, and her pure desire for knowledge. She herself wanted to answer everything, all the questions on this exam. Ephen stood up and said, "Well, although the test is over, the question is still there, isn't it? I'm certain I will solve this question." Having said that, Ephen smiled brightly. "I'll try harder next time." Alan sympathized and understood her feelings. "Good luck. I'll be cheering for you." Ephen, thank you. After finishing the exam, Ephen wearily walked along the academy path, completely exhausted. This damn marathon test, if I'd answered every question, I'd probably feel better from the thrill of victory. But the only things awaiting me after such a grueling test were a graffiti-covered door and a cold bed. True brothers, and while she was still brooding, a voice called out from somewhere, "Ephen." It was her closest friends. They had been waiting there for quite a while. Seeing her kindred spirits there, Ephen couldn't contain her happiness. "Julie, what's wrong with you?" one asked. "Ephen, you look like a dried-up corpse. Was the exam that brutal?" she said, looking at Ephen with pity. "All right, everyone. Since Ephen worked so hard, let's go get something to eat to celebrate." "Of course Ephen will pay, right? When did I ever say that?" A few days after the exam ended, Ephen finally solved the last question she had missed. Looking at the shimmering light before her, Ephen smiled softly. Her eyes glittered with joy at her achievement. Choked with emotion, she whispered, "It's beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind the door. "Ephen, are you ready?" It was Julie, her close friend. Ephen wiped the tear at her eye and smiled in reply. "Julia, I'm coming out now." The two went to a cafe near the academy where they poured out their post-exam feelings. "Feel so relieved now that the exam's over." "Yeah, but we'll be busy again soon. These days are precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julie nodded in agreement. "Me too." Ephen's expression fell. "Fortunately, this time I didn't give up and pushed through. This was definitely the greatest magical experience." Suddenly, Julie cut into Ephen's thoughts, eyes sparkling. "Have you heard the news?" Ephen jolted. "What news?" Julie pointed to the sky, speaking mysteriously. "About the professor being summoned up there. They say this exam caused an uproar." Ephen was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued, saying the professor was invited to the Celestial Isle, which is the floating island. Ephen's face showed astonishment. The floating island. It's an island that permanently floats at an altitude of 1,500 meters. The crystallization of brilliant minds in arcane studies, where mages from across the world gather. This place contains the world's accumulated knowledge and magic, independent of the land system, and a neutral zone honoring individualism among mages. Naturally, it became a gathering place for eccentrics truly passionate about researching knowledge and magic. Professor Deculein's exam was praised enthusiastically for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the floating island, leading to the professor being invited to give a special lecture explaining his exam. Cut to the floating island, where Deculein appeared, surprised that his exam had been embraced beyond expectations. Teaching here not only brought prestige, but also increased magical power by 30 points. Lucky, and the compensation for this gig was generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Maybe I should consider developing that path in the future. Not bad at all. Deculein set down the exam papers and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Relin and mages from the Royal University had gathered in full. Deculein stepped onto the podium and spoke. "It's an honor to meet you all." The speaker today was the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, mage of royal rank and master of the elements, Deculein. The topic of today's lecture is the midterm exam of the Mage Tower University, scheduled to last 2 hours. Before moving to the questions, I'll begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As he began, Headmistress Adrian giggled while chatting with the person next to her. "Have you seen the paper?" A cold voice replied. "Yes, just plagiarism. How could Deculein have come up with such a brilliant topic on his own?" The speaker was Lunia von Solnrot McQueen, a mage who had lost the race for head professor to Deculein. Despite the whispers, the lecture proceeded smoothly. Deculein tried to help the audience grasp the issues by drawing on knowledge previously taught in the Mage Tower's classes. Even the attendees were drawn in by the fresh, systematic presentation and listened attentively. So now we'll take a look at question number 6. As he prepared to analyze the question, Adrian's clear voice rang out. "Professor, I have a question." Deculein turned his gaze toward the headmistress, actively signaling. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, "As you lectured, if we distinguish pure elements and magical properties, how should one optimally combine this sixth magic with the destructive system?" Deculein pondered, using his understanding trait to analyze. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, the headmistress came as well. Well, the reason for her presence was obvious. The headmistress had always been known for her slyness. Given Deculein's past, it was understandable she'd doubt the exam. "Shall we coordinate it properly then?" Deculein drew a straight line into the magic Adrian had created and transformed it into his own. "Just add a core circuit in a straight line like this, and it's enough." Deculein's answer left the headmistress astonished. She stammered, "Oh yes, that's right. Thank you, Professor." However, Adrian did not stop. With childlike curiosity, she kept firing tricky questions his way. But Deculein remained calm, relying on his understanding trait to smoothly handle every challenge. Gradually, the mage's gazes in the room shifted from focused to annoyed, feeling Adrian was disrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she fell silent. With 10 minutes left in the lecture, Deculein gathered his materials and said in a low voice, "I've spent too much time on Q&A, so I won't explain the final question separately." All eyes immediately turned to Adrian. Her face flushed with dissatisfaction, but she bit her lip and stayed silent. Suddenly, another voice rang out. "Professor, may I ask a question? Did you actually come up with question 8 yourself?" The asker was Lunia. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Deculein frowned, recalling that she had been expelled from the Mage Tower by him previously, and asked her to state the specific meaning of the question. Unshaken, Lunia remained resolute. "I only want to know whether question 8 was truly composed by you. That's all I want to know." Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in whispers. "Huh, what do you mean? Could it be plagiarism?" Deculein replied coldly. "Drawing inspiration from others is commonplace." Then he unleashed across the room, creating a breathtaking picture. "This entire question was completely created by me. This is the work I just made on the spot. It is entirely different from question 8 in the recent exam." Having said that, Deculein turned to look at Lunia and responded. "Is that answer satisfactory now, Professor Luna?" Luna's face twisted with resentment, teeth clenched in anger, but things were already beyond her control. The lecture ended, the task completed, and his mana increased by 30 points. On the way back, Deculein mused according to the storyline. His relationship with Luna was certainly not good. Though things went smoothly today, trouble was likely to arise soon. All in all, surprises surrounded Deculein. He froze at a mysterious person walking by. "Huh, who is that? The face looks familiar." The woman turned to look at Deculein with a cold, murderous gaze, as if she'd hated him for a long time. Deculein worried, thinking, what's going on? Her expression looks like she's about to punch me. They stood staring at each other for a while, with annoyed faces, without speaking. He searched his memory, and finally remembered she had been a fellow student of Deculein's at university. He stepped forward and extended his hand amicably. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Her eyes showed confusion. "Oh my, Deculein, I don't think we're close enough to use first names." He replied calmly, Then shall I call you Princess Maho? Don't you care whether Deculein and Charlotte are close? The most important thing is Princess Maho, whom Charlotte protects. Given the current situation, Emperor Krebim will soon pass away. When that moment comes, it will be a major turning point in the game. Many named characters will face life-or-death situations, and new upheavals will occur. This time, the person he must save is named Maho. She is one of the characters he created himself. She will become an important factor positively influencing the main quest in the latter half of the game. Due to her complicated bloodline, Maho's life is always threatened. Second in the line of succession to the throne of the Third Republic, within the succession of the Kingdom of Lea. She is a princess with royal blood running through her veins. Currently, she is staying in the Empire for study. But when the Emperor dies and she leaves the Empire, she will be in danger. Charlotte's face pinched in discomfort. He was still good at forcing others to speak cruel words despite not having seen them in a long time. Deculein. Suddenly, he produced a crystal orb toward her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued, "Don't get too agitated. I will be the lifeline for the teammate who chose the path of death." Charlotte couldn't understand what he was saying. She returned to her room carrying Deculein's crystal orb. Charlotte pondered the earlier conversation. "This is a communication crystal. Once she decides what to do, contact me." Charlotte shouted at him angrily. "You want me to ask a favor from someone like you? No way." Hearing that, he calmly said, "There's no time left. I'm sure you already know that. But if you still don't want the help, then I accept it. It's up to your decision." Having said that, he turned away coldly and left, leaving Charlotte to ponder alone. She sighed wearily, unsure of what the right course of action was. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Charlotte, you don't look well." It was Princess Maho, the one he was about to protect. Charlotte hurriedly stood and replied, "I'm fine, it's just that I know what's happening. Don't put pressure on yourself." Maho's eyes looked sadly into the distance. "My brother's henchmen will arrive soon. They will try to use me or remove the thorn in their eye. Who cares about the succession anyway?" She turned to Charlotte and whispered, "I'm very worried. I fled to the Empire under the pretense of studying. But the truth is this place is very livable, and more importantly, it's very safe. However, the heir to the throne won't leave me alone, so we must leave here immediately." Charlotte held her head and pondered. "Yes, I understand." The princess seemed to recognize Charlotte's fatigue and worry. She took a suitcase and stepped forward. "This is the money I've saved up until now." But why are you giving this money to me?" Charlotte asked. The princess replied calmly, "I know you don't have enough to hire mercenaries to escort us home, Charlotte." No, princess, I'll handle that money myself." Maho turned away and said, "Don't shoulder everything on your own like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not wasted at all." Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further. "I understand, princess. It may be awkward to say, but I'll use this money to hire more mercenaries." Outside the window, a figure lurked in the distance as if watching something. "No matter how dangerous, we'll get through it together." Charlotte's gaze seemed to detect something amiss. She ran to fling the door open and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Immediately, he ran off without answering a word. Charlotte's face filled with worry. "This is bad. Things are getting more and more dangerous. If we don't get help, the situation will only worsen." At the same time, at the Deculein family mansion in his study, Deculein was intently reading a book. Uriel entered with a mischievous tone. "You read so much. I didn't realize you liked reading that much. At least answer me, big brother." She walked around him and continued, "I heard you were invited to lecture on the floating island, right? And it seems they paid you quite a sum." He replied calmly, "I'm not giving you a single coin." "Uriel, what do you mean by that? I didn't even think about it." She moved on to another matter. "Anyway, an official letter just arrived. The new students of the Mage Tower want to visit our lands on their trip." But before she could continue, he bluntly refused. "Not allowed. You should at least consider it." He imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the mansion, and thought it was unacceptable. "We can't clean up trips like that. I won't permit it." Uriel, puzzled, asked, "What are you talking about?" She put her hand in her pocket as if to take something out. "Don't joke. Look at this document. We don't do everything for free, and this is an opportunity to showcase our magic to the new students." But he immediately raised his hand to refuse. "Get out, Uriel. Just glance at it once." Yet his face turned strangely serious. "Hurry up right now." Although confused, she had to agree. All right." Uriel turned and left with displeasure. He really was stubborn. He watched her silhouette to make sure no one else was in the room. He slowly took the communication crystal orb in his hand, and in a low voice said, "Go, teammate, on the other end is Charlotte. Although reluctant, I think we must leave immediately. There's no time left, please help me." Deculein. He turned and used magic to retrieve the map in the corner. "Very well, you'll follow everything I say, won't you?" "What do you mean?" He looked at the map on the table and continued. Princess Maho has only one escape route. It's an extremely dangerous route, but that danger is precisely what makes it safe. What is it? He answered calmly, the Crevice Gorge. His answer startled Charlotte. What? That place is heavily corrupted by mana energy. Someone like you should know that, Deculein. He spoke irritably. Do you think you can avoid a death route just by taking the normal road? Why? Trust me, Charlotte. We'll get through the Crevice Gorge safely. The rugged mountains are incredibly dangerous. The evil aura there is so thick it's like a demon's lair. Some even say demons occasionally appear there. It belongs to no nation, so it's not bound by rules or laws. That is Princess Maho's only escape route. Once you cross the Crevice Gorge, the Duchy of Urin will be within sight. Charlotte's voice rang with doubt. It's not that we haven't considered geographical advantages like that, but if you factored that in, you surely didn't expect an Urin insider to be involved. He reassured her, no need to worry, I'll personally lead the way for you. Huh, you'll lead the way yourself, did I hear that right? Charlotte froze and asked, puzzled, why would you go so far? Deculein, what benefit does this trip bring you? He leaned back in his chair and replied calmly, I'm someone who values politics highly. Charlotte, in terms of intellect or acumen, I always surpass you. What? Are you trying to brag about your achievements? Deculein narrowed his eyes and spoke quietly. I only hope Princess Maho survives because it will benefit my family and domain. This is business and mutual interest, not charity, so don't overthink it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then asked, so where's the rendezvous? Deculein answered decisively, in 3 days at the entrance to the Gravis Gorge. If you can't get there, you're not worth saving. Charlotte replied sharply, understood. I hope your skills are as reliable as your big mouth. A system panel appeared. Independent quest, liberation, shop reward. 4. Additional achievement reward. 3 days later in the Deculein family domain, cheers rang everywhere. Wow, is this Hydekane? It feels like a completely different country. Yeah, it really is beautiful here. Hydekane is the capital of the Deculein territory, a tourist city full of entertainment and great cuisine. It's modeled after famous livable cities in the real world. That said, despite repeated requests to hold gatherings here, Deculein had always refused until now. Uriel beside him teased, why the sudden change of mind? You used to say gatherings shouldn't be held here. Didn't you keep complaining about how filthy they are? He pondered. The reason is Hydekane is near the Crevasse Gorge. The meeting point is only 3 to 4 hours ride away. When the time comes, he'll quietly withdraw. Deculein turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would stay. She replied quickly, I've reserved an entire floor of the Hydekane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. Standard rooms hold 4 people, but if they pay for their own rooms, they can choose to stay separately. Good. Heh, of course. Then, as the Academy's professor and Hydekane's lord, he issued minimal guidelines to the guests. A gathering should always be relaxed and free. We won't interfere with whatever fun you have. However, I do have a few mandatory rules of my own. Deculein's face turned murderous. His voice was cold and threatening. If anyone dares dirty my hotel or domain, forget about enjoying life at the Mage Tower for the rest of your days. After that, he took time to lay the groundwork and turned the 2 canals into a field strategic base. Everything was prepared satisfactorily. Uriel visited the city's mages and proudly boasted. How are the mages of our Hydekane Tower? They're clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing more, silently observing. With his combination of clairvoyance and lucky intuition, he could see a golden aura around the talented mages. He pointed at the mages and said, raise the salary for this mage and fire the one with glasses. What? Why is that? He lost track of time with such meticulous attention, and before he knew it, dusk had fallen. The group gathered around a huge campfire. The professors sat upright as if in a make-up exam. The first to step forward was Sylvia. She fired something into the sky. A series of explosions followed. Glittering flowers were painted across the dark sky. The brilliant light illuminated the space. The old professor heaped praise, as expected. Sylvia, perfect, 10 points. The female professor next to him was no exception. The fireworks are beautiful, 10 points. Julia sighed in exasperation. Why does the professor assign homework even on trips like this? Suddenly we're forced to do a magical fireworks experiment. Ephen was also downcast. Truly. The next group was Ephen's group. She quickly began to explain her fireworks. We combined destructive magic with harmonizing magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut in. Enough. Spare me the boring explanation and just fire it. Ah, yes. Ephen lit her firework. It shot up into the sky. An explosion of sparkling light filled the sky with brilliant radiance, matching Sylvia's display. Even the students below murmured in admiration. Wow, it's beautiful. Ephen's group did great too, but the old professor looked displeased with what she produced. 6 points, the blast was too loud, and the female professor beside him was even harsher. 4 points. Julia wanted to object. What, why block Ephen? It's fine, Julie. Suddenly his voice rang out, shattering the atmosphere. 10 points. It's a perfect balance between destructive and harmonizing magic. Both professors beside him gaped in astonishment at the score he had just announced. Ephen's face was full of doubt. 10 points already. After the evening exercise ended, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything is done. Now I can leave. I wonder if Charlotte made it there safely. Suddenly, from behind, a familiar voice sounded that surprised him. Was it because of a guilty conscience? He turned and said, "What are you doing here at this hour? Go back to camp now." Ephen voiced her concerns. "Please tell me. At the disciplinary hearing about the club incident and today, why do you treat me this way? Is it because of my father?" He quickly swung up into the saddle and said, "Find out everything yourself. You're no longer a child who sulks." Hearing that, Ephen could only grit her teeth in indignation. She watched Deculeин's figure fade into the night, shouting loudly, "I'll apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will uncover the truth. Why did my father kill himself? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I will surpass you. I will become greater than Professor Deculein." After saying that, Ephen was left standing there alone. The silence seemed to amplify the loneliness inside her small, weary heart. She wiped away her tears and returned to the camp. At the same time, Deculein was also tangled in his own chaotic thoughts. Ephen wants to follow me as my assistant, but my villain fate still hasn't been triggered. Exactly what did I do to Ephen's father? That's something I don't even know in this context. But what if I really did something unforgivable? Then I'm as good as dead. He dismounted at the meeting point, instructed the horse, then sent it back. "You can't go any farther. The area is tainted. Return to the horse temple and come back here at noon." Having said that, he looked around. Has Charlotte's group arrived? I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could, Charlotte's voice rang out, "Deculein." He replied gently, "You must have had a hard journey to get here, right?" Charlotte appeared with Princess Maho. Only 2 guards remained, their bodies pale with wounds, fortunately none life-threatening. In his office, Deculein was trying to recall the plot he had created. Emperor Krebem was in critical condition. He was famed for his courtesy and gentle manners. That's why he always sought a balance between divine authority and royal power. He didn't enforce hostile policies against the bloodline. The problem lay with the new emperor, the one who took the throne after his death. The emperor was always the world's biggest issue and most crucial factor, which meant resolving it was the hardest task. If I remember correctly, his name is Sofian Yekatera August von Gibrin. Soon, this world will undergo an unprecedented change. Time flew by, and it was the final day of the midterm exam. At that moment, a large number of students had already dropped out of Deculein's marathon exam. However, the gap between the top ranks and the bottom was clearly defined. Regardless of scores, all the students boasted about finishing the test as if it were a glorious feat. After the exam ended, the students didn't celebrate. Instead, they reviewed what they'd learned. It was odd and attracted others' attention. Even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to see this legendary exam. It was so good it left them speechless. In the end, only 2 students made it to question 8. The rival pair Ephen and Sylvia. Sitting at the desk, Ephen muttered in frustration, "Damn question 8, this is the final hurdle I have to clear. I have to solve it." After drinking that much coffee, she couldn't give up now. Her face was hollowed. It looked like she'd pulled several all-nighters. If I focus a bit more on the question, I can do it. In the hallway outside, Min and his assistant watched the 2 intently. Suddenly, a light flashed from someone's room, signaling success. Alan quickly spoke up. "Professor, one of them just solved the final question." His face remained calm, but his thoughts showed. "I knew she could do it." Deculein hurried to that room and opened the door. Inside the room, sparkling lights enveloped everything. Deculein stepped forward and spoke softly. "I knew you could do it. Sylvia, congratulations on your success." Hearing those words, Sylvia turned quickly, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Was the final question really this beautiful? Magical lights filled the space and painted a stunning picture. The Starry Night painting of Van Gogh was elevated into living magic. Bright colors were suffused with elemental magic. Even the blues seemed to radiate warmth beneath the stars, hope gleaming within the darkness. Warm and cool hues were blended with exquisite artistic skill. It didn't just look good, it actually felt real and warm. It was truly a masterpiece of humanity. Deculein reached out to catch the twinkling stars and smiled happily. Although Deculein had created the question, he couldn't realize it himself. His talent had its limits. Somewhere deep in this mind, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the heart of the question. He always dreamed of becoming a painter, though he lacked the natural talent. He always wanted people to be moved by his works. He wanted to pursue painting. That was Kim Woo-jin's true dream. Now, Deculein's aesthetic sense has finally harmonized with his. Thanks to that, Deculein, a lover of beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreamed of attending art school, were both satisfied and pleased with how things were unfolding. After admiring the beauty, Deculein turned and walked away. "Well done, Sylvia, and also thank you for that." Hearing this, Sylvia's face registered astonishment. She didn't understand why Deculein was thanking her. Before she could say anything, Deculein was gone, leaving her alone with a jumble of thoughts. "Me too, I want to thank him as well." Sylvia stepped forward and touched her own work. The remarks and expectations of those around her weighed on her like an inescapable burden. She must become a grand mage. Sylvia truly was a rare prodigy. Who knows what she might accomplish? Indeed, a descendant of a grand mage lineage shows. Watching the beauty of the magic before her, it seemed Sylvia had found the path she would choose. No, the magic itself was simply gorgeous and perfect. At the same time, Alan arrived at Ephen's room to deliver the news. "Student Ephen, your time is up." Despite trying her hardest, she still couldn't solve the final question. "Ah, I see, how embarrassing." Alan stepped forward and said, "You did very well, Ephen." Even until the last second, only 2 people tackled that question. Hearing that, Ephen shouted, "Sylvia, what happened? Did she solve it?" Alan nodded gently in affirmation. "Ah, she really is a monster. I'm so jealous I could die." Before she realized it, thoughts of recommendation letters and Deculein had almost vanished. The only thing left was Ephen's hunger for learning as a mage, and her pure thirst for knowledge. She wanted to answer everything, every question in that paper. Ephen stood up and said, "Well, even though the test is over, isn't the question still there? I'm certain I'll solve that question." After saying that, Ephen beamed brightly. "Next time I'll try even harder." Alan sympathized and understood her mood. "Good luck, I'll be cheering for you." "Ephen, thank you." After finishing the exam, Ephen trudged wearily along the academy road. "I'm utterly exhausted. This damned marathon exam, if I'd answered every question, I'd probably feel better from the thrill of victory. But the only things waiting for me after a brutal test were a door graffitied on and a cold bed." "Really, 2 disciples?" While she was still brooding, a voice rang out from somewhere. "Ephen." It was her closest friends. They had been waiting there for quite a while. Seeing her kindred spirits there, Ephen couldn't contain her happiness. "Julie, are you okay?" asked one. "Ephen, you look like a dried-up corpse. Was the test that hard?" she said pityingly. "All right, everyone. Since Ephen worked so hard, let's go grab something to eat to celebrate. Of course, Ephen will be the one paying, right? Since when did I say that?" A few days after the exam ended, Ephen finally solved the last question she had missed. Gazing at the sparkling light before her, Ephen smiled softly with joy. Her eyes glittered with pride at her achievement. Choking up, she whispered, "So beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind the door. "Ephen, are you ready?" It was Julie, her close friend. Ephen wiped the tear from her eye and smiled in reply. "Julia, I'm coming out now." The 2 of them headed to a cafe near the academy, pouring out the tension of the exam in heartfelt chatter. "Feels so relieving to be done." "Yeah, but we'll be busy again soon. These days are precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julia nodded in agreement. "Me too." Ephen's expression fell. "Lucky I didn't give up this time and pushed through. This is definitely the most amazing magic-related experience I've had." Suddenly, Julie interrupted Ephen's thoughts, eyes sparkling. "Have you heard the news?" Ephen jumped. "What news?" Julie pointed to the sky, her voice mysterious. "About the professor being summoned up there. They say this exam caused an uproar." Ephen was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued, saying the professor had been invited to the Celestial Isle, you know, the floating island. Ephen's face registered astonishment. The floating island. It's an island that permanently hovers at 1,500 meters, the crystallization of genius minds in arcane studies, a gathering place for mages from around the world. This place contains the world's knowledge and magic, independent of the land system, and a neutral zone honoring the individuality of mages. Naturally, it became a hub for eccentrics truly obsessed with researching knowledge and magic. Professor Deculein's exam was praised fervently for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became the hot topic on the floating island, leading to the professor being invited to give a special lecture explaining his exam. Cut to the floating island, Deculein appeared, surprised that his exam was adored beyond expectation. Teaching here not only brought prestige but also increased mana by 30 points. Lucky break. Moreover, the fee was generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Maybe I should consider this career path. Not bad at all, Deculein set down the test and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Relin and mages from the Royal University were all gathered. Deculein ascended the podium and spoke. "It's an honor to meet you all. Today's speaker is the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a war-rank mage and elemental commander, Deculein. The topic of today's lecture was the Magic Tower University's midterm exam, scheduled to last 2 hours. Before we get into the questions, I'll begin with brief explanations of pure elements." As he started, Headmistress Adrian giggled to the person beside her. "Have you seen the paper?" A cold voice replied. "Yes, plagiarism, of course. How could Deculein come up with such a brilliant topic on his own?" The speaker was Lunia von Solnrot McQueen, the mage who lost the head professor race to Deculein. Despite the whispers, the lecture proceeded very smoothly. Deculein strove to help listeners grasp the material by drawing on knowledge from previous Magic Tower classes. Even the attendees were captivated by the fresh, unprecedentedly systematic presentation and listened intently. So now we'll take a look at question 6. As he prepared to analyze the question, Adrian's clear voice rang out. "Professor, I have a question." Deculein turned his gaze toward the headmistress, who was eagerly signaling. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, "As you lectured, if we distinguish pure elements from magical properties, if we want to use this sixth magic by optimally combining it with the destruction system, how should we do it?" Deculein pondered, using his comprehension trait to analyze. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, even the headmistress came to attend. Well, her reason for coming is obvious. The headmistress has always been notoriously suspicious. Given Deculein's past, it's no surprise she'd doubt the exam. So should I tweak it a bit to make it proper? Deculein drew a straight line through the magic circle the headmistress had made and transformed it into his own. "Just add a core conduit in a straight line like this, and that's enough." Deculein's answer left the headmistress stunned. She stammered, "Oh yes, that's true, thank you, Professor." However, Adrian didn't stop. With childlike curiosity, she kept firing tricky questions at him, but Deculein calmly responded, relying on his comprehension trait to smoothly handle every challenge. Gradually, the mage's gazes shifted from intent to irritated. They felt Adrian was disrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she fell silent. With 10 minutes left, Deculein packed up his notes and said in a low voice, "I've spent too much time on Q&A, so I won't explain the final question separately." All eyes turned to Adrian. Unsatisfied, she bit her lip and was forced to be quiet. Suddenly, another voice rang out. "Professor, may I ask a question? Did you really come up with question 8 yourself?" The questioner was Lunia. Her eyes were full of hatred. Deculein frowned, recognizing she had been expelled from the Magic Tower by him before, and asked her to state the exact meaning of the question. Unfazed, Lunia remained resolute. "I just want to know whether question 8 was truly composed by you. That's all I want to know." Hearing that, the hall buzzed with whispers. What do you mean, plagiarism?" Deculein replied coldly. "Being inspired by others is common enough." Then he spread his magic throughout the room, painting a magnificent picture. "This entire question was created by me. It's the work I just produced on the spot. It is completely different from question 8 in the recent exam." Having said that, Deculein turned to Luina and replied, "Is that answer sufficient to satisfy you, Professor Luina?" Luina's face twisted in spite, grinding her teeth in anger, but things had already slipped beyond her control. The lecture ended, the mission accomplished, and his mana increased by 30 points. On his way home, Deculein mused according to the plot. His relationship with Luina was certainly not pleasant. Though today passed smoothly, troubles may arise soon. All in all, surprises surrounded Deculein. He froze before a mysterious person walking by. Who is that? The face looks oddly familiar." The woman turned to look at Deculein with cold, murderous eyes, as if she'd hated him for ages. Deculein worried, thinking, "What the? Her face looks like she's about to punch me." They stood staring at each other for a while with sullen faces, saying nothing. He rummaged through his memory, and finally recalled she was Deculein's fellow student back at university. He stepped forward and extended a friendly hand. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Confusion flickered across her face. "Oh my, Deculein, I don't think we're that close to be on first-name terms." He replied calmly, "Then should I call you Princess Maho? Don't you care whether Deculein and Charlotte are close? The most important thing is Princess Maho, whom Charlotte protects. Given the current situation, Emperor Krebim will soon pass away. When that moment comes, it'll be a major turning point in the game. Many named characters will face life-or-death situations, and new upheavals will occur. This time, the person he needs to save is named Maho. She's one of the characters he created himself, and will become an important factor positively affecting the main quest in the latter half of the game. Because of her complicated bloodline, Maho's life is always under threat. Second, she's in the line of succession to the throne of the Third Republic within the succession of the Kingdom of Liak. She is a princess with royal blood running through her veins. She's currently staying in the Empire under the pretense of studying. But when the Emperor dies and she leaves the Empire, she'll be in danger. Charlotte's face tightened in displeasure. You're still good at forcing others to say cruel things even after so long. Deculein. Suddenly he tossed a crystal orb toward her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued, don't get too worked up. I'll be the lifeline for the teammate who chose the path of death. Charlotte couldn't make sense of what he was saying. She returned to her room, holding Deculein's crystal orb in her hands. Charlotte pondered their earlier conversation. This is a communication crystal. Once you decide what to do, contact me. Charlotte shouted at him angrily. You want me to ask a scoundrel like you for help? No way. Hearing that, he replied calmly, there's no more time. I'm sure you know that already. But if you still don't want the help, then I'll accept it. It's up to your decision. Having said that, he turned away coldly, leaving Charlotte alone to think. She sighed wearily, not knowing what the right course of action was. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Charlotte, you look like you're not doing well. It was Princess Maho, the one he was about to protect. Charlotte hurriedly stood and replied, I'm fine, I just understand what's going on. Don't put pressure on yourself. Maho's gaze looked sad and distant. My brother's lackeys will arrive here soon. They will try to use me or remove this thorn in their eyes. Who cares about the line of succession? She turned to Charlotte and whispered, I'm very worried. I fled to the Empire on the pretext of studying. But the truth is this place is very livable, and more importantly, it's very safe. However, the heir to the throne won't leave me alone, so we have to leave here immediately. Charlotte put her hands to her head and thought, yes, I understand. The princess seemed to recognize Charlotte's fatigue and worry as well. She picked up a suitcase and stepped forward. This is the money I've saved up until now. But why are you giving this money to me? The princess asked calmly. I know you don't have enough to hire mercenaries to escort us home, Charlotte. No, princess, I'll handle that money myself. Maho turned away and said, don't shoulder everything by yourself like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not a waste at all. Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further. I understand, princess. It may not be ideal to bring this up, but I'll use this money to hire more mercenaries. Outside the window, a figure lurked in the distance, as if watching something. No matter how dangerous it is, we'll get through it together. Charlotte's gaze seemed to detect something unusual. She ran to fling the door open and shouted, Who the hell are you? Immediately, he fled without answering a word. Charlotte's face filled with worry. This is bad, things are getting more dangerous. And if we don't get help, the situation will only worsen. At the same time, at the Deculein manor in his study, Deculein was intently reading a book. Uriel stepped in and teased, You read so many books. I didn't realize you liked reading that much. At least respond to me, big brother. She paced around him and continued, I heard you were invited to lecture on the floating island, right? And supposedly they paid a sizable fee. He replied calmly, I'm not giving you a single coin. Uriel, what do you mean by that? I didn't even consider it. She moved on to another point. Anyway, an official letter just arrived. The freshmen from the Magic Tower University want to visit our lands on their trip, but before she could continue, he flatly refused. No, at least you should reconsider. He imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the manor, and thought it was unacceptable. We can't clean up after trips like that. I won't allow it. Uriel looked puzzled. What are you even talking about? She put her hand in her pocket, about to take something out. Don't joke, look at this document. We don't do things for free, and this is a chance to showcase our magic to the freshmen. But he immediately raised a hand to refuse. Get out, Uriel, just glance at it once. Then his face grew strangely serious. Hurry right now. Though confused, she agreed. Okay. Uriel turned and left in irritation. He really is stubborn. He watched her silhouette go to make sure no one else remained in the room. He slowly took the communication crystal from his hand, and in a low voice said, Go, teammate, over there is Charlotte. Although we don't want to, I think we must leave immediately. There's no time left, please help. Deculein. He then used magic to retrieve the map from the corner. Very well, you'll have to follow my every instruction, understood? What do you mean? He looked at the map on the table and continued. Princess Maho has only one escape route. It's an extremely dangerous path, but for that reason it becomes safe. What is it? He answered calmly, the Crevice Gorge. His answer startled Charlotte. What? That place is heavily contaminated by magical energy. Someone like you should know that, Deculein said. He said irritably, Do you think the deadly path can be avoided by taking the normal route? Why? Trust me, Charlotte. We'll get through the Crevice Gorge safely. The rugged mountains are extremely dangerous. The evil energy there is so thick it's like a demon's lair. Some even say demons occasionally appear there. The area belongs to no nation, so it's not bound by rules or laws. That is Princess Maho's only escape route. Once they cross the crevice gorge, the Principality of Urine will be within sight. Charlotte's voice rang out with suspicion. It's not that we hadn't considered such geographical advantages, but when she factored that in, she certainly hadn't expected someone from Urine to be involved. He spoke to reassure her, no need to worry, I'll guide you myself. What? You're personally going to lead the way? Did I hear that right? Charlotte froze and she asked in surprise, why would you go so far out of your way? Deculein, what benefit does this trip bring you? He leaned back in his chair and replied calmly, I'm someone who values politics highly. Charlotte, in terms of intellect or discernment, I always surpass you. What? Are you trying to brag about your achievements? Deculein narrowed his eyes, his voice low. I only hope Princess Maho survives because that will benefit my family and domain. This is business and mutual interest, not charity, so don't overthink it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then asked, so where's the meeting point? Deculein answered decisively and quickly. In 3 days at the entrance to Gravis Gorge. If you can't make it there, then you're not worth rescuing. Charlotte replied sharply, understood. I hope your skills are as reliable as that big mouth of yours. A system panel appeared. Solo quest rescue shop reward. 4. Additional achievement bonus. 3 days later, across the Deculein domain, cheers rang out everywhere. Wow, is this Hydekane? Seems like it. Feels like a completely different country. Yeah, it really is beautiful here. Hydekane is the capital of the Deculein territory, a tourist city full of entertainment and excellent cuisine. It's modeled after famous livable cities from the outside world. Even so, despite repeated requests to hold gatherings here, Deculein had always refused until now. Uriel beside him teased, why the sudden change of heart? You used to say gatherings weren't allowed here. Didn't you complain endlessly about how dirty they are? He pondered. The reason is Hydekane lies near the crevasse gorge. The meeting point is only 3 to 4 hours ride away. When the time comes, he'll quietly withdraw. Deculein turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would stay. She answered quickly, I've reserved an entire floor of the Hydekane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. Standard rooms are set for 4 people, but if they pay for their own rooms, they can choose to stay separately. Very well. Of course. Then, as Academy Professor and Lord of Hydekane, he gave minimal guidelines to the guests. A gathering should always be free and relaxed. We won't interfere no matter how you enjoy yourselves. However, I do have a few compulsory rules of my own. Deculein's face grew deadly serious, his tone cold and threatening. If anyone dares to soil my hotel or domain, forget ever enjoying yourself again at the Magic Tower for the rest of your life. After that, he spent time preparing the groundwork and turned the 2 into a field strategic base. Everything was arranged satisfactorily. Uriel went to the city's mages and boasted proudly. How are the mages of our Hydekane Tower? Clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing, only observed quietly. With his combination of clairvoyance and divine intuition, he could see a golden aura around the talented mages. He pointed at the mages and said, raise the wages for this mage and that one and fire the guy with glasses. What? Why is that? He had spent time so meticulously that before he knew it, dusk had fallen. The group gathered around a huge bonfire. The professors sat upright as if in an additional exam. The first to step forward was Sylvia. She shot something into the sky. A series of explosions followed. Shimmering flowers were painted across the dark sky. The brilliant lights seemed to illuminate the space. The old professor praised the performer, and sure enough, it was Sylvia. Perfect. 10 points. The female professor beside her was no exception. The fireworks were beautiful. 10 points. Julia sighed in exasperation. Why does the professor assign homework even on trips like this? Suddenly we're being forced to do a magical fireworks experiment. Ephen was also dejected. Ha, indeed. The next group was Ephen's team. She quickly began explaining her fireworks. We combined destructive magic with harmonizing magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut in. Enough. Spare me the boring explanation and just fire it. Oh yes. Ephen lit her firework, and it shot up into the sky. An explosion of sparkling light filled the sky with brilliance, rivaling Sylvia's display. Even the students below gasped in admiration. Wow, that's beautiful. Ephen's group did well too, right? But the old professor looked displeased with what she produced. 6 points, the blast was too loud, and the woman beside him was even harsher. 4 points. Julia wanted to object. Why Ephen stopped them? It's okay, Julie. Suddenly his voice rose, shattering the mood. 10 points. It was a perfect balance between destructive and harmonizing magic. Both professors beside him gaped in shock at the score he had announced. Ephen's expression was full of doubt. 10 points straight away. After the evening exercise ended, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything was finished. Now I can leave. I wonder if Charlotte arrived safely. Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind startled him. Was it because of a guilty conscience? He turned and said, "What are you doing here at this hour? Go back to camp." Ephen voiced her concerns. "Please tell me at the disciplinary hearing in the club incident and even today. Why do you treat me that way? Is it because of my father?" He quickly mounted his horse and said, "Find out for yourself. I'm not a child who sulks anymore." Hearing that, Ephen could only grit her teeth in bitter resentment. She watched Deculein's figure fade into the night and shouted, "I'll apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will find out the truth. Why did my father commit suicide? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I will surpass you. I will become greater than Professor Deculein." Having said that, Ephen was left standing there alone. The silent space seemed to amplify the loneliness within her small, solitary heart. She wiped away her tears and returned to the camp. At the same time, Deculein was also troubled by chaotic thoughts. Ephen will follow me as my assistant, but my villainous fate hasn't been triggered yet. Exactly what did I do to Ephen's father? That's something I don't even know in this context. But what if I really did something unforgivable? Then I'm surely dead. He dismounted at the rendezvous, admonished the horse before sending it back. "You can't go any further. The area is tainted. Return to the stable and come back here at noon." After speaking, he looked around. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet? I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could do that, Charlotte's voice rang out Deculein. He replied gently, "You must have had a hard journey to get here, right?" Charlotte appeared with Princess Maho, with only 2 pale-bodied guards remaining, fortunately without life-threatening injuries. After arriving at the meeting spot as promised, Deculein found Charlotte's group and the badly injured Princess Maho. He stepped forward and bowed politely. "I am Deculein, head of the Royal Magic Academy of the Empire. From now on I will clear a path for the princess to escape. Please rest assured." Princess Maho promptly replied, expressing her gratitude to him. Deculein continued, "The journey to get here must have been arduous. You look positively worn out." Suddenly Charlotte stepped up and handed Deculein a note. What's this? Keep it. It's a paper I took from the mercenaries." Deculein read the note in silence and pondered. He crumpled it up and said, "Disgusting, they really have no sense of shame." Charlotte worriedly asked, "You'll be fine, won't you?" "Of course I'll be fine. Just stick close to me and everything will be all right." Princess Maho heard that and looked bewildered. Deculein turned and declared, "If there are no further issues, let's depart." The group began their trek through the mountain crevasse. The 3 behind had to pinch their noses because the surrounding area was about to be saturated with mana. Only Deculein didn't need such a thing. The princess turned to Charlotte and asked, "Hey Charlotte, what did that paper say just now?" "I noticed Professor Deculein looked a bit off after reading it." Charlotte, worried, glanced at the princess and then answered her question. "Because the paper said there are 37 assassins, and one called Dianant chasing us, Dianant." Charlotte's expression darkened. She slowly explained, "Yes, he's a hybrid of demon and spirit, which makes him extremely hard to kill with either force or magic. That's why compared to the assassins, he's a far more troublesome threat. No, impossible. What's even more disgusting is that Dianant is a creature born from a pact. Dianant can only be summoned by a dark ritual called demon summoning. They use human bodies and demon horns as materials for the rite. In other words, they've used a black magic that only cruel sorcerers dare employ to hunt us. People like that want to be rulers of a kingdom. However, if there's still anything for us to hope for, it can only be that the person traveling with us now is a member of the Deculein family, an aged line famed for exorcism that has lasted for centuries. A system notice popped up. The Deculein bloodline manifests overwhelming power when destroying fiends. When facing demons or in areas of dense mana, those bearing this blood can purify surrounding mana and convert it into their own magic. Purified magic increases in quality by 1 rank. The deeper they went into the ravine, the more Deculein realized. Indeed, the crevasse wasn't called the lair of monsters for nothing. The mana here was so thick you could feel it on your skin. An ordinary person would surely suffer much pain simply from breathing here. But for Deculein, it was the exact opposite, an unimaginable advantage. Due to the dense mana, even temporarily his magic quality rose to rank 4. Magic quality is such a key factor that a 1-rank difference can create a clear skill gap between mages. Magic quality is usually divided into 10 ranks. Normals sit at 9 or 10. Reaching rank 7 or above is enough to qualify as a mage or knight. And from rank 5 upward, the number of those who achieve it drops significantly. Famous figures across the continent usually have magic quality at rank 3 or 4. Rank 1 is a symbolic concept reserved for gods, a level no one has ever reached. Even rank 2 is held by only 4 people on this entire continent. Deculein of Burke, the imperial bodyguard knight of Jeffried, the archmage Demakin, and finally Adrian, the rector of the Royal Magic University. With magic quality at rank 4 right now, dealing with someone like Dianant is entirely within reach. As long as nothing enormous goes wrong, everything should be fine. From behind, Charlotte called out anxiously, "Deculein, can you pick up the pace a bit?" Deculein turned to look at her and replied calmly, "Charlotte, have you let haste cloud your judgment? Stay calm, rushing could risk mana poisoning." Charlotte's expression fell. Suddenly, the princess tugged at her sleeve. The princess's voice was gentle as if to soothe Charlotte. "Everything will be all right. Don't worry too much." She quietly looked at Maho with a sad gaze. "Princess Maho, you truly have a kind and warm heart. Even though you yourself must be trembling and more anxious than anyone here, you still care about the feelings of your subordinates. I will certainly not allow anyone to harm you." Suddenly Maho yelled and pointed ahead. "There's something over there." A swarm of falling imps flew in from somewhere and attacked the moving group. Their power was small, but their numbers were considerable. Charlotte drew her sword and said, "Finally we're here." But before she could unsheath it, Deculein stepped forward to stop her. "Leave them to us to handle." Deculein used his telekinetic power to ready a volley of razor-sharp stones he had prepared beforehand. Without a second's hesitation, they hurtled toward the falling imps at breakneck speed, their jagged surfaces making the stones deadlier than ever. The imps were attacked from all sides with no way to dodge. Some were cleaved in half, others had their heads blown off. They tumbled to the ground like autumn leaves, unable to touch or do anything. Having dealt with everything, Deculein calmly turned back and said, "Let's keep moving, there's not much time." Those behind murmured in admiration. One strike clearing out a whole swarm of falling imps like that. Truly, Professor Deculein is extraordinary indeed. And so the journey continued. Monsters that rushed out to block their path were sent to meet their ancestors by Deculein in the blink of an eye. The guard asked, "These common monsters just keep coming at us, but so far we haven't encountered anything truly worrisome." "Right." Suddenly Deculein realized something. His eyes narrowed in displeasure. "I'm not very noble at all. Let me warn you, if anyone dares come near, I'll tear them apart right here." Charlotte and Princess Maho became anxious and on guard. Deculein remained calm, observing the situation with no hint of hesitation or surprise on his face. Footsteps echoed incessantly from the cliff above. An assassin sent forward sneered, "Heh heh heh. For someone about to die, your senses aren't bad." Dozens of assassins began to appear on the cliff face. They'd been lying in ambush here. Deculein calmly turned and said, "Charlotte, quickly take the princess to the Urine Duchy first." Charlotte's face showed shock. "What? And you?" Deculein quickly replied, "Do you want me to act worried for myself?" "Unfortunately, that's unnecessary," Charlotte shouted in anger. "Your arrogant mouth really is hopeless." Deculein pointed at the assassins and said, "Look over there." At the spot where the assassins stood, Deculein aimed his wand straight at them, menacingly. A moment later, an explosion blew the whole area apart. The assassins were easily felled, each one collapsing without understanding what had happened. The razor-sharp stones sliced through them like unstoppable lightning. All were defeated quickly, lying in their own pools of blood. Charlotte was astonished. Deculein said, "Now are you decisive enough? What you need to do is get out of here as fast as possible." Charlotte narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. Then she turned and called Princess Maho, "Let's go." But suddenly Maho noticed something. "Hey, look over there, Charlotte." She hurriedly turned toward the direction the princess had pointed. On the cliff stood a mysterious figure shrouded in dense mana, carrying a terrifying gloom. He stood among the assassins, looking down at the group with a haughty, confident gaze. Princess Maho hurriedly asked, "Charlotte, what is that?" "Damn, that's a dangerous fellow." Despite Charlotte's worry, Deculein remained calm as if nothing had happened. "The plan didn't change. Quickly take Princess Maho to the Urine Duchy, but alone I can't beat them." Charlotte fretted. Deculein spoke in a low, gentle voice. "I'll kill that guy." The swordsman beside her added, "I'll help Professor too. Please leave quickly." Charlotte's face grew dark, guilt welling up in her chest. Realizing that, Deculein continued, "You don't need to feel sad or guilty. Once Princess Maho restores her power, repay the Deculein family for this favor. I'll summon a few familiars to escort you. Don't waste any more time." Charlotte gritted her teeth in anger at her own helplessness. She grabbed Princess Maho's hand and dashed off, leaving behind a final words, "See you at the Urine Duchy." The small-time assassins quickly chased after the two. "Go after her. Don't let her escape. Haha, how far can those two women run?" But suddenly Deculein interjected, "You'd better look out for yourself first." He glared at Deculein and said, "Arrogant mage, with a few summoned things that don't have a drop of mana. Do you think you can kill this body?" Your spells aren't much better because here both mana and magic will be drained by the ambient mana. So what do you plan to do to kill me then? He stood there brazenly, every word dripping with arrogance. Deculein slowly observed him and thought him confident to the point of arrogance, but he's not wrong. You can't kill someone like him with ordinary physical attacks or common spells. He's almost liquid, and this place is unsuitable for casting magic. However, that's true for other mages. For the Deculein family, it's completely the opposite. The advantage of this place isn't his alone. The mana quality here isn't the only thing that's increased for me. My mana recovery rate is also amplified. Along the route to get here, Deculein layered multiple manas onto summoned items to strengthen them. So this opponent is not a difficult problem right now. A summoned object appeared directly above the enemy, ready to strike a preemptive attack. Immediately, the stone hurtled down at breakneck speed, cut his head off, but his body was not like a normal person's. Deculein was sure that wasn't enough. He pressed the attack, tearing the monster's body apart. It countered with a dark mana attack, but Deculein blocked it easily. The swordsman behind worriedly said, "Professor, that one is slow-bodied, but I know him. Focus on the fight." Deculein's eyes shone with determination. Keep attacking until he's truly dead. He summoned dozens of razor stones at once, readying a finishing blow. The moment Deculein's arm fell, the official assault began. Before the monster's body could heal, dozens of stones surged in. They ripped him into hundreds of pieces, helpless to resist. All that remained were pitiful screams of pain and despair. The swordsman cheered, "You're amazing, Professor." As the final fragment flew straight for the enemy's head, the battle reached its end. At the same time, Charlotte had struggled to defeat the pursuing assassins. She hurried to the princess and shouted, "Princess Maho, are you all right?" Maho collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Her face showed utter fatigue. "I'm fine, just a bit nauseous." Charlotte realized that was an early symptom of mana taint poisoning. "We've just escaped the crevice. Please endure a little longer." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Maho turned and saw the familiar figure of her grandfather, Jaren, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Urin Duchy. Seeing him, she felt some relief. The mission was accomplished. He approached Maho and said, "You've worked hard. Forgive us for only being able to wait here." "It's all right, I understand, and I'm grateful." He turned to Charlotte and asked, "And you?" Charlotte bowed politely and replied, "I'm Charlotte, Princess Maho's escort." "I see. Sir Knight Charlotte, thank you. You escorted Maho here alone." Charlotte's face briefly saddened. "No, there were others who helped us." She turned to look toward the ravine they had just exited, thoughtful. "Minister, could you wait for them a while?" "Of course." So the group waited from dawn until dusk. But Deculein and the swordsman still had not appeared. There was only an empty road with no one in sight, the sunset casting the space in blazing red. Princess Maho anxiously asked, "Will Professor Deculein be all right?" Charlotte's face darkened. He truly risked his life to protect the princess. Jaren patted the princess's shoulder lightly and said, "We should go now." The group quickly entered through the city gate. Lingering glances still stole a few brief moments. And true to their hopes, the person they had been waiting for finally arrived. Deculein slowly approached, his clear voice ringing through the air. "Looks like you made it here safely." The swordsman scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Ha, we're still alive here." The two ran to each other joyfully under the sunset, emotions surging as if meeting for the first time. After dealing with the assassins and getting the princess to safety, Deculein quickly said his goodbyes. "I'll be returning here now." Charlotte hurriedly asked in concern, "What? Don't you need to rest a bit?" Deculein gently brushed off his coat and replied, "No need, it's all finished. For details, ask the swordsman to tell you." Having said that, Deculein turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte and Princess Maho silently watching him go. Charlotte's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. She carried many doubts before beginning this dangerous journey. At first, she thought Deculein intended only to stir up trouble, but he truly risked himself to help her and the princess reach safety. He alone bore all the danger, guiding everyone to safety. Despite past disagreements, she now felt she must express her gratitude. Charlotte quickly reached out and said, "Deculein." She gave a gentle, relieved smile, "Thank you." But all she got was Deculein's usual indifference. He replied coldly, "All right then, judging by your appearance you just arrived and haven't had a chance to wash. I can't shake hands with hands smeared in blood." Hearing that, Charlotte froze. She grit her teeth in anger, thinking that damn man never changes. Deculein walked slowly along the sunlit road, his figure gradually disappearing in silence. Suddenly Charlotte called his name again, causing Deculein some annoyance. "What now?" She spoke excitedly. "Travel safely. I will repay the favor of today one day." Princess Maho also waved cheerfully. "Thank you very much, Professor Deculein." Deculein merely watched silently with an expressionless face. He turned away without answering, only giving a light wave as a farewell. A notification appeared. Independent mission completed. You received +4 shop currency and +30 mana. Time passed quickly into evening. At the minister's manor, a familiar voice called, "Minister, it's Charlotte. Come in." Charlotte slowly entered and bowed in the customary salute, then sat down in the chair opposite. Her mind was now filled with worries. She wasn't sure what he intended to say. Could the Urine Duchy also be refusing us? Or was there some hidden plot? No, if they intended harm, they would have acted when we first met. Minister Jurin sat in the chair beside her and spoke. "Charlotte, listen calmly to what I'm about to say. Don't be too shocked." He spoke calmly and solemnly. The Grand Duke wants Maho to become his successor. The Grand Duke's family founded the duchy and is completely independent, not subject to the royal family's control like ordinary dukes. Hearing that, Charlotte was stunned for 5 seconds. She didn't know what the hell she had just heard. Charlotte stammered, "Yes. Do you mean the princess will be the next Grand Duchess?" "That's right." Perhaps even before receiving Maho's letter, he had made up his mind. It seems he doesn't much trust his own grandson. Jurin continued, "In any case, this matter is absolutely secret. Aside from him, only you and I know." Charlotte's eyes narrowed with worry. Could this really be possible? Not long ago, the princess nearly died over the succession dispute. A frail, penniless girl. Yet now, upon arriving at the duchy, she has been chosen as successor. Everything happened so fast she couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly, Charlotte realized something and hurriedly asked, "Sir, besides me, does anyone else know about this?" Jurin lowered his face and replied slowly, "What are you saying? That can't be true. I only heard it from the Grand Duke a few minutes ago." Hearing that, Charlotte accepted it, but deep down she still harbored an indescribable doubt. Deculein's earlier words echoed in her head. "I only want you and the princess to survive because it will benefit my family and domain. I'm not protecting her. I am striking a deal that suits me. So don't overthink it. If you feel guilty, it shouldn't be here. Once Princess Maho gains power, repay the Deculein family, she will be an extremely important ally." The more she thought, the more tangled Charlotte became. What did he really mean? He acted as if he had foreseen this. "I've been too familiar with politics. In intellect and insight, I'm far superior to you," Deculein had said. At first, Charlotte took it as arrogant boasting, but could he really have known everything and planned from the start? Her face darkened as she thought, truly a monster. But what Deculein did was an undeniable fact. Charlotte gave a gentle, relieved smile. She wondered if Deculein had returned safely. At the same time, at his manor, Deculein was stretched out on a warm bed. He sat up after a short sleep. Did he only sleep for about 2 hours? He looked out the window. The sun had not fully risen. Deculein put on his sleepwear, thinking his steel-like constitution wiped away fatigue with a short rest. No matter how harsh yesterday had been, his body had fully recovered now, which reluctantly forced Deculein out of bed. "First, I should test my telekinesis ability again," he thought. He mused that modern people would surely envy this steel body trait. Suddenly, Deculein stopped. Something stirred within him. He sighed tiredly, wishing he'd trained earlier. Wake train, never resting, never stopping, always seeking his own weaknesses to fix. This habit likely formed because Deculein was always close to danger. But that alone doesn't explain it. The disciplined routine, the never-yielding will, the steel spirit. Those things helped him live a life without waste. Deculein looked up at the ceiling in thought. If only I'd been like this earlier. He recalled his girlfriend looking at him with weary eyes. "What's wrong? Do you want to say something?" "Ah, no, I'm leaving." He hadn't realized then how pathetic he was, focused only on trivial, worthless things. If Kim Woojin had been like Deculein now, perhaps she wouldn't have left him. Deculein sighed. It's hard to sleep more. Being a steel man has its inconveniences. For someone trapped in a game like him, 22 hours a day felt truly too long. Cut to the harbor, the students had returned to the capital. "So fun, it's a pity to leave." "Yeah, next time we should bring the whole family." In a small alley, Ganesha was secretly hiding from something, while the kids with her eagerly looked outside. "Oh, there are so many mages I want to watch too." They were rookies from the mage tower returning from the ravine. Ria stood in the corner, puzzled. "But why are we sneaking and hiding here?" Ganesha turned back with a forced smile. "Aha, it's just too crowded, we'll just stand out of the way a bit." But Ria muttered suspiciously, "HMPH, very suspicious." Ganesha glanced toward the train gate. "Damn it, why is Deculein here right now?" Although there have been rumors recently that he's changed. Appearing publicly with someone from the previous mission is clearly not a good idea. Yet that face was so handsome she wanted to keep starring. Even while hiding like this, how can someone be so beautiful in this world? While Ganesha was lost in thought, Ria calmly walked past. "No matter how crowded it is, it's worse to be squeezed into this alley. I'm going outside." Ganesha hurriedly stopped her. "Don't." But her shout drew Deculein's attention. He turned his head to look at her. "Damn, he spotted us." Ria beside her stood stunned, as if she'd seen something strange. Ria's face went blank as she looked at the person before her. In that instant, images from the past flooded her mind, like an unexpected wave, knocking down every barrier of memory she tried to bury for so long. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. The 8 years they had spent together could never fade. Why is that image returning to my mind? He was clearly just a character in a game, so why do I remember him so vividly? On the other side, Deculein was no exception. He looked at the girl before him and felt she was identical to Yura, the radiant, sun-like smile that had helped him overcome so many hardships in his previous life. The two stood silently, saying nothing, as if the space had frozen in that fateful moment. After a long moment, Deculein suddenly turned his gaze elsewhere. I'm overthinking again, staring at a game character. Ria also looked away, telling herself to stay rational. Good grief, he's just Deculein. She stretched and walked off as if nothing had happened. Ganesha watched her with an appraising look. Deculein, to shake off the awkwardness, turned to admonish his students. I'll deduct points if you walk and eat and drop crumbs. Watching him, Ganesha thought to herself. He obviously saw, so why didn't he say anything? Has he really changed? Cut to the city a few days later. A carriage was speeding down the road. Jiriel sat in the carriage trembling with fear. Seeing this, Deculein spoke up to admonish her. Calm down, Jiriel. Stop shaking like a wet dog. She replied, but we're on our way to meet the new emperor. It's strange not to be scared. Deculein reassured her. All you need to do at the coronation is bow. We're not having a private audience, don't make a fuss. He handed her a stack of papers. Take this. Jiriel asked, what's this? Deculein explained it was his compiled analysis after considering various factors, including the new emperor's temperament. Consider this when managing the domain. He thought to himself that 12 days earlier Emperor Krebim had passed away. When the new emperor is crowned, the pace of main story events will accelerate. So he had recorded the important events in advance. If Jiriel follows his advice, the difficulty of future tasks could be reduced. After reading it, Jiriel flinched. Huh, are you a fortune teller or something? Deculein only warned, don't pretend, I'll check later. She could only force a smile. At the palace, a soldier guided them. Members of the Deculein family, this way, please. The two stepped inside. Jiriel looked around in awe. There are already so many people here. As they walked, someone suddenly cut across in front of them, making Deculein slightly start. It was Julie. She glanced at him, bowed slightly, and continued on. Deculein felt a little awkward. He thought, is she still having trouble with that Veron fellow? At that moment, the crowd behind grew noisy. They turned and discovered the emperor's carriage had arrived. Everyone bowed in unison. A pair of small feet stepped out from the carriage. The new emperor entered to begin the ceremony. She walked straight up to the throne ahead. Before the throne, the crown was placed upon the new emperor's head. Drums sounded along with the people's cheers, welcoming the new ruler. And so, a new emperor was born. She was Emperor Safian Yekatera August von Jibri. After the long inauguration, Safian yawned boredly, unaware that all eyes were on her. Jiriel whispered, she's yawning. Despite her unrivaled status and power, Safian always felt bored. The reason lay in her character design in the game. She possessed the greatest aptitude. If she wished to be a knight, she could become a paladin. If she pursued magic, she could become an archmage. She had astonishing talent in every field. But because of that, she wasn't interested in anything. Of course, there was an even bigger issue, namely, suddenly Deculein felt an immense pressure directed at him. He broke into a sweat. What? Someone's staring at me. He glanced around to find the source. Then he realized the red gaze was coming from the throne where Safian sat. Jiriel said softly, His Majesty is watching the nobles. But Deculein remained skeptical. He wasn't sure she was looking at him. But why was that gaze directed at him? Safian held a chess piece and said boredly, what a dull ceremony. I'm even hopping for some sort of assault or bombing. Charon, standing beside her and used to her temperament, said nothing. He was Safian's personal guard. Safian continued, but one person has piqued my interest. One person has piqued my interest. I heard you should try this little thing. Do you remember? You said it caused an uproar with just a single statement. She smiled. I've seen the person who created that. I've seen the one who made it. She smiled softly. That's why I'm looking at him. This should have been his first time meeting me, yet he seems to know me well. Charon added, who doesn't know your majesty? She explained, no, he's different, I can't explain it clearly. But clearly he's assessing me. His gaze didn't waver when he realized I was staring at him. She smiled, interesting. It feels like meeting an old acquaintance again. Understanding her meaning, Charon nodded. I understand, your majesty. Then she stood up, stepped forward a few paces, and turned to speak to Charon. Now that I'm the emperor, I should get to work. I should erase those unwritten rules that have existed for so long. Yes, I'm talking about the emperor's classes. Cut to the academy, with a scene of utter tranquility. Deculein, together with his assistant Alan, was beginning preparations for the new term. Walking along, Deculein spoke. Though the new term had started, the students were foolish as ever. Alan chuckled. "Ha ha, I think the newcomers will need some time to adjust." While they were moving, they noticed a crowd gathering in one spot. Alan asked, "Why are so many people in front of the gate?" Deculein replied calmly, "I don't know." After that, the two entered their office. There, Charon was present with soldiers of the royal guard. He wondered inwardly, the imperial emblem of the palace. Why would a member of the royal family seek me out as well? Charon then produced the imperial edict and read aloud, calling, "Deculein von Grahen-Uklein, please accept with reverence." Without hesitation, Deculein and Alan knelt on one knee, receiving the edict respectfully. Charon continued, "The royal family intends to confer upon the head of the Uklein family, who is also a senior professor of the Tower of Magic, the honor of sharing and discussing magic with His Majesty the Emperor. Professor Deculein has been placed on the candidate list for the position of the Emperor's teaching mage. Therefore, prove your ability by solving the question issued by Court Mage George." Deculein was a little surprised by the proposal. "What? The Emperor chose me. The Empire has a tradition that the Emperor will study the world through outside professors within a year of ascending. Knights, mages, and scholars selected through their respective examinations will handle the teaching." Charon continued, "Professor Charon is listed as a candidate for His Majesty's guiding mage. So prove your skill by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George." He thought inwardly, did the Emperor really choose me? I didn't expect Deculein to receive such an opportunity. It's interesting. Normally, I wouldn't care. But if an event like this falls into my lap, there's no reason to refuse. Royal-related tasks always come with generous rewards. Besides, maybe I'll find out why Sophian has been watching me. Looking at him, Charon continued, "Will you accept the challenge? If you feel your skills are insufficient, you may withdraw." Deculein answered without hesitation, "I accept the challenge." Then he produced a sheet of paper with a test problem written on it. "Take it." And that was that. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Deculein, pondering inwardly, recalling what George had said. It's a puzzle that would usually stump them for at least 3 days, and candidates must solve it to qualify as instructors. Charon thought this was the problem Lord George had declared very difficult, to see how long the rumored Deculein would take. Suddenly a dazzling light emitted from the paper, startling Charon slightly. Deculein remained calm and observed. At that moment, a stream of mana rose from inside the rolled paper and formed the image of George. He spoke cheerfully. "Congratulations, mage. I am George, Court Mage. I will assess your ability based on the time it takes you to solve this problem. If you solve it within 1 day, it will be considered quite fast." The soldiers began buzzing. "My goodness, has it already been solved?" Another nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Deculein turned back to the soldiers. "That wasn't an easy problem. I solved it because of recent research into ancient languages. Just luck, really." Charon spoke up from behind in praise. "Still, that was excellent." Deculein explained inwardly. "The rune script in the problem is a difficult character set found only in ancient texts. But for me, it's different. I was the one who refined this rune font back when I was a game designer. Though it was long ago, with my memory and understanding, a problem of this level is trivial." Seeing that Deculein had solved the problem, Charon stepped forward and presented a letter. "Deculein, this is an invitation from the royal family. You are qualified to participate in the assessment." Deculein accepted the letter and responded, "Thank you, sir." Back at the palace, after hearing the story from Charon, Sophian exclaimed, "He solved it in 5 minutes." He nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Sophian continued, "Then there's nothing more to consider. We'll choose Deculein." Charon objected, "I think your majesty is too hasty. I suggest observing a bit longer." "What more is there to observe?" Solving the problem George swore was very difficult in 5 minutes is more than enough. She sighed in exasperation, paused for a few seconds, then spoke. "Ah, you supported the woman named Luina instead of Deculein, didn't you? However, that mage took 4 hours to solve the problem. 4 hours might have been impressive if no one had solved it in 5 minutes. But the result is already clear. I've just come up with a great idea. Charon, carry out my orders immediately." Realizing her plan was exposed, Charon could only stand there stunned. Cut to the Freheim regiment. Julie was still training relentlessly in the yard. Those watching were extremely worried. "Isn't the captain pushing herself too hard?" The blonde said, "That's true, her complexion doesn't look good." The dark-haired one added, "At least she's still holding her sword. I thought she might faint earlier." The only thing that might uplift Captain Julie's spirits would be, realizing his meaning, the dark-haired man said, "News that Veron's body was found, right?" but since it's on a cliff, searching will certainly be difficult. Then from outside, a soldier ran in breathlessly. "Captain," he was saying something to Julie. Upon hearing this, her expression became utterly astonished. A clear voice rang out, "Julie, you are honored to converse and duel with His Majesty. You have been selected for the candidate list of guiding knights to demonstrate swordsmanship to His Majesty. Pass the assessment and prove your ability." She responded with firm determination. After receiving the decision, she was moving up to a house on the snowy mountaintop. Just as she opened the door and stepped inside, a voice called out, "Long time no see, Julie." She glanced inward. 3 people were already seated there waiting. She nodded in reply. "Yes, it's been a while, seniors," the blonde youth replied cheerfully. "I had a feeling you'd be among the candidates. Sit down, make yourself comfortable." He began chatting animatedly. "I wonder what the test will be like. Gathering like this reminds me of doing group projects back in school, doesn't it?" The short-haired woman was the Holy Knight Gwen. She said, "I don't know about that, but I won't go easy on anyone, so be prepared." The big young man, the powerful Knight Rafel, nodded in agreement. "Of course, we're all here for the same purpose." After a brief conversation, the room returned to its usual quiet. The blond young man then turned his gaze to the chair at the center. "The judge's seat must be over there. They're a bit late, aren't they?" Gwen added. "I heard Vice Captain Isaac, who was supposed to be the judge, is resting due to an injury, so who will replace him?" Rafel shook his head. "Who knows?" Then the sound of the door opening drew the attention of all 4 people in the room. They looked toward the door. Julie's eyes were intensely focused. Then a pair of composed footsteps entered. Julie jumped at the sight of the person entering. He slowly removed his hat and said, "Hello, I am the temporary judge for the selection exam for guiding knights, Deculein." Not only Julie, but everyone present was very surprised by his appearance. He walked past Julie's position, thinking to himself. Julie had her own thoughts. A mage as the judge for a knight's exam? Why is that? What's he scheming this time? Deculein. All eyes turned to Deculein, the man everyone knew as a high-level mage, a noble famed for his arrogance. The Knight Rafel couldn't contain the fury swelling in his chest and leapt to his feet with a roar. "Who are you to be a judge? What do you know about a knight's spirit to grade us? How dare you?" Undeterred by that aggression, Deculein didn't flinch. He stepped inside, calmly removed his gloves with a leisurely smile, then sat in the central chair with an unnervingly composed air. His eyes were as calm as an iced-over lake as he glanced at the flustered knight. "Yes, I am a mage, not a knight, so I will not judge you by flashy swordplay, but by the professional standards the palace requires. It seems you're displeased that I sit here, but remember I am the king's appointed head mage, and my presence here is a direct order from His Majesty. Do you intend to use that sword against the will of the crown?" The room fell silent. The royal command was like an invisible rope tightening around the throats of those who might resist. The knight fumbled, face flushed with rage. "Appointed as magical instructor? You." At that, Julie's senior knight squinted at Deculein and spoke with heavy sarcasm. "So, honorable judge, is this trial truly fair? You won't favor anyone because of personal ties, will you?" The room buzzed. Everyone knew about the complicated entanglement between Deculein and her. Julie stayed silent, hands clenched under the table, bowing her head and enduring the gossip. Deculein casually closed the dossier, his voice icy. "I am only the overseer and the recorder. The final decision rests with His Majesty. The test begins at dawn tomorrow. Now go rest. Yes, rest well so you'll be in good shape. Off you go." They climbed the stairs, chatter continuing non-stop. In the end, they still won't admit it's fair. Oh well, His Majesty decides anyway. Deculein's eyes narrowed. Inwardly, he admitted they were right. This test was unfair from the start, but unlike their guesses. "I'm not here to help Julie, but to do everything possible to remove her from the selection." That night, the blizzard outside howled without cease. Deculein sat alone by an oil lamp, flipping through ancient pages, the flickering flame casting ambiguous patches of light and shadow over his sharp features. He glanced out the window where the night was swallowed by the white of snow. Indeed, knights always spar among themselves before deciding things, didn't they? Watching Julie carry herself with fierce determination, his mind conjured images of the royal palace with its long, shadowed corridors. "The only reason I accepted this ridiculous judge post is because of Julie, a mage who knows nothing of swordsmanship being forced to judge knights. It's a ludicrous play, but she must absolutely not step foot in that palace. Right now, in that basement, lurks the greatest variable that could end Deculein's life. The abyss of Ferdin, that monstrous mirror. At this point in the plot, she must under no circumstances encounter it. Before that mirror shatters, I will not let Julie enter the palace." Deculein sat before the knights and voiced the exam's content clearly. "First challenge, observation and perseverance. In this snowy mountain region, there are many rare magical items. I will assign each of you a detailed description of the item you must find. Immediately, he summoned 4 items and handed them to the 4 contestants. The sole requirement, bring it back here intact. If a single petal is bruised or a tiny scratch mars a leaf, your test will be invalidated on the spot. Also, I will remain seated in this chair to await the results. Any objections? If anyone has objections, speak up now. There won't be a second chance. The knights exchanged glances. The air sank into a tense silence. Deculein coldly produced a pocket watch and declared, "Good. Since everyone's agreed, you have exactly 24 hours. The contest begins." Amid the swirling blizzard, Julie struggled forward. Snow reached her knees. Each step felt like lead. Wind tore through her cloak, carrying a bone-deep cold that could freeze blood in the veins. What I must find is the ice flower, a transparent bloom that grows on sheer cliff faces at snow mountain heights. Because it only blooms in harsh conditions, plucking one isn't easy. But since up to 10 open and wither each day, it's not impossible. Julie encouraged herself. Her eyes searched the vertical cliffs like a hawk. But did Deculein really come here only on His Majesty's orders? After hours battling the elements, Julie gave a soft cheer when she spotted an ice flower as clear as crystal shimmering under the snow. It grew right atop a dizzyingly high rocky outcrop. She held her breath, used every ounce of a swordsman's finesse to pluck it, and ran as if the wind itself were chasing her back to the wooden hut. Yet when the flower was handed to him, Deculein didn't even bother to touch it, just glanced and coldly said, "It's damaged." Julie froze, her heart dropping. What did you say? I made it clear it must be intact, no damage at all. Look." Deculein pointed to a petal. On the edge of the 3rd petal was a teeny slit, less than 1. Julie grit her teeth and examined the flower. Indeed, there was an almost invisible scratch. She swallowed bitterly, chastising herself for the oversight. She should have checked more carefully before presenting it. She looked up and stared straight at Deculein. "I'll go get another." With that, Julie spun and plunged back into the whiteout. The second time, she found another flower on the cliff, even higher than before. Julie scrambled up with all her strength. Found it, thank goodness, but the icy gusts nearly sent her slipping and tumbling down. Julie brought the flower back, but Deculein's frosty demeanor remained. A corner of its leaf had been nicked by the cutting wind. Meanwhile, her senior sat leisurely enjoying a hot meal and remarked, "Still getting defective goods." Julie's empty stomach began to protest. Her head spun from exhaustion and the brutal cold. Deculein looked at her, voice stern. "You are not allowed to touch the food until you finish the task or admit defeat." "Well, will you give up?" Julie shouted, resolve igniting. "No, I'll go find another flower." Julie hurled herself into the biting wind once more. The blizzard grew fiercer. Though she fought the cold with the armor's protection, she couldn't hold out much longer, if she didn't find an ice flower soon. On her 3rd try, Julie found the most perfect ice flower. Her eyes narrowed with determination, as if this were her last chance. She cradled it like a treasure, using her body to shield it from the gale, letting snow freeze into ice on her shoulders. When she brought it back, she was sure this time she'd succeeded. But Deculein inspected it a moment and still sneered. "Still damaged. Impossible, it can't be. No way this is true." He brought the flower close to Julie and added, "There's a small crack on the petal." Julie nearly collapsed onto the wooden floor, tears of frustration welling up. How could this be? Why, what happened? There was clearly no scratch on it outside, so why does it keep getting damaged? Suddenly her gaze shot up and fixed on something. It swept across once, and finally landed on the crackling campfire burning in the center of the room. A lightbulb moment flashed in her mind. Could it be? Julie said nothing. She rose with a fierce look. One last request to go back. She turned and set off again to find a flower. This time, however, she did not head toward the old cliffs. Deculein watched her gaunt but resolute back and judged inwardly. It seemed she had figured out the pattern, but even if she had, it would be useless. That palace was a place she absolutely must not enter. At the Knights' examination center, the air was thick with anxiety. The knights paced restlessly, eyes glued to the white blizzard outside. A female knight whispered, "Do you think Julie will actually make it?" Julie's senior clenched his fist, voice uncertain. I don't know either." At that moment, a shout cut through the howling wind from behind. Julie appeared, breathless, cradling a glittering flower. "Your Honor, I've brought the ice flower back." The knights froze in delighted surprise. "She's here." Deculein remained motionless in the hidden hut, his voice cold. "Bring it in, Julie." But Julie did not step forward. She stood rooted in the snow, voice trembling but firm. "Please, step outside. This time the ice flower has absolutely no scratches." In the dim light, Julie looked pitiful. Filthy clothes, thick ice crusted over her cloak, face pale from the bone-cutting cold. Inside, she scoffed at herself. How foolish. Why did it take me so long to realize that bringing an ice flower into a warm, fire-lit room would make it melt and ruin it? That's the trap of this test. Yet Deculein remained unmoved, replying in an icy tone. I refuse. As I said from the start, I will not step outside even 1 foot until the exam ends. Rage flared in Julie's eyes. She ground her teeth, thinking, Deculein, you never wanted me to pass this exam from the beginning, did you? Deculein, as if reading her thoughts, replied casually, before we began, I asked if any of you had questions or objections. You were silent then. Now failing to consider environmental conditions is entirely your fault. That's my fault, Julie shouted, but I will not give up here. Deculein showed a flicker of surprise at her determination. Then Julie placed the ice flower on the block of ice at her feet. She began to channel mana, a powerful surge of energy erupting. Everyone inside stared in astonishment, but sudden pain spread clearly across Julie's face. In an instant, a violent storm of energy engulfed the entire hidden hut. Frost began to form on the walls, driving out the warmth inside. Deculein observed the scene, assessing silently. Is she attempting to use mana to freeze the entire space? The heat has vanished completely. When the interior temperature dropped to freezing, Julie stepped in and held the flower up before Deculein. Now it should be fine, right? The room fell silent. Deculein looked at the flower for a long moment, then gently shook his head, his voice as indifferent as ever. The flower is still flawed. She used mana to protect it. But that very flow of mana interfered and altered its structure, causing the flower to be damaged. Julie froze, her last reserves of strength drained. No, this can't be. She no longer had the breath to defend herself. Her vision blurred. She collapsed onto the cold floor right before him. All her efforts were for nothing. She was disqualified. Julie was taken to a quiet room to recover. Outside, the knights murmured. Is Julie okay? She fainted from exhaustion, her body temperature dropped too low, she has no strength to leave right now. Another knight spoke indignantly. I've never seen an exam so unfair, truly ruthless. This puts me in a foul mood. Meanwhile, Deculein stood in a dark corner, eyes narrowed in thought. It was the first time he'd seen Julie use mana so directly, but his eyes had noticed something very strange. What had I seen with my magic sight earlier? A status window appeared before him. Abnormal status, mana damage. Deculein was stunned. Mana damage. Does that mean her dantian is seriously harmed? A wound to the dantian isn't common. It certainly can't be caused by ordinary impacts. In the game's lore, I'd never heard of Julie being so grievously injured and still becoming the greatest knight. What on earth happened? Just then, Julie's senior stepped forward and sighed. That exam's difficulty is truly excessive. Even I didn't spot the ice flower's temperature trap. In truth, no one could pass it. Deculein looked at the man, thinking they were both Julie's classmates and seniors and might know something. He decided to ask directly, has Julie ever suffered a major injury before? The knights turned to him with looks of anger mixed with astonishment. The senior growled, what, you really don't remember? It's because of you. The escort mission at Marek that year. Could the after effects still be haunting her after all this time? Deculein was stunned. The Marek escort mission, that's a pre-game setup I was never told about. He turned to the man beside him and said, Rafel, you sparred with Julie. Didn't you notice anything odd? Rafel stammered. I'm not sure either. When I sparred with her, I noticed Julie always deliberately limited her mana use. She had excellent sword intent, but never dared to unleash mana to the extreme. Maybe she truly carries an incurable aftereffect. So you did all that because Julie was injured. Deculein was silent for a while, then ordered, everyone return to your rooms. Wait for the disqualified contestant to leave, then we'll begin the second test. Later, as the sun prepared to set, Julie woke and stood outside the hidden hut. She looked lonely and dejected. A long sigh conveyed it all. Deculein stepped out from behind, his voice softening a bit. This outcome is truly regrettable. Julie bowed her head, voice catching. No, you're right. This was just a test, and I failed due to my own oversight. I should have checked more carefully when I received the challenge. Deculein looked at her and remained silent. Julie, before you leave, may I ask one question? He wanted to ask about his duty as an examiner. Or, tell me about the promise I broke earlier. I want to hear it from your own mouth. Julie was stunned by the strange question. Deculein thought inwardly that that promise had been broken long ago. The thing that made her loathe him to the bone. Why on earth was he clinging to her to ask about it? Perhaps he was simply looking for an excuse to see her a little longer. Or maybe he wanted to offer himself a justification for the Deculein he had become. Julie was silent for a moment, then slowly said, It's been half a year, hasn't it? Where should I begin? At that time, I received a letter from people of the Luna clan. The letter was sent by the mother of the mage who had committed suicide under your command. The letter detailed the evil deeds you had committed. I asked you to explain whether what was written was true, but you burned the letter on the spot. That, to me, was the decisive reason to call off the engagement. She looked at him with pained eyes. You can't call off the engagement. Whatever you want, I'll do. Please forgive me. Only then did he promise to investigate the truth and apologize. But why did you ask that now? At this point, what difference does it make? But Deculein's answer surprised Julie. It was my fault. At that time, it was entirely Deculein's fault. Only that research was still ongoing. The study he started, I'm continuing to refine. Of course, he will be listed as a co-author on the work. If there is income, I'll split it evenly among everyone, and I'll help his family get back on their feet. On the day this research is published, I'll probably be able to offer him an apology. I hope I'm worthy of receiving forgiveness. Julie heard that and angrily shouted, "Why didn't you say that back then? If you'd spoken sooner, then maybe." Deculein cut her off. "I'm sorry. It's just that I can only excuse myself by saying perhaps the me of today is no longer the Deculein of the past." The atmosphere fell into absolute silence. Julie looked at him bewildered, as if faced with a completely unfamiliar person. Deculein stepped a little closer, his voice low and resolute. "Julie, from today on I will try not to love you anymore." What are you saying? Let's walk two separate paths. You will no longer have to bear any burden because of me. I will try to change my heart, and one day that will come true. After saying that, he quickly turned his back, but not before leaving one last instruction. You've suffered enough. Go home and rest well. Julie left, heavy footsteps pressed into the long white snow. I will try not to love you anymore. Julie gave a slight smile, a bitter but relieved one. She walked through the snow wondering, has he really changed? Deculein stood by the window, watching Julie's small figure fade behind the curtain of white. Even with Deculein's strong spirit force, is the affection for Julie truly something he cannot control? 3 days of the intense selection process had passed, and now all the final evaluations were complete. An official document was released, displaying the portraits of the 4 knights chosen to represent this era as the training knights of the royal palace. In his quiet office, Deculein sat reviewing the final list. His gaze slid down to the section dedicated to the court mages. He saw his own name and portrait there. Regarding the position of training mage, the result was already obvious. But as he read further, Deculein's eyes widened slightly in a rare moment of surprise. He stared at the paper for a long time, lost in thought. The next day, the scene shifted to the magnificent interior of the royal palace. The grand doors were pushed open as the first name was announced. Deculein von Euclin. He stepped forward with absolute composure. Sitting upon the throne was Empress Sophian. She looked completely indifferent, leaning her head on her hand as she let out a long, weary yawn. Once Deculein was in position, the herald continued to call the next name. Rowena von Schlote McQueen. Deculein kept his eyes fixed forward, but his mind focused on the woman who had just stepped in beside him. He never expected that he would have to take on the role of training mage alongside Rowena. They both knelt before the Empress to show formal respect. Rowena was someone for whom Deculein could absolutely never feel any goodwill. Since the incidents at the floating island, it was a stroke of luck if they didn't have to face each other. It looked like the days ahead would be incredibly exhausting. Rowena adjusted her glasses, her sharp golden eyes glancing toward the cold protagonist. To her, seeing Deculein here was a bitter reminder of the past between them. She had to face off against him in this place again. Memories flowed back to a few years ago, during the professor promotion evaluation at the university. The hallways had been filled with the whispers of the faculty. A group of professors surrounded Rowena, expressing their enthusiastic support. The position of head professor naturally belongs to you, Rowena. Do your best. Me too. You definitely have to work hard. If someone as tyrannical and arrogant as Professor Deculein takes power as head professor, just thinking about that scene is unbearable. Rowena accepted the praise with a humble smile. Thank you everyone for supporting me. At that time, the competition for the head professor position was essentially a duel between Deculein and her. It was a battle between equals, but for different reasons. Deculein possessed an incredible ability for magical analysis, a deep understanding of theory, and overwhelming influence from his family bloodline. Conversely, Rowena led in overall research achievements. She believed that the fundamental difference in personality would give her the edge. She had the respect and backing of the other professors, while Deculein stood alone with his arrogance. She was completely confident that the position of head professor of the Magic Tower would be hers. Yet all of that had caught Deculein's eye, and of course, that never boded well. A few days later, at the Rowena family mansion, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Staff and mages ran along the hallways in total disarray. Hurry, There's an emergency. A bewildered Ruina stopped someone. What is going on that everyone is in such a rush? The man looked at her, his face pale and drenched in sweat, stammering incoherently to explain the emergency that had just struck. The news reached Ruina like a nightmare. The head of the family has been seriously injured, my lady. But the tragedy didn't stop there. A flurry of reports about disasters began pouring in, each more devastating than the last. Her brother's business was on the verge of collapse as every partner abruptly and inexplicably terminated their contracts. Her younger sister met with a horrific accident. Even their ancestral lands were no longer safe as bandits began to invade the territory. Finally, word arrived that even the lady of the house was in danger. For Ruina, the answer wasn't hard to find. In the shadows of her mind, one name appeared, overshadowing all this destruction: Deculein. She didn't want to submit to him at all. To her, Deculein was the incarnation of evil, and she feared that if she bowed to him now, her family would never be able to rise again. She told herself, I have to endure this. My family can overcome these consecutive disasters. But the reality of the situation was far more brutal than imagined. Rain began to pour over the mansion. Inside, her father sat in the dim light, his body exhausted and his spirit broken. He looked at his daughter, knowing full well what the head professor position meant to her. Can you give it up, Ruina? Your career is important, but the survival of our family must come first. Ruina had no other choice. By the time she looked back at everything they had lost, the entire family stood on the brink of total collapse. They simply did not have the strength to resist Deculein's hand of power. Under the rainy and windy night sky, Ruina went to Deculein's mansion. At the gate, the sentry knights blocked her path. You are not permitted inside. Leave immediately. I have a grave matter to discuss. Please let me see him just once. I told you to go home. She stood there, desperate and soaked to the bone. Ruina screamed, her voice cracking with rage. Deculein, come out and face me. Deculein was perfectly dry under an umbrella held by a subordinate. He looked down at her with completely hollow eyes, devoid of any sympathy. Ruina, what kind of mess do you think you're making right in front of someone else's door? Ruina, trembling from both the cold and the humiliation, shouted, I will give up the position. I beg you to stop the attacks on my family right now. I will surrender the position I have fought for all this time. A long, heavy silence followed, broken only by the pitter-patter of the rain. Deculein tilted his head slightly, a faint, superior smile appearing on his lips. Exactly what should I stop? I have no idea what you are talking about. Ruina could only stare at him in shock. What? Deculein continued, his tone shifting into cold authority. Since you've come here so abruptly, I expect an apology. It turns out I was wrong. An apology. That is correct. Has the McQueen family not survived until now precisely because they received support from the Deculein family for so long? Yet, someone with the status of a servant dares to act like a dog betraying its master after surviving on my family's grace. Naturally, I must receive an apology. As Deculein turned to walk away, Ruina remained frozen in the rain. The insult scorched her. The absolute arrogance in his words, calling her family ungrateful dogs after he had blatantly destroyed them. All of that ignited a white-hot, blazing fury inside Ruina. Ruina realized how naive she had been to think that sacrificing her dreams and career would be enough to end the nightmare her family was enduring. Deculein observed her with cold, scrutinizing eyes as she trembled. Having no other choice, desperate to save what remained of her family, Ruina let her body collapse. Her knees hit the wet ground with a heavy thud. Bowing her head deeply in earnest, she whispered into the curtain of rain. I'm sorry. I will do whatever you ask as long as you stop. The humiliation was absolute. Ruina felt its sting even more than the cold water soaking through her clothes. She kept telling herself that no matter how much her pride was trampled, she had to endure this to protect her family. Deculein looked down at the figure prostrate on the ground, truly a pathetic and lowly creature. Without warning, Deculein's boot stepped hard onto her in a painful strike. The force of the kick caused a groan of pain to escape her lips. Deculein stood there in contempt. You are nothing more than a miserable insect from a family with no roots, no depth of history whatsoever. It is disgusting that someone of your status dares to crawl before me without knowing their place. Does even a dog wish to sit upon its master's head? Deculein coldly issued his final order of dismissal. Get out. If you truly want your family to recover and survive, never let me see your face again. Having said that, Deculein turned his back and walked away, leaving Ruina shattered on the ground. Her knees were bruised and smeared with black mud as she sat in the relentless, torrential rain. The memory of his brutality was etched deep into her soul. Back in the present, both were kneeling in the grand hall of the royal palace. Ruina glanced at the protagonist, the memory of that day as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. She had never forgotten the weight of Deculein's boot or the contempt in his voice. Her teeth clenched tight, her eyes overflowing with hatred. This time I will never lose again. The humiliation I endured that day, I will certainly take it back manifold. The scene shifted to the next day at the Royal University. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Could that really be true? Yes, exactly. I heard that person suddenly vanished without a trace. No, that much is clear, but I mean, was this really because Professor Deculein had a hand in it? As Deculein walked through the hallway, he naturally overheard those whispers. What is the problem that everyone is in such a stir? The thing is, there are rumors going around that Lady Ruina has gone missing. In this world, mana disasters occasionally appear, from storms to rain of fire or dust mists. But as a mage, Deculein thinks they shouldn't be viewed merely as calamities, since at their core they're combinations of pure elements. Meanwhile, Luina's disappearance has made people cast suspicious glances at Deculein, which makes him rather uncomfortable. Still, he finds dealing with curious new students far more pleasant. Deculein told himself there's nothing to worry about. This matter has nothing to do with him, and the truth will soon come to light. The next morning at Deculein Manor, the butler reported that someone from the Security Bureau had come to see him. It was Lilia Fremion, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, wearing a very stern expression. Lilia got straight to the point. She had come to investigate the disappearance of Duchess Luina, which surprised Deculein slightly. He asked bluntly whether he was a suspect, but Lilia replied that this was just standard procedure since he was the last person to see her. She reiterated that Luina had had a tutoring session with him on the day she met the Emperor and then disappeared, and asked if he noticed anything unusual. Deculein asserted he did not. Lilia nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to leave. After seeing the guest off, Deculein returned inside the manor. He admitted being suspected wasn't pleasant, especially since the original Deculein was perfectly capable of such deeds. His gaze grew pensive. Just as he stepped into the room, he froze at strange streams of blue mana moving through the air. A message appeared asking if he had abandoned them, and asserting they were still following his orders. Deculein stared at those traces of mana, wondering who had left the message. He guessed it was surely the work of the Black Network, the underground organization the old Deculein had built. A bad premonition hit him. He feared these very people had kidnapped Luina. His face hardened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Shortly after, Deculein arrived at a dark area outside. A shadowed figure in a cloak knelt before him and respectfully addressed him as master. Deculein recognized it as an illusionary magic used for communication. Without hesitation, he ordered the figure to lead the way. The scene shifted to the Auckland slums, where darkness reigned within the heart of the splendid empire. The poor and the sick lurked in filthy hidden corners. Even a radiant empire had contrasting patches of light and shadow. The subordinate declared that if the emperor's land was light, then Auckland was their home, their darkness. He stopped before a dilapidated house and invited Deculein inside. Deculein stepped forward, ready to face whatever waited behind the door. He descended stone steps that led deep underground. Upon reaching the bottom, Deculein was slightly taken aback by the sight before him. A group cloaked in black immediately knelt in homage, welcoming their master's return. Deculein immediately demanded to know, ordering them to explain the command they were carrying out. They replied that the order was to show no mercy should Luina dare step into the capital. Just as he feared, it had all been initiated by Deculein's former underlings. He scanned them and, fortunately, saw no death variable present, though they did not seem particularly friendly toward him. One subordinate remained with his head bowed, awaiting orders. Deculein gave a brief order, "Lead me to Luina." There Luina was tied tightly to a chair, her head covered with a sack. The assassins reported they had injected an anti-mana poison that would prevent her from using magic for the next 3 days. Seeing his opponent in such a pitiful state, Deculein had a headache over how to handle the situation with his old followers having abducted her. Looking at the unconscious Luina, Deculein sensed a villainous fate emanating from her, the death variable he had long feared. He wondered how to dispel this misunderstanding and eliminate the variable threatening his life. At that moment, a subordinate presented a ledger, saying there was something to give the master. Deculein took it and began flipping through the ledger. After reading a few lines, his eyes widened in shock. The information inside was truly beyond expectation. He fell silent for a long while, his face showing clear tension. Deculein admitted the ledger had helped him sort his thoughts and find a way forward. He ordered all his men to step outside, so he could speak with Luina alone. The shadowy figures silently obeyed and began to withdraw into the darkness. The door slammed shut, leaving a silence so chilling it could freeze blood. Deculein stepped closer and stared at the Duchess, still tightly bound. Liuna began to stir, weak groans escaping from beneath the sack over her head. He decisively ripped the sack off, revealing the woman's face. Upon opening her eyes, Liuna was shocked to see who stood before her. She screamed Deculeин's name in furious outrage. Liuna's eyes blazed, as if she wanted to eat her opponent alive. She shouted, demanding to know what he planned after staging this kidnapping, and threatened to report him to the crown. In response to her fury, Deculein calmly advised her to watch her words, since she was bound and unable to use magic. Liuna trembled with rage, but could do nothing. She bit her lip and endured, her heart full of bitter resentment. Liuna accused Deculein of vengeance, stemming from their past rivalry, for the position of head professor. Then, shockingly, Deculein made an astonishing offer. Liuna would become head professor. Liuna was utterly stunned, bewildered why he had kidnapped her only to promise such a thing. Deculein thought to himself, this was the only way to completely erase the death variable hanging over his head. It all began recently, when Deculein started re-examining everything. There was a long list of crimes the original Deculein had committed, from blackmail to kidnapping, a dark past that ruined many lives. Standing in the shabby cellar, he realized he couldn't resolve this mess by peaceful means. He knew full well that no matter how he explained, Liuna's hatred wouldn't lessen. She still struggled to wriggle free of the ropes, but he couldn't kill her. Liuna held significant influence over the main mission. Losing her now would be a terrible blow. Therefore, he was forced to use drastic measures to make her obey. Deculein coldly asked why she dared return to the capital despite his ban on her entering. Liuna retorted that she had repaid Euclan's debts and had no reason to be afraid. She believed she'd settled everything, including interest. Hearing that, Deculein sneered that she was speaking irresponsibly and demanded to know what she truly knew. He stepped closer, his voice threatening enough to make Liuna tremble. Deculein began invoking the concept of compound interest as a threat. A debt of 100 million from 15 years ago at 20% annual interest had now ballooned into over 15 million in interest alone. Seeing Liuna's panicked expression, he added, "Or should I seize the house you just moved into tomorrow?" Liuna screamed that no law could be that absurd and threatened to bring the case to the crown. But Deculein coolly mentioned the poison clause. Those were the tricky clauses he'd planted to deceive signatories, a truly cruel and vicious trick. Although he knew he was playing the villain, Deculein understood it was the only way to drive Liuna into a corner. Seeing his opponent begin to waver, he lowered his voice and said there was still a way to mend things. The proposal was laid out. If she helped him become rector, her debt would be reduced. Liuna could only gasp in astonishment. Of course, she would still have to keep the title of head professor for him. Liuna fell silent, her face showing the inner struggle at this sweet but dangerous trap. Knowing she was prone to breaking promises, Deculein produced a new agreement and forced her to sign. Liuna could only cry out at the audacity. The contract was tossed into her lap with a curt order. "Read it." The terms appeared. Remain silent about today and abide by the contract for 5 years. If she failed to comply, Liuna's eyes widened in horror when she read the penalty. Total destruction of the energy core within her body. She screamed in protest, saying Deculein had gone too far. Despite her shouting, he casually turned his back and walked away, only reminding her that if she honored the contract. Liuna could only grit her teeth and watch the cold man's retreating back. He sealed the deal by promising to return the McQueen family secret to her. The name stunned Liuna into speechlessness. That forbidden tome was the family treasure Deculein had seized when he wiped out the McQueens. It was the root of all their hatred, and the thing she most wanted to reclaim. "Think it over," he left her with, then stepped out the door. The iron door slammed shut, locking the young woman in the cellar's darkness. Deculein strode up the worn stone steps. He wondered silently whether the psychological tactic had worked. If he couldn't remove this death variable, he'd have to resort to his last measure. At that moment, a notification appeared. The mission to eliminate the death variable had been completed. He received a reward of 2 store currency units. A rare satisfied smile crossed the cold professor's face. Outside the door, Ren and Ainen had been waiting for some time. The cellar door was resealed with a brilliant magical seal. Deculein stepped out, his face pensive and scheming. The 2 subordinates quietly watched their master, preparing for the next moves. Deculein casually praised, "Well done." But Ainen didn't let him leave that easily. She shouted, "Wait, are you just going to walk off?" Deculein turned back and asked if she had anything more to say. Ainen began to rant about prior promises. She angrily reminded him that he had promised to pay them and grant the 2 siblings their freedom. Before she could finish, a sharp smack rang out. Ren had rudely silenced his sister. The sudden blow sent Ainen sprawling to the floor, unable to react. The cellar fell eerily silent. Ren stood shielding his sister, facing the professor. He bowed his head to apologize for his sister's rudeness. Deculein remained composed, told him to continue, and asked again what had been promised. Ren affirmed firmly, freedom and a vast fortune were promised. Deculein gave a small nod, as if he understood the matter fully. He saw through Ren's heart. Though Ren had struck his sister to preserve appearances, deep down the man harbored a deep grudge against him. They were the sort who did the dirty work for the old Deculein. Though hated, he found their skills extremely useful for his upcoming plans. Deculein thought to himself that as long as he stopped making them do immoral jobs from now on, everything would stay under his control. He officially declared he would hire them starting today, and of course he would honor what he promised. Hearing that, the two siblings hurriedly dropped to their knees to thank their new master. Ephen looked up with eyes full of astonishment. She probably couldn't believe her ears. Deculein ordered all the shady assignments he'd given them before to be canceled. Disperse, come to my villa tomorrow. They both replied in unison with respectful obedience. The professor turned his back and walked away, leaving the cold cellar behind. He breathed a sigh of relief. Though today had been exhausting with so many troubles, at least everything had been tidied up. Cut to the dormitories of the magic tower under brilliant sunlight. Ephen walked beside Sylvia, constantly complaining about the high cost of materials. Student life really is a drama of poverty. Suddenly Ephen froze, vaguely seeing a strange magic circle appear. She asked her friend if she saw it too. They both looked down the hallway, where the air had begun to warp suspiciously. A glaring red magic circle appeared on the wall. Ephen wondered, didn't they say it was erased at the start of term? Why is it back now? Before they could steady themselves, a loud explosion rang out, making all the nearby students jump in alarm. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within, sending those nearby flying. The scene was utter chaos. From the building, a dark red beam shot straight into the sky, signaling that a terrible disaster had begun to erupt. A luxurious black car rolled along the quaint street inside the Magic Academy. Sitting in the back, Deculein asked Ren if he was satisfied with his current job as driver. Ren didn't hesitate to say he loved it. Deculein merely nodded slightly, his face still cold and composed as ever. The assassin siblings, Ren and Ephen, were now under the Deculein household, fully following Deculein's orders. Once wary, but after Deculein compensated them properly, they gradually shifted to obeying him as a true master. Even Jeff, the old driver, burst into tears of joy when promoted to an office position. Deculein's life finally found its rhythm. The car stopped before the grand hall. Ren announced they had arrived. Deculein stepped out with a debonair air, but immediately sensed something amiss. In the distance, a crimson energy shrouded the building. A system window suddenly popped up announcing the first main mission. Hall 3 was trapped within a lethal magical barrier. Students gathered outside screamed in panic. No one understood what was happening inside. Ephen clenched her teeth in worry because most of the civilian students were trapped inside. She urged Professor Sire to rescue them, but the old professor could only tremble and ask back with a cowardly expression. He feigned weakness and said the director was away, so there was nothing they could do to intervene. Ephen clicked her tongue in disappointment at the attitude of those in power. She handed her bag to Julie, deciding she would rush in herself to save her friends. Just as she stepped forward, a hand from behind suddenly gripped her arm, stopping her. Her stopper was Sylvia, standing there with arms crossed and an air of haughty pride. Sylvia said, if you don't plan to help, it's best to stand still. This isn't the time to be picky. Ephen was annoyed, finding Sylvia's behavior bothersome and irritating. Behind them, the professors could only shout uselessly, not daring to step up to the barrier. The nobles who usually act tough now hesitated and froze when trouble hit. Ephen couldn't help but scold them to their faces as cowards who just stood and watched. Sylvia cut her off coldly, called Ephen arrogant, and told her to be quiet. Calm down and look closely. Sylvia pointed toward the blazing red barrier. A multicolored spell from Sylvia shot straight into the barrier to probe it. The barrier reacted violently, scattering the magic completely. Ephen watched in shock. Sylvia explained that demonic energy was mixed inside, so ordinary magic wouldn't work. She asserted this wasn't something a rookie could handle. Ephen bowed her head and gritted her teeth. Annoyed as she was, she knew Sylvia was right. Everything was at a dead end, and she wondered what on earth was going on. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps rang out, making her turn to look. Deculein strode in with an overpowering presence, forcing the crowd to part on both sides. It's noisy here. His remark silenced the area instantly. He stood before the red veil, silently studying the dark energy emanating from it. Deculein's gaze remained calm, without a trace of faltering or fear. The system panel analyzed it as a magic barrier, but current data wasn't enough for him to fully understand. Deculein drew out the Deculein staff, a weapon with powerful demon-purging ability. A surge of crimson energy burst from the barrier, as if to push back any intruder. The professors cried out in panic, telling everyone to hold their breath and fall back. A loud explosion rang when Deculein's mana collided directly with the veil. Ignoring all objections, Deculein coldly stepped straight into the blazing red barrier. He began to pass through the swirling red magical veil as if it were a storm. From inside the building, students stared toward the door in disbelief that a professor would dare enter. Inside the hall lay an eerie silence, shrouded in a misty haze of magic. Deculein stepped fully inside, magical sparks from the barrier still crackling around him. He hurried toward the huddled students. Ephen and the others looked up at their savior with eyes full of hope. The kids burst into tears of joy at the sight of the revered professor, arriving just in time. Deculein asked if everyone was here. A student replied that some were still trapped upstairs. Al Rose, the red-haired dorm supervisor, warned anxiously about dangers above. But Deculein assured her he had a plan. He opened his case and let the steelwood fragments begin to fly out under his mana control. The sharp metal shards whirled around the hall like skilled predatory birds. "We'll figure this out soon enough," Deculein declared coolly, his eyes brimming with confidence in his own skill. He recalled his grueling training sessions. Even while busy with chores, he never neglected practicing magic. The system panel popped up the skill status. Deculein had reached 33% in metal enhancement. To gain his current strength, he once used his own body to train metal control, pain be damned. And as a result, he earned one of the system game's most prized rewards. "Found them," Deculein murmured, making Al Rose behind him jump in surprise. His eyes lit up. Thanks to the steelwood's tracking function, no one could hide from his sight. Possessing a second sense let Deculein perceive and move through space flawlessly. The students hugged each other in relief at being saved, while Deculein felt pleased that the search went so smoothly. However, the other mages were starting to falter. They couldn't endure long in this demon-infused environment. Deculein suddenly stopped when he detected something odd in the building's magical structure. He reasoned there had to be a secret activation mechanism, acting like a switch for this barrier. His sharp gaze swept the hall to find the enemy's critical weak point. The steelwood fragments shot up again, following his command. Students screamed in panic as the metal shards whizzed over their heads. Deculein narrowed his eyes in concentration. It seemed he'd locked onto his target. A faint smile appeared on the professor's cold face. "Found it," Deculein declared firmly. "Time to end this little game." He glanced around, certain the barrier's activator was mingling among the students. He began tightening the search radius, leaving no one unchecked. The crowd screamed in chaos, but in that disorder the mastermind would surely slip up. A piercing look swept by. The professor was inspecting every millimeter. Suddenly he noticed something odd. Tiny black ash flakes falling from someone's hair. Deculein smirked softly. "Found you." Without hesitation, he pointed at Al Rose, the dorm manager, and exposed her as the one who triggered the barrier. Al Rose tried to feign innocence and questioned the professor with a bewildered look, but he told her to stop the act. He pointed out the ashes clinging to her hair, an unmistakable signature. Mage Ashbourne? The dorm manager's true identity was finally revealed to the light. Realizing she couldn't deny it, Al Rose revealed her true form, eyes blazing with hatred. The Ashes, one of the four powers backing the magical world, yet a thoroughly dark organization. Most righteous mages despised or refused even to mention the existence of that society, for it was the breeding ground for those who used illegal black magic. Al Rose sneered that even if Deculein saw through her, he couldn't do anything. He was still too inexperienced. She began gathering a deep blue mana, preparing to unleash a grand spell. But suddenly, her confident expression turned to shock as she felt something amiss. A magical explosion erupted, flinging students aside and making the space reel violently. Amid the chaos, Deculein stood like a mountain, his gaze unshaken. Al Rose lunged forward, sneering that the professor was far too relaxed while facing death. She unleashed a terrifying sea of fire, aiming directly at Deculein's position. The flames flickered reflected in his cold blue eyes, and he didn't bother to dodge a single step. After the blast, Deculein remained unscathed, standing tall amid the ashes, leaving her stunned. He casually mocked the fire as pathetic, barely worth chipping a tooth compared to her earlier threat. Al Rose snarled, saying that was only a polite greeting. She continued to fire a barrage of razor-sharp mana bolts aimed straight at his heart. But once again the attack was repelled, as if it had hit an invisible wall. This time Al Rose panicked, unable to understand why her magic had become useless. A dense swirl of deep purple mana began to spin fiercely around Deculein. She horrifiedly realized he was actively dismantling her spell structure from within. The dark mana particles shattered into fragments, like dying sparks. Al Rose couldn't believe her eyes. She screamed, asking how such a freakish thing could happen. She had been certain that with all the demonic energy here, her mana would be limitless and overwhelming. But Deculein turned that very advantage into his weapon, purifying the mana to even greater strength. The system displayed. Deculein bloodline can purify demonic energy and elevate magic to a new level. He mocked the stupidity of a dark mage, daring to flaunt power before the Deculein clan. Deculein launched his counterattack, the force of his magic making the whole room tremble. Rose collapsed, breath ragged as all her energy had been drained by the professor. "That's why we call you Ashbourne," a name dripping with contempt for such trash. Hearing that, she ground her teeth and glared, rage driving her nearly mad. Deculein added that scum like her were society's refuse, never to be redeemed. Rose broke into a mad grin, daring Deculein to dispel the barrier before all the students died. Deculein sneered that he'd enlighten the slow-witted manager about the deadly mistake she'd made. Sharp mana crystal shards began to rise up around, making Rose jump in terror. Spires of blue-green mana pierced the floor, creating a scene of overwhelming pressure. He explained that she was stupid enough to anchor the barrier to the building, instead of attaching it to the space. Deculein pointed out a simple truth. If the host building disappears, that worthless barrier will vanish too. "That's a colossal gap in your intelligence," a cold, contemptuous remark. Rose laughed maniacally, retorting whether he wanted to die by collapsing the entire building just to break the trap. Despite the threat, Deculein merely mouthed the spell name, Rose. The manager's eyes rolled back in shock, as if she'd sensed a wave of destructive power approaching. "Don't think I don't know you." Deculein's words truly began to terrify the dark mage. Instantly, a blazing red light erupted from deep within, signaling the onset of destruction. A horrific magical explosion ripped through, shredding the sturdy structure of the dormitory building. Rose screamed in fury, calling Deculein a madman for gambling with his life and the students. "You'll have to show your true form soon, won't you?" Deculein stood unfazed, forcing her to reveal herself. The manager stammered, unable to believe the professor knew so well the true nature of her identity. A radiant, pure stream of mana gathered in Deculein's hand, ready to finish the fight. He hurled a shard of mana crystal that shot straight toward the enemy hiding in the dust. A precise strike severed the dark mage's magical link entirely. The decorative statues around them began to topple and shatter as the building's framework gave way. "Everyone gather here," Deculein ordered coldly, swiftly shielding the students from danger. The floor shook violently, dust rained down, and the kids panicked and screamed, thinking they'd be buried alive. Amid the rubble, students hurriedly called to each other and fled, faces drained of color. The entire massive dormitory collapsed in a roar of earth and stone, officially ending this magical trap.